Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, guys, I got the sun coming through my thing, but good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're from. Hope you guys are having a good Saturday, or if you're in Australia, I guess it would be Sunday. Hi, thanks, guys. Charmaine's in the house with me this morning. We got you guys. Hey, Charmaine. We'll say hey, Charmaine.
Good morning. Good
You got your-
morning.
You got your Timmies?
I did, and it's almost gone because we're late.
All right. Actually, I need one of those, to be honest with you. On there, I got water. Does that count? Water.
I got it
Water.
every morning. I have to have my ice cap every morning. It's my coffee. That's what I do. I don't drink coffee, so that's my coffee.
Yep. You guys don't forget, last night we were on the Drunk Turkey show with Daniel DT from there, and that was a good live. I know Charmaine was having some issues with her internet a bit, but at the end of the day, you know, again, he's a great guy, great group of people from that channel. Again, thank you, Daniel from DT, for having us on. And again, it's always good to have somebody else's perspective, even if we think he's wrong.
He's coming around, though.
Yeah.
He's admitting now there are inconsistencies that aren't just a lapse of memory. And
Yeah, well, I was
Yeah.
going to say, you know, like I said, I'm always still willing to change my mind about anything, honestly, as long as it makes sense.
I'm
And,
not.
you know, would you say?
I'm not.
Well, there's no probably anytime soon that Daniel Martell is going to change my mind about his actions.
I have
But it-
been told, like my daughter tells me all the time when we're doing a podcast, that I am not a suitable juror. There's no jury on the planet that I should sit on, because once my mind is made up on something, like, you need to come with some hard facts to get me to change it. So, and
Well,
agreed. Like,
I mean, I do agree. I still think I'm turning into a little bit more of a softie, a little bit, because just no, not really. Maybe it's
No.
coming through a little that way, but not really.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I think you're fed up like the rest of us. And
I am fed up. I am fed up at the sake of your children. So you guys, just quickly, on screen right here is the Globe and Mail. That's the newspaper. I mean, it's a little bit bigger than that, but I didn't really want to show the person's hands. But anyway, so that's again the article that came out today in the newspaper. So what happened to Jack and Lily? Again, it's the big cover story. So over there in Nova Scotia, and that, you guys, like I said, if you have a chance, or if you read the newspaper at all, grab that article. But anyway, so like I said yesterday, I had to pay for a wall anyway, so it was nice sharing with that article yesterday. Very saddened to read it. It was a lot to take in. I thought, Charmaine, did you feel the same way? Like, meaning, I know we know a lot of stuff, right?
Mhm.
Like, that was a really spectacular article, I thought, for any article I've seen.
It was, and some of the information in it, I mean, it's not like we didn't suspect some of the things, but
Yeah,
it really, really, this is a terrible, terrible way to put it, but it really put the nail in the coffin for me.
that's how I
Um,
felt. Yeah,
it's just so
yeah,
infuriating. Honestly, Janie's words echo in my head. What went on over there is none of my business, and it enrages
mm,
me, and it gets me emotional because that happens so much, and
yeah.
we really don't know what she was referring to, but I mean, unless they want to come out and clarify, which I probably wouldn't believe anyway, to be honest with you, this just kind of solidified it for me that was none of her business what was going on over there. Now we have two missing little babies, and it's terrible to think
Mm.
of what their life was like over there.
Well, that's why I put in the title of this one House of Horrors, because that's what it kind of reminds me of a bit after reading that article. Um, Again, anyone that has children and you replace yourself and put them in the lives of people, that in their shoes, if that was to happen to your children, and then you saw what was going on, you'd be utterly, utterly devastated. First of all, if this was happening to your children. Secondly, to watch this transpire in a case is to me still disgusting. Um, by all accounts, you don't fuck with children, you don't fuck with cats, you don't fuck with animals. You just don't fuck around, and stuff like that. If you're telling the truth, you'll feel it. It will be genuine, and you'll understand that there's minor slip ups, or things that are kind of added. But to me, this is clear cut. Um, a game is what is to me a game being played by Daniel Martell. And he's done a lot of damage. I noticed he left the Facebook group. Someone posted the article and then he left the Facebook group right away. Um, I just think that, and it's obviously not just Daniel himself. Malaya and Daniel, and Janie are all on that property, right? But, you know, the nail that sticks out the furthest gets the hammer, right? So in this case, it's like, well, Daniel is clearly making himself not only stick out like a sore thumb, but he's being so inconsistent. And I know that we had that talk on the Drunk Turkey show, but again, maybe Daniel will get there. But come on, when it comes to about the timeline, and 8 to 8:30, uh, you know what? I'm not for myself personally. There's no claiming amnesia on that shit. Um, sitting there. You know what I mean? I can understand minor things. I can understand someone not knowing exact times at certain points for sure. But we're talking about two children that went missing. They've clearly claimed that they're not in the woods themselves, let alone being abducted. So that leaves them on the property, right? And so I'm just not, like I said, I'm just not gonna sit there and go, oh yeah, so 8 to 8:30 that's on the scanner. So what did a fucking fairy fly down and come tell them the 8 to 8:30 time, and then manage to morph it into 9:40 to 10 o'clock and stuff like that? And not happening. Now, if it was like, okay, like 9:10 to 9:20, or 8:50, and you can kind of give some grace on this. I ain't giving grace on all of that. I can give grace on some of it, but I'm not giving grace on this big whopper difference between 8 and that time has been repeated, right? But I'm certainly not giving grace 3 months later of, oh, I forgot. And, I can understand, maybe minor details, but not this whole back and forth of, Malaya said this, now I said this on this one too. Malaya said it. Now I didn't say that, but it's really the timeline of it. Oh, there's no mistaking 8 to 8:30 to 9:40 to 10 o'clock and going, oh my God, was so distraught. I just can't remember, right? Not something as huge as that. Not between both people. It's not just one person telling this story. We're talking about two people must have utter amnesia to forget the timeline, right? Which makes it less plausible to me on there. Welcome, you guys. Thank you for joining in. Again, if you haven't hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily, please do. Thank you guys so much. So I noticed on Joseph Morris yesterday, he had played that video with Earl in it that everyone was wanting to see. Now, so I double checked with Tint and I said, hey, Tint, do you mind if I just show Joseph's video? Because I know a lot of you guys, I remember seeing it. Some of you guys do and all that stuff. But I noticed that he had it on his channel. So I just asked Tint, hey, bud, do you mind if I playing this? He was like, sure, as well. By the way, Mick Mac, if you are watching, I did ask Tint as well if it was okay to unblock you. You sent some beautiful pictures, and I'll show them in a minute I'll show them in a minute of what you have done, for Jack and Lily. I asked Tint, because Mick Mac was the one that put those kind of weird things, and I was like, well, because it kind of, you know what it reminded me of when I read those messages? It reminded me of somebody that's watching somebody fly drones. That's what the message did. It didn't remind me of like a threat per se, as much as somebody kind of being like, I see you, almost like as if they were, that's how I took it. But anyways, I asked Ent if I could unblock Mick Mac, and if Mick Mac promises not to do shit like that again, keep it about Jack and Lily and not, going over to somebody's YouTube channel and putting some weird shit on there. Because it is freaky when people do shit like that, right? Trying to be all cryptic and shit. Anyways. Yeah. So welcome, guys. Okay, so I'm going to play that quickly, if you don't mind. And then obviously we're going to get into about the anger management, the vehicle, like I said, kind of like the House of Horrors. Again, the sun's kind of coming in through the window here. So is what it is. On there. Hi, Sailor Moon. How are you guys? 007. Hi, Marie. Roxy. Thank you for subscribing. Ill Fate 561. Thank you so much. Hi, Native Girl. Hi, Positive Vibes. Okay, let me play that quickly. Stop screen. Share screen. This is it here. I think it's not too long after this. So again, this is Joseph Morris here.
Lily and Jack lived in a cluttered trailer off Highway 289 with their 27-year-old mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, a Sipikanaktik First Nation member, their 34-year-old stepfather, Daniel Martell, and baby sister, Meadow. The trailer, owned by Daniel's 60-year-old mother, Janie McKenzie, had holes in the front stoop and tarps under the floor. A massive wood stove crowded the living room. Lily's artwork hung near a sliding patio door to a yard with a chicken coop where the kids played. Jamie, overwhelmed by noise, moved to a camper in the driveway. On May 2nd at 6:15 a.m., Malaya marked Lily and Jack absent from Salt Springs Elementary, a 20-minute bus ride, citing Lily's cough. Daniel and Malaya heard them playing while dozing with Meadow. Remember this clip from earlier, but this is Earl actually getting really angry at a influencer who was visiting the home.
Yeah, you sure can. What are you doing? Put your camera down, bud. Be a man. Be a man.
Tell me, what can help you?
Are you the one that stole them kids?
Me?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
Are you in here?
Are you?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
You're a idiot. Another one of them YouTubers, are you?
Is there anything wrong that parking my car in here?
You're not parking. You're being an idiot.
For what?
You can YouTube all you want. You low-life little
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
You can smile because you got a camera there.
Calm
You're
down.
taking my picture.
Calm
I don't
down.
have to calm down.
Who hurt you?
You're the one that...
Who hurt you?
You.
Who hurt you?
You.
Keep crying. Keep crying, man.
Hate you, YouTubers.
I'm not YouTuber.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm here looking for it. What are you doing?
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Pictures of me then.
Because you took a picture of me first.
I live here.
So what? I can't come here to help? What the wrong with you, man?
What's wrong with you?
Walk away, little.
So let me know what you guys think about that interaction. I do understand where both of them are coming from, but I will say that Earl Martell did actually kind of provoke the person who was filming. I mean, it is a public street. They're allowed to be there and filming. It's actually covered by, you know, our laws in Canada that you're able to film in public. So I do feel like this guy wasn't creating any sort of problem, and it is a huge story that is worldwide. So, you know, I understand where Earl's coming from, but I did feel like his reaction was a little too much. And I'm going to actually say it felt a little defensive. And I don't want to pick a fight here, but it does sound like he looks like he is trying to cover for his son. That's just the gut check I'm getting right now from that. I don't know if what do you guys think? Because this article also says that the other half of the pink blanket that was found in the tree near Earl's home was found in the family's trash, and it was actually used at one point to cover a window. Daniel denied it was Lily's at first, then later changed his story and admitted to it, claiming it was planted from 1 week old garbage alongside 2 missing sweaters. Again, sorry, but like, why the changing of the story? Could it have been snagged on an ATV because it was found near an ATV trail? But the strangest clue was yet to come. That mystery vehicle is a massive lead. A neighbor tinkering with their own car heard a 5-speed car tearing in and out of the trailer's driveway.
One sec there. So, of course, that's Joseph Morris. Oh, you guys. Put my banner back on. I feel naked without it. So, just quick, if you guys want to go watch this one here, well, I'll just bring you guys to his actual channel there. All right. Come on now. Copy. Paste. I'll paste it in here. Okay, so just to go quickly over that again. So that's a video that Tint did, Jim Walker. Again, he didn't even have a clue that was Earl Martell. Most of us didn't have a clue that was Earl Martell until after the fact. And I agree with this. Like, I mean, Tint said, like, he took a video down because he just figured it was a miscommunication. But this video was already out there, right? Yeah, so you're right. So basically, Earl knows what's going on. Tint was out there trying to look, trying to help type of stuff. He didn't know that was Earl Martell. And you can see that Earl Martell is the one that was coming at him more aggressively there. But again, you know, Tint didn't know it was Earl Martell. Earl Martell knows what's going on, that Jack and Lily are missing. Obviously, Tint does too, but doesn't realize that that's who it is. And that's why he said he ended up taking the video back down because of the miscommunication. But since Joseph Morris put it up, I was like, hey, Tint, is it okay? And he said, sure, thanks for asking. So I wanted to show it to you guys because a lot of people were asking about that video. So that's the video. Any thoughts on that video at all, Charmaine, or no?
Yeah, I mean, like Joseph said, like I can see both sides of it, but one of the takeaways from that video that I haven't heard anybody really talk about is how he's dressed. He's dressed for the weather. He's got a toque on. He's got a work jacket, jeans. He's fully covered. So it wasn't like a nice day in May in BC, you know. It was cold. It was wet. And then, I mean, we can all pretend to read into his anger, you know, how quickly, but it was, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but it was a high stress time. They'd had, you know, cameras in their faces and YouTubers. So from what I understand, it was misconstrued as invasive on Earl's behalf. But he did. And to me, like, I don't know about you guys, but that showed, if he was truly angry, that showed a certain amount of self-control, because the men that I know that get angry are not that subdued, even though he wasn't really, do you know what I'm saying? Like, the men in my life that get, or that used to be in my life that get angry, they're
Right.
people you'd want to go and hide, you know what I mean? Like, that wasn't that.
Yeah.
So
On there. But yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, like I said, I see both sides, because first of all, there's no law to stop anyone from being on public to either use drones or take pictures. Now, but the thing was, I know Notin said that he never took a picture of him, that it was really just in the fact that he was taking a picture of his car type of idea, and he actually wasn't recording like him. He was just whatever recording on this one. But you're right about that, Charmaine, about how he dressed, for sure. And again, you know, I mean, obviously, so I mean, I heard that Earl Martell was like a really, you know, decent person, and I'm sure he is, and I'm sure, like some of his family, that they're just in shock of what has happened with two children that are missing. So I get the fact, if it felt invasive in a sense, but yet I can just picture a small little town, and then TikTokers, YouTubers, you know, are all coming in, and
media,
we know what,
mainstream media.
you know, we know what's up.
And I've also heard that, you know what, I've also heard from a very, very, very reliable source, as far as Earl and the Martell side goes, that, you know, he's beside himself about the kids going missing, and he was out there searching, and he would spend time just in the woods looking. He's really distraught about it, to the point where it caused some health issues. And not just that, like, they, just like us, they are learning information from online and from media releases, and they don't know what to think. They're struggling probably even more than the rest of us, because this is their family, you know. So I mean, I'm not going to judge Earl based on that reaction, because I've never been in that situation. So
right, absolutely, as well. But anyways, so yeah, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this Saturday morning. And I know that for me, it's 10:16 now. I was up at I went to sleep after that Drunk Turkey Show live. Woke up at 3:30. Went to bed at 6. Woke back up at 8. And I was looking at my thing. Then I was talking to Charmaine. It's like, hey, you want to do a live? Sorry, Kent. Didn't ask you. You were... Ken's busy dealing with signs and Facebooks on there. Anyways, so this morning, you guys, we're going to talk about the CPS, like the Black Eyes of Jack and Lily, and the anger management comment, the vehicle comment, as well as what the fuck was going on truly in this home. I my mind has to stay in a box, because the minute I keep reminding myself that these are 2 children that physically went missing, and to think that something bad happened to them, as again, as a parent, as a whatever it is, whatever, to any parent or any grandmother, niece or auntie, uncle, stuff like that. It's just I just can't. I just can't when it comes to children. I can't take Daniel's BS. It's just too much BS at this point for me. It's not a game. It's 2 children. But anyways, we're gonna get into that. Let's go. Let me get that up on the screen.
Very, very true, and I agree, Drippy. I do have empathy for Earl, because I know he is he's been put in a situation that he really knew nothing about. He wasn't there, and that's where my empathy ends as far as people that were on or around that property, and not just that day. Like I said, it echoes. What went on over there is none of my business. It chokes me up.
And you know what? I know that comment pisses me off. It's kind of like when Darren kind of made that same type of comment, but I'll give him.
But he wasn't there.
Exactly.
Right. He wasn't there all the time. He heard this and that. That's different than saying what went on over there is none of my business. She was there.
Yeah.
That comment just confirms to me that she knew shit was going on over there. She knew. And it was none of her business. And she blames herself because she's the one that normally gets up and checks on the kids when they're outside. Even though they always make sure there's somebody out there watching them. Like who? Janie? And Janie just for whatever reason decided not to get up that day. Maybe she was fed up with having to take care of those kids for Daniel and Malaya. Who knows the reason? But she knew shit was going on over there. She knew her son was in anger management. She knew those kids had black eyes. She knew. You knew, Janie.
That's just it, Charmaine, right? I mean, that comment struck a chord with me as well. Whenever somebody says something like, oh, yeah, I don't pay attention to what goes on there, shut the front door on that bullshit. Because the minute you did say something like that, just like what Charmaine says, you know damn well that there's more than meets the eye to that type of comment, right? It's just such a standout comment to make and think, yeah, sure, Janie, you in your trailer can hear everything and your dog, right? Like I said, she depicts her son as if, like, I guess, like every special, parent that has a child thinks that their shit don't stink and they're the closest one to the manure. And so that they overlook it, right? Or try to make it seem to the outside world. But you know what? We're not stupid. That's just it. We're not stupid, right? I don't know why these people, I guess, like I said, I guess it's their own stupidity that makes them think that we're going to buy that shit and just be like, you're right, Janie. Your son was not involved at all in the disappearance of Jack and Lily when it comes to the fact that they were underneath Daniel's and Malaya's care. But no. Your poor son, your poor self, you know what? The fucking dog needs therapy is what's going on here. I'll tell you that much. The dog needs therapy after all this shit. If only dogs could talk, eh? That only animals could say vocally. We need a dog whisperer. That's what we need going on here. But anyways, okay. So in this article here, I guess, Charmaine, we'll get into this paragraph type of thing first. I'll make it bigger so you guys can see it, obviously. So let's go back up to where they're talking about it. Okay, so from the outside, there were signs that the children's home life was strained. They were developmentally behind other children and arrived at school grubby and without appropriate winter clothing, prompting staff to provide it for them. According to a school board employee with direct knowledge, the Globe is not identifying the source because they're not authorized to disclose details about students. Last December, Jack came to school with a black eye, according to a photo of him posted by his elementary school. Okay, so that's the one that you're seeing, is the one. So it was from a field trip. Okay, the photo of the class trip on December 13th, 2024, 5 months before he and his sister disappeared, shows him sitting next to the other students in the forest with a green and purple bruise below his left eye. Another photo shows a possible black eye and bruising on Jack's face in a photo taken in September. An injury that Daniel defended on social media, saying it was caused by Lily. Daniel did not respond to questions asked how Jack received the black eye in December, but in private Facebook messages that were shared with the Globe, he acknowledged Jack had many black eyes. One time, Lily punched him in the face, he wrote. He also said Lily had a black eye when the children went missing. From an incident with a Tonka truck that occurred on May 1st, the day before the children disappeared. She pushed down on the truck and it swung up and hit her. Well, I guess it would be hit in the face. The family was under pressure. A confluence of financial woes left the couple turning to relatives for help. Like many low-tier workers at the mill, Daniel had been cut back to one shift a week during the spring thaw because of an annual ban on heavy logging trucks on soggy local roads. His car off the road because it needed repairs he couldn't afford, wasn't drivable, and he had to rely on his uncle, who also worked at the mill, to take him to work, or Malaya, whose maternal grandmother had recently helped her buy a white Nissan SUV. Daniel's father, Earl, said he bought the couple groceries and gas and provided firewood to heat their home. Daniel, however, denied having money problems and had claimed to friends that he was getting into investing and turning his life around after a divorce. Other means of cash flow have also been cut off. In recent months, child support payments from Jack and Lily's biological father had stopped after he lost his job. Malaya's monthly Canada child tax benefit, check, or baby bonus, which under federal guidelines would be about $1,900 per month, was halted because Daniel hadn't filed his taxes, which were due by April 30th. The struggles didn't end there. Malaya described Daniel as controlling and she wanted out. She had written messages to Belinda that on June 15th that I never wanted to stay there. Belinda wrote back saying that she wished Malaya would have reached out. We would have done everything we could to help, or done what we could to help. I know Malaya responded, my mom is saying the same thing. Cindy, Malaya's mother, declined to be interviewed. Okay, so we'll stop there because now we're getting past it. Okay. All right, Charmaine. So, your thoughts. We'll go with your thoughts on the whole September picture, the December picture. Let me scroll that back.
Somebody in chat brought up that her daughter's almost 28 or almost 30 and has never had a black eye. I am 51. I've never had a black eye. My daughters are 32 and 28. They've never had a black eye. My grandkids are these kids' age. They've never had black eyes. I understand it happens, but not like this. It just doesn't just happen like this. And if they were rough and tumble, this and that, they would have other marks on them, if it was just from rough play or whatever, whatnot. Are they, what, in my head, I'm wondering, like, what in their life makes them think it's okay to punch each other in the eye, or, you know what I mean? Like, in the eye, they just keep getting these black eyes. Or even if it's the parents doing it, why are you doing that to their eye? Like, it's just bizarre to me that it can be chalked up to rough play or a Tonka truck, whatever. It blows my mind. It doesn't make sense to me.
No. Oh, no, it doesn't. Like, so my son did get a black eye once. He's 28 now. He got a little, I can't even remember what it was from, to be honest, but it was a little, like kind of almost, well, no, it was just more like a little purple dot that ended up being right here. Not a full out black eye. Just something hit him there. I can't remember if it was a toy or not, or whatever happened. That was about it. I think about my childhood with my siblings, and there's 4 of us. Can't remember any of us having black eyes either. And we played rougher and tougher back then than what probably children do nowadays, to be honest with you. But anyways, so yeah. So
I was the baby of the family with, all of my older brothers, and they used to practice wrestling moves on me, and I've never had a black eye. Like, it's very specific. And to be hit hard enough to cause a black eye is, in my mind, on a little baby like this, is brutal.
Mm-hmm. Well, but what do you think, though? Like, so question, what do you think would prompt Daniel? We would have known nothing about this black eye until he talked about it at Patty's house on Wednesday night. Like, what do you make of that, though? Because it's not like it would have been knowledge to us.
I've thought about that many times, and I thought that perhaps, and I have the same line of thinking about the sweaters, that it might be like a concern when they're found, if that is something that is able to be. Somebody that doesn't know better might think that if they're found and the little girl has a black eye, they might automatically assume abuse or whatever. So just trying to stay ahead of that.
I guess maybe. Man,
that's the only thing that makes sense. The only thing.
There's no rhyme nor reason to what he does, to be honest with you.
Because he's not out there going, well, if you happen to see a little girl who looks like Lily, she could have a black eye. It's not like he's saying keep an eye out for Lily, but she has a black. It's not like he's updating people of what she might look like to find her. He's just putting it out there to put it out there. Maybe giving more credence to the whole, they keep giving themselves black eyes, and this is just the latest one.
It's a normal ongoing thing. As if it happens in every freaking family all the time.
Yeah. Normalizing it.
Yeah. He's trying to get ahead of the story. Maybe he thought someone at the mall could have seen it. It's okay, right, at the mall. Right, that's right. Because obviously they have him on camera, right? The family on camera. I don't know how much they could zoom in and see a black eye unless it was pretty significant, but
but if it was just in a parking lot, as well as I do, that CCTV video is kind of it's not quite overhead, but you know what I mean? It's not going to zoom in close enough to see a black eye on a little girl. But if that's the case, then that tells us that Daniel himself hasn't seen that video. And why would he? Why would RCMP show him that video?
Yeah. And just for everyone that's in here right now, let's see, there's 400 people in here, you guys, and 113 likes. Please, for Jack and Lily, if you guys are here for Jack and Lily, the one small thing that we ask is if you could hit that like button, at least like and share if you could. Keep the story out there. I can see right now what's going on, right? A lot less and less channels are starting to cover the case because it's kind of one of those ones that time is in a sense taking on other cases. and other big stories that are happening. It just happens, right? I can see that happening. I can see it happening with Dolly Vision, obviously, covering other stories, and same with even Clutch Them Pearls, and a lot of people are. And it's not one of those things that they don't have to cover Jack and Lily, but that's what happens, right? So it's really important that right, as people stop covering the case, that to keep it still out there in the algorithm and stuff really does make a difference. So we appreciate that. And by the way, we're getting close to 18K subs, so if you're not subscribed to the channel, considering subscribing. This channel does really have the most up-to-date information on the Jack and Lily's case. Why? Because we do a lot of work, to talk with people. A lot of people want to talk with us as well. And we're just here to try to bring you the insight, facts, and details of the case as we can. And so, Jack and Lily, this case is very important to the channel, as such with any other case that I follow. I do like not to cover too many other cases during this time. I just like to focus on one thing. But again, it's inevitable that when cases don't have a lot, but this will revive a few of the channels back to obviously covering this particular article and, anything that's highlighted. And then what's going to happen is during the other times, then it's going to be them covering other cases, right? It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes.
Which comment, Butterflies? I went up and I tried to see which one. This is the only one I can find, but stopped what?
Oh, sorry. Did you put one out?
She said she hopes we read her post, and I'd be happy to. I'm not sure which post. There's a lot of really great comments, and I like to answer in chat, but I can't type in chat from StreamYard, so I'm trying my best, guys, to keep my eye on it.
Do you only have the one thing up right now, Sherman?
Yeah, like I can't find the beginning of that story. It could be something like I had told a story a couple of weeks ago about my grandson when he was like 18 months to 2 years old, where he was going through this thing where he would bang his head off of any hard surface that he could find, and we were freaking out because it looked terrible. But my daughter she would never even spank his little diaper butt. Like nothing like that was going on, but he would bang his head and he would have bruises. And we put pool noodles on his crib. We had pool noodles on the walls. We were just trying to stop him from doing that, taking him to the doctor. And the doctor told my daughter that he would grow out of it, which, eventually he did, but it was terrible. Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe something like that is what Butterflies was talking to her granddaughter about.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, again, we're not going to keep scrolling back up and up and up if we can't find it. So it's faster just to repost it if you can, Butterflies, right?
Yeah.
It's not like we see every comment that's going down the pipe. But if it's important to you, then just retype it, okay? And then we can post it up there. Just give me a second though, Charmaine. I just need to dying of thirst, and I need something stronger than water right now. So just give me a second. If you could just take over for a sec. Thank you.
Yeah. I only wish that amazing CBC reporter who interviewed Daniel would re-interview Daniel and ask about the black eyes. I don't think that Daniel would entertain answering those. And even if he did, CB, do we believe anything that he says? He's minimizing. He is trying to deflect and divert attention constantly. When he clarifies, he adds more inconsistencies. There's just nothing at this point for me, that Daniel can say that's going to change anything. He's done too much damage at this point to help himself, in my opinion. Um, it's odd. Daniel offered up Lily's black eye without hesitation, was way off topic. Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about, there was talk about Jack's black eye. There was really no benefit for him to let us know that Lily got a black eye 2 days before she went missing. It's hard to make sense out of all the things that he says. And I really wish that there was, because Daniel was worried the teachers from the school would talk. Well, Delene, the thing is, the kids didn't go to school, right? So the black eye happened on the Wednesday at Grandma Patty's house. Thursday, they were called out of school for whatever reason. I believe it was due to the black eye because they didn't want another CPS visit. But supposedly Lily had a cough. And then Friday morning, they were called out of school but went missing. So the teachers didn't get to see Lily's latest black eye. Somebody at the mall might have. Not always, Native Girl. Like it's one thing to, hit a child really hard on the back or on the legs or on the butt, or, they get kicked and punched and from here down. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Obviously it does, but habitual abusers, I think, I can't even say that, but it's possible that they could have had other marks, like I said, but we don't know what was noticed and what wasn't, and until we hear more about CPS, I think that we're not going to know. Be good if the other parents with their school would talk. They probably want to protect their kids and protect their privacy. And the bottom line is, we don't know. I know with my ex, he had a reputation, and my kids, if anything happened with my kids at school, he would be at the school yelling and screaming and swearing and spitting at the teachers, at the principals. And he was very aggressive, very verbally violent, and he had a reputation, and nobody wanted to cross him. Nobody. So, and I'm not saying that's what was going on here, but we don't know. We don't know.
Carla, kiss my ass. Kiss my ass, Carla. That's so fucking ignorant. What? Sunny looks rough. What? Is she okay? Do I really look like shit? Thank you. Do I really look rough? Kiss my ass. I look
not great. Just like on my post about the bench, somebody, and it wasn't rude at all. They didn't comment on the bench itself. They just said, it's a pet peeve of mine when it's a pet peeve of mine when people say Jack and Lily instead of Lily and Jack. Just like, thanks for sharing.
Thanks for not caring. We don't give a shit. What? I switch it up. Sometimes I do. So off the tongue, Carla, you can still kiss my ass. I think I look just fine. Thank you. I don't think I look rough.
You do.
I can get rough if you want me to. But it's just the rudeness of stuff like that. Someone that sits there and says, like, you look rough. Like, thanks. I can understand if you say I look tired, but you say I look rough. I think I look just fine, actually. Considering I look
for the amount of sleep that you're getting.
Yeah.
For the amount of sleep you're getting and your age, you look fantastic.
Good, Carla. Yeah. Carla, it's all good. I'm just rising you on that one. But anyway, so what I was going to say about that is, so whenever, like, let's just say I was to say names, right? There's certain names that roll off my tongue in a certain way. So I too always put, like, you had Lily and Jack on the opposite plank, but sometimes I do switch it up on the lives on the title, because I'm always going Jack and Lily, because that's how it always kind of is rolled off my tongue to say Jack and Lily. Now, don't ask me why. It's just, sometimes I switch it up and say Lily and Jack, because I'm always saying Jack and Lily. There's no rhyme nor reason. Yeah, you go on.
And that's
Please.
actually, so with the bench, that's actually what happened. When I was doing my practices, it was Lily and Jack. But then when it came time to put it on the bench, I was so nervous, and I did not, I had Ian go in and put their names on the bench in black Sharpie so that I had an outline. And
Right.
he's always listening to us, and we're always saying Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. So he didn't even think of it. He just put Jack and Lily on there.
Actually,
so
let's see that.
it doesn't
actually.
matter.
Let's see
They're
that.
both. The last
Yeah.
one I did that I'm calling
Lily.
finished. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Harmony.
Does it matter? Their names are on there, and it was,
Who cares?
we
Are we
say their
supposed to-
names, keep their names out there.
Do we? It feels like we're going back to the, should we go back in our caves, Charmaine, and be dragged out by our hair for that women should come first instead of, a boy's name? Come on.
Well, the reason why I wanted to
That's
put
ridiculous.
Lily first, like in my mind, is because Lily is the older one. That's how my brain, it had nothing to do with women first or ladies first, nothing like that. It was the age. But we're always saying Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. So when I asked Ian to go in and, put that on there for me, he just wrote Jack and Lily. It's not a big deal. Both names are on there. So I just thought it was funny that was the comment that the person decided was worth their time to post. So I thank them for sharing. Yeah.
I ignore a lot of those comments. That's why I don't go to our comment section on the videos too often. Like, there's a lot of good ones, but honestly, I get triggered by idiots. So sometimes I'm just better off, not to read them, because I'm usually sitting
Most
there
comments are, most comments are nice, and I like to acknowledge anybody that's acknowledging me, right? It's mutual respect. But if there's something that I don't like, or whatever, I'm not gonna like put lipstick on a pig or anything. I'm just not gonna say anything. I'll just scroll on by or whatever. But sometimes you just have to comment.
Yeah, I know, and I just.
If Layla was here, she would say I was offended, but I'm not.
Okay,
Not offended. I'm amused.
You missed there. Dorothy, there. You took away Carla's comment by you and other ones as well. I think I look just fine. Maybe the sun's coming in. But anyways, I think I like myself today. Anyway, let me just give myself a good hug. Yeah. It's always about the beauty on the inside than the outside, eh? But no. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely lacking sleep, people. Granted on that, but still, I think I look fab too. Don't you, Shireen? Thanks, Shireen.
I do too. And thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bench is done. Building a crate this afternoon. And Sky Painter, I emailed you the dimensions and stuff. And just need a bill of lading, and crate is being built today. Do you want the dimensions with the crate? Because that's probably different.
Sky Painter.
Yeah. But I emailed you, Sky Painter. So send me the bill of lading so I can get it going.
Afternoon.
And thank you again, everybody. So generous. Everybody was awesome and fast.
Yeah.
So fast.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you guys are working on your rocks, by the way. Remember, Jack and Lily rocks. Just make some beautiful little rocks. If you want, send me the picture. I'll make sure that I put them. You know what I'll do with the rocks? I'll put them in the next. You know how Rochelle McDonald did a new song? I'll put it into that video. But so by the end of August, if you guys want to send me your pictures of your rocks for Jack and Lily, place some around, kind of like the geocaching thing. That would be wonderful. But thanks everyone for everything they're doing. Charmaine and Ian for, a beautiful bench, Kent, dealing with the signs and stuff like that. Just wonderful. It's wonderful to see. I do love it when people are working together for the better instead of the attacking crap and stuff like that. Sunny and Cher, I'm going to call you Cher. Sunny and Cher, thank you so much for all the time and persistence and personal, not professional, personal sacrifices that you put into finding Lily and Jack. You are both strong, beautiful women. Loves you from SW, Ontario. See you. Absolutely. Thank you for saying something so kind. To be honest, yes, we are both very loving, caring, and deep empaths. And by the same token, we're very strong. Why? To be honest, life experiences. Mala, thank you so much for the taco the other day. Just for anyone that is interested or does care, I turned it into a piece of chicken on the coffee app. So now it says KFC Bucket-O chicken, and there's a piece of chicken. I couldn't help resist. So, Mala, thank you for the taco the other day, by the way. 56. Charmaine's 50. Right, Charmaine? You're 51?
51. Yeah.
Yeah. Charmaine, we're both on like this slope now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll put it this way.
Rosebuds, I don't need to. There's no need to. I mean, if you want to, but it's covered now. Like the shipping is good. It's covered. So you don't need to. If you want to, because I did put, I think it was $125 that I had to pay for like wood and stuff. But I mean, I agreed to do that, and that's not bad.
Aww,
if you're thinking about the bench that I built, and we stained it and all in everything, but I mean, $130 or whatever it was, I can't even remember. It's not that bad. I was more concerned about the shipping charges, because at first it was going to be almost $500. It turned out to be $200. So, and other people donated really quickly, like within 4 hours, I think I had reached my goal. So it's not necessary, Rosebuds. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think his feedback from at least to me was doesn't use, he doesn't sell, and he doesn't make drugs. Hey,
Is that all he said to you, Sunny? I thought he said more.
Well, no, I mean, he was just basically bitching about Globe and Mail, but that's nothing new. Bitching about basically, you know how it is, right? No. He left the like that group though. Once they posted I see Daniel for a time being again stopping talking in Facebook groups a bit. Hi, DT. Thank you, Sunny, for Charmaine, for joining me yesterday. No, it was a pleasure. Yeah. Charmaine, she had bad internet, she said, but still wasn't that bad, right? It was at times, but it was a good live on there. So thank you back, you guys. DT Drunk Turkey Show, like I said, I did 3 lives yesterday. 3. Count them, 3. I was exhausted. Not only did I do lives, then I was talking a lot as well during between those lives, Like when the groceries came, I said to my husband, like after I was putting part of them away, I said, husband, I need a nap before I have to do the live on the Drunk Turkey Show. So I got a half an hour nap in on there. And then, because sometimes you just need those speedy, quick naps, right? Half an hour, boom, back up at it. Nice to see you, Danielle. Thank you. But yeah, that's pretty much all he said, but anyway, let's get to the next part of this, So Danielle did not respond to questions about these allegations. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, let's do that. After the children's disappearance, Malaya also confided in her paternal grandmother, Connie Brooks, a member of the Sipnikitik was okay. First Nation. She described how Daniel would hold her down and take her phone. He was having her, I don't know what you call it, scared. She couldn't go anywhere, do anything, Connie said. That's what she told me. And that was, the same thing she told us, right? And that's what I told detectives. When she asked her granddaughter about drugs use in the home, she said Malaya told her that Daniel concealed the drug addiction for nearly the first year of their relationship. Now, in our thing, she said 2 years. So that one kind of makes me side eye a little bit, going, okay, so did he stop a year after, right? But she said the first year of their relationship. So, but that's not what she said. So I'm not sure what's right there. Daniel did not respond to questions about these allegations, but he has insisted in interviews at the Globe, with the Globe, that he's never struggled with drugs and does not have a drug problem. Well, I don't know. I digress because I remember when Haley came out saying about the drugs in the bathroom that they found as well. And then Malaya saying, yeah, he's been doing drugs for 2 years, which coincides with Malaya saying that. So I'm going to say that something's a little off here. Despite that, he admitted to taking methamphetamines and pretty much everything. He recently started attending. See, he said he recently has started attending Narcotics Anonymous 3 times a week. And he has taken online courses in anger management, depression, parenting, child protection, substance abuse, suicide, and violent behavior that are recognized by child protection officials. I have to clear my name for CPS, he said. It's best to do that. All right, Charmaine. What you got? What you got? What you got?
Well, I mean, were these online courses his choice? I bet you
No.
he'll tell us they were. His proactive way of proving himself to CPS so he could see his kids. But again, like I said, he's done too much damage, in my opinion, to believe anything he says. So it is completely possible that he was instructed to find courses to take for anger management and mental health issues and things like that. I've also heard that maybe it's in this article that he's on stress leave from work.
Yeah,
so
it is.
that could also be one of his requirements for stress leave, to get some kind of counseling or education to help himself, I guess, help in his own recovery, or you know what I mean?
What's
So-
this for CPS? Eh?
Yeah, no, that CPS recognizes those online courses. So again, my first question is, okay, so did CPS tell you had to do that, or are you just being proactive about your own mental health and well-being and trying to be a better person and sourcing these courses yourself? Which again, if he said that that's the guy, I wouldn't believe him anyway. So I mean, I'll believe that he was probably advised it would be a good idea to do something like this, and good for him. Good for him. Like, I'm trying my best not to be. I got choked up earlier talking about Janie, and I don't want to do that anymore.
I'm good. Let it out, Charmaine.
Well, I mean, I don't feel like crying today, Sunny. I don't want to.
You don't have to. I'll give you anger management after you're done, venting.
I don't need anger management. I am very patient and very subdued, usually. I have never, okay, that's a lie. I would never physically hurt a person or an animal, ever, ever, ever. unless I was defending somebody else. And I've been that way my
Right.
entire life. So that's not the emotional I was talking about. Like I got choked up when I was like anytime I think of this case and I think about what those kids probably were going through in that house, it's just Janie's words that just echo. And I have to say it, and
Yeah.
I should say it every single time we go live, is that it is your business. You have to say something. If you think there's something going on, even if you don't care, say something. It doesn't cost anything. You could save a child from living in misery or from going missing. Yes, it is your business. It's everybody's business. If you think or suspect, and if there's nothing going on, then they'll be cleared and the kids are okay. But if there is something going on, why wouldn't you say something?
Right.
Especially
That's-
you're on that same property all day, every day. You're the one that has to get up and check the kids and tell their mom that Jack doesn't have his boots on or Lily doesn't have her jacket.
Mhm.
You see something, say something, especially when it comes to kids and domestic violence.
Mhm.
And I don't have anything positive to say about Daniel. I can't. And all of this stuff just, like I said, it adds up. It's all collateral information to what he's already said and the stories that he's changed. Now, this is just kind of solidifying a lot of what we thought based on Daniel's own words. So,
Well, we can
like I
say
say, he's done too much
positively-
damage to go back. He's done too much damage. In my head, too much damage to...
You know what? I agree. Like, meaning, for the sake, I mean, we can positively say he's a liar and that he's inconsistent. We can positively say that. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and stroke somebody's ego at all. That doesn't deserve to even have. Honestly, Daniel really has lost the respect of a lot of people by these games. Okay, again, I call him the whack-a-mole dude. Because he's just in and out, and all you want to do is like doink, 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 get out of here, doink, 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 shut up, because it just becomes old. And we've spent 3 months following this case, knowing every detail about this case, and to regain trust once it's been broken. And like I said, you try to give them, I even try to give a longer benefit of the doubt, right? Because obviously, you know, there's going to be certain little tweaks and stuff. Delphi case, prime example of that, right? Family had nothing to do with it. But as time went on, you know, right, some memories do jog. But that's not what's going on here. This isn't a memory loss. It's two people trying to tell a story. Two people said 8 o'clock to 8:30. Not one person, two people. So both people don't have amnesia. Both people don't sit there and well, Malaya, as we know, has only said certain things, right? And again, I just think it's through their own naiveness of trying to tell a story that doesn't make sense, and they think that they got it, and then we sit there and hear it, and we're like, you're talking to literally hundreds of thousands of people that are listening to the things that you guys are saying, that two people are saying, and it doesn't math, it doesn't mesh, whatever. I still think that I believe that Haley is correct, that Daniel was doing drugs. I think that coincides with exactly what Malaya said about him doing drugs and stuff like that. Cannot confirm anywhere. Nobody's been able to tell me that he's made it or sold it. So probably, I'm gonna, like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna take that as a grain of salt to the side, regardless, because again, and you know, I've asked, okay, and just nothing about the knowing of that part. But anyways, but as for Daniel, again, it doesn't matter what comes out of his mouth at this point. It really doesn't. Again, he has the freedom to message and say whatever he wants. And if he wants me to put it out there, again, and if it's information that again contradicts his other information, so be it. That's on him. Jack and Lily are what matter here. Again, the truth shall set you free, Daniel. The truth, and Malaya, all of you. The truth shall set you free. Well, it's not going to set you free, actually, probably. If you probably did tell the truth, to be honest with you, on there. I don't think so, you know. It's like I said, it's like a game to him. And on this. So as for the drugs, do you believe that Daniel was doing meth up until the point that this happened and he had to shape up, if you know, for the fight for Meadow?
I do, based on his appearance in the beginning, and it wasn't just distraught and gaunt. It was thin. It was sunken in. He is much, much healthier looking now than he was at the beginning. And like I said, I'm not just talking about how upset and stressed out and all the other reasons that he could have looked that way. I'm talking a little bit deeper than that. Very thin, very gray, very eyes sunk in. You know, he almost looks like a different person today than he did 3.5 months ago, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I do think that it was because of Meadow that he went into Narcotics Anonymous and is getting himself well, and good for him, because wellness is not just being in addictions counseling; it's also mental health counseling for depression and.
I'll read that again.
Even hear.
Yeah, it's kind of low. I'll just read it again because I know it comes in probably a bit of a delay from when you're talking to when it actually says it. So it says, I think that says, I don't understand. I don't. Why? What does that mean? IDT? Is that abbreviation for anything?
I don't. What? I don't.
I'm trying to figure out if that's an abbreviation for something. So something people understand how invested you girls. I think it's definitely a positive word. I think it says, Sunny and Charmaine. I think it's what it says. Sunny and Charmaine, not Kent. I love you people and hope. And people like you, no, hold on. And people understand how invested you girls are. Shit. And then she says Kent there. Okay, fine. Okay, Kent, have put into this case. Let's pray for an arrest soon. Love from Nova Scotia.
I don't think. Thank you, DT and everybody else.
I was like, I do too. That's what I had. I do too. Right. I don't think. My bad. Haven't seen that one in a while, Faye. But
that's hilarious because I saw DT saying I don't think. So I'm like scrolling back, like, what does he not think? What don't you think? And then I was like, oh, I need a nap.
That's
funny.
Faye, thank you so much. Kent, Faye says that she loves you too. He's out. He's like said, I'm not sure if he's in chat, but he's busy. He's manning a Facebook group now, the one that Daniel just left from. Have put into this case. Let's pray for an arrest soon. Absolutely. Well, let's just pray for answers, regardless of what happens here. That answers come for Jack and Lily, in whatever shape and form that happens. Thank you so much, Faye. Thank you guys. Charmaine, you're dirty.
I don't think that's what she was saying.
Pretty sure she does.
Thank you for noticing. If you did, thank you for noticing. It's Saturday. I plan not to shower until later.
She's like, Charmaine, you dirty birdie, you. Dirty birdie. I don't think. Okay, smarty pants. All of you guys.
No, I think that she was talking about, just to add it to the list of how Daniel looked back then compared to now. And totally agree.
My way.
It did. And it's not wrong. I am filthy.
Yeah. I'm roughing, you're dirty.
Yeah. Quite the pair.
Yep. Sky Painter at Faye. Yes, let's pray. Let's manifest. Absolutely. Let's keep thinking. Put it in our universe. Right. What you put out to the universe, you get back. You know what, Daniel Martell, come on up here. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can't. Right.
I'll leave.
I feel like I'm JLR all of a sudden. You just come on. We will just heal the truth right out of you. Come prayer with us, okay? We'll keep you in our freaking circle here. Just come pray with us. Let's do it. Come on. One of these days, he's gonna take us up on that. He's gonna say, "You know what? Fuck it.
No, he
These
won't.
girls are pissing me off." I know. Okay, shh. Don't tell him that I said that. Just make
No, he
believe.
won't. And if he does, that's going to be all you. I don't want him or his energy anywhere around me.
It's okay. I'll take the energy and then I'll release it after. I'll put some of that sage shit. I got some of that stuff actually. Some of that sage stuff. Never ever done one. I think once. I think I had some sage stuff or something like that. I'm pretty sure I got some somewhere. Anyway, so I'll take it on, Charmaine. Yeah.
And I'll protect you from afar.
Yeah. I got thunder and lightning. All right. Thank you guys. The babies
Thunder
deserve
and
so,
lightning.
yeah. The babies deserve so much more. Absolutely. Henry has a shirt on that says friendship in Micmac. How nice. What does it say? Matap? On there.
This is
Yeah,
Grandma
so-
Patty. Am I right there?
No, this is Grandma Connie Brooks. Henry.
Connie. Okay, I'm sorry.
My goodness. This is, I mean, look at Henry Joseph, and look at his mother. They're freaking mini-me's of each other. They literally have the same face, right? That child, Henry Joseph, looks just like Mama. All right. My nephew looks just like my twin sister. It's eerie. But yeah, they got the same nose, same eyes. Anyway, so that was just to pull that up there, you guys, to show you guys.
Look.
Oh, it says Natap. Oh, sorry, what'd you got?
No.
What'd you do? You're playing with it.
That one.
Oh, hubby and I have been
That's so
practicing
nice.
Lily Jack's song. We're in PI and gonna give it a shot at our grad parties for a wear. Aww. He bought a guitar at the pawn shop here. Aww. That is so sweet, Tammy. Aww. Love you guys. Isn't it nice when the
I
world
wonder.
can be as one?
Yeah, are you going to record it and let us hear it? That would be really amazing.
Ooh. Yeah. You want my vocals? We are the world. We are the children.
Is he only doing these things that ordered by the court? I mean, we have no way of knowing. And there's a gag order when it comes to the custody issue with Meadow. He could be advised or recommended to do these things to help his case by CPS. And if he does have legal aid, I would suspect that his lawyer is also giving him some advice in that sense. So, but mandated by the court, he has no charges. So I don't think so, but it's possible.
I think they told him that this is what he has to do. That's what I think. I think they told him this is what you have to do if you have a hope in hell at all of visiting your daughter.
Like recommendations kind of, but nothing has been ordered or mandated because I think that would come as a result of a charge or do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure there are probably recommendations. And if he's on stress leave, he's got nothing but time.
I was going to say, I think honestly, in his world, he's probably like, well, I don't need the anger management. Well, I don't need the suicide. Well, I don't need the depression. Maybe the narcissistic. Oh, wait, there's not that there. Yeah. He's probably like, yeah, you know what? I don't need any
He
of
probably
these.
thinks he can just skip through the courses and do the test because he knows everything already.
That's true.
You know, that's what I think.
Daniel, you know,
That's
just,
what I think.
I mean, I know you believe in yourself, Daniel. I'm having a hard time believing in myself, but you know what? Bottom line is, I think it's pretty obvious, right, that Malaya has been saying he's controlling. You know, I want to say this about Malaya. I do, regardless of what anyone thinks, okay? Me and Charmaine and other people out there have been in abusive relationships. Mine, I would say the first one was it was abusive for 11 years, okay? Like I said, so controlling, just, you know, I was 15 to 26. Um, live life, go through shit. Again, I've never ever placed any accountability on anyone but myself for what I did to myself, for what I lived through. That was me. I could have left. I chose because I was stupid and dumb. Someone got pissed off when I said the word dumb. I was dumb and I wasn't. You know, you kind of know that what you should be taken and not be taken. Obviously, no one should put their hands on anyone, right? Like, I wasn't put on this earth for someone to hit me, just like whatever. But I do want to say this about Malaya. Obviously, she's making poor choices, right? I've made poor choices. But you obviously understand, right? And no disrespect to Belinda, but obviously Belinda has already stated about Malaya leaving the relationship with Cody Sullivan, right? Wasn't a good relationship. Obviously, she wanted out of it. You know, he was doing drugs and whatever else was involved there. You know, I don't know about the middle person that she was dating just for a little bit, obviously. But then she ends up, let's just say, we don't know her whole life here, but okay. But then she ends up with Daniel Martell. Okay, again, sometimes our own self-worth, we feel like we're getting what we deserve in a sense. So it's kind of like when you don't believe in yourself and that you're low on your own self-esteem, you know, these control freaks that act like they need to push, pull, you know, and do shit, you know, hit you, I love you, you know, do this to you, I love you, push back. And because we're not, again, self-assured in our own securities, we kind of take that stuff thinking as if we deserve it, really. You know we don't deserve it. What? You're going to
I'd like
interrupt me
to.
during my speech?
Oh, did you? I thought you were
Yeah.
finished.
No. Shit, no. I was going on. Anyway, so I will finish up. Just one sec. I do want to say that I can see that Malaya has made a lot of poor choices. And one of these days, depending on all what happens with this, you know, Lily and Jack, I truly do hope that as life, that it treats her well in the future and that she truly sees these individuals that she's picking and deserves, every female deserves, and every male too, but deserves so much more. But you only learn that once you actually love yourself. Okay, go on. That was my thing. Bye.
I agree, and I mean, I've been watching chat a little bit, and I mean, there was something that I thought about sharing, and you'll see why I decided not to, and I think I'll share it now.
Okay.
There was an instance when, for me, as long as my girls didn't see or know what my ex was doing to me, I somehow rationalized it in my head that at least they don't know and they're not going to think that this is okay and we're going to be okay. And as dumb as that seems, this was, over 25 years ago now. But recently, my oldest daughter told me that she remembers, she was 4 years old, and she told me that she clearly remembers seeing my ex drag me across the living room by my hair and it was very late at night, and I had no idea until recently that she had witnessed that, and she was standing on the top of the stairs and she saw that. And I think for a lot of us, even if it's misplaced and wrong, we think that as long as the abuse is focused somewhere other than my kids, and I'm not saying, maybe Malaya didn't see or didn't realize what was happening with the kids. And I know I sound like I'm making excuses, but we just don't know. We don't know everything that she was thinking and feeling and going through. And it's hard when you're living in that situation, trying to, honestly, just trying to survive and not knowing who to talk to, or like my family had no idea until after I left 19 years later. There, and I'd like to think, had I known my daughter had witnessed that, I would have made different choices, but I can't say that I would have, and I can't go back and justify my own choices from back then. The person I am today thinks I'm an idiot. I'm a complete and utter idiot. But back then, I was just living. That was just my life. And I was a protective mother. And I thought, as long as my kids aren't exposed to this, I'll be fine, because they have a roof and they have food and they have clothes and they have their mom that loves them. Somehow I made it okay in my head. So, and that's why I struggle with being super hard on Malaya, because I don't know what her life was like, but I do know what it's like to be me looking back on the way I was at her age, and two completely different people, right? So I'm not asking anybody to go easy on Malaya, because why aren't you looking for your kids? But, we just don't know. And that's the bottom line. We don't know what it was like for her. And she was the one that should have been in charge of those kids. She was their mother. But again, I can't wholeheartedly judge her, because I have no idea what her life was like with him. So
I get it too, because I do. Thanks for sharing, Charmaine. Because I do too, right? I do have that soft spot more towards Malaya than Daniel, for the fact of that being in a controlling, so my first one was definitely abusive. My relationship with, I'll say this too, the relationship with my ex-husband, Steve, that is the father of our child named Matthew. Matthew is 28. Children are gifts. They're gifts. I thought I always did right by my son. Always. During the last, I would say, 5 years of that relationship, my ex-husband, who, besides calling me a bitch and I would call him an asshole, that was pretty much the worst we called each other, right? It was kind of like typical words. Hey, bitch, stop being a bitch. And I'd say, stop being an asshole, right? But all of a sudden, there was this point when I could see it. He was sitting on a chair and he just went rampant with words. Everything that could come out of his mouth came out of his mouth. And I was like, what the fuck? All of a sudden, every word that he never called me, he started calling me. Whatever anger issues he was going on, they were being taken out on me, definitely, obviously. So I was in Whitecourt, Alberta. Charmaine was, at the time, I didn't know, in Fox Creek. And the reason why we moved from here to Whitecourt was because he said he was kind of He's from Newfoundland, by the way. He just didn't like it. He didn't like the hustle and bustle of driving every day because he was soils technician, I guess would be the word. And so he said, look, he goes, I don't know what is going on right with me right now, but I just know I can't keep staying here. Like not with me, but just meaning BC. And I said, well, what would you like to do? And he's like, well, I applied for this job in Whitecourt with the county. And I would really like to see how that goes. Now, I took care of everything, our son, the bills, everything. I built up his credit from having no credit to being probably $75,000 worth of credit, meaning that that's what I had built his credit to be able to have, right? I'm always focused on somebody else instead of myself. What can I do for you? What is it that you want to do? You know, what will make you happy? Because whatever makes you happy will make me happy. So he said that he applied for this job. He got it. It meant that he went up there for 3 months by himself as we were selling our townhome here. And so, okay, so he did. It was the first time that he actually had to wipe his own ass, take care of shit by himself. Okay. Me and Matthew, like I said, stayed down. Like I said, Matthew was like, Mom, but what if I don't want to go? Right. And I said, well, obviously, well, son, this is what daddy needs. Anyways, after the first year of us moving there, he totally was changing. Saw it. He kept saying, it's nothing to do with you. It's nothing to do with you. This is just me. This is just me going through a lot of stuff, right? But I knew this day would come. Why? Because when we first met, when I was 26 and he was 21, and he told me about his dad being killed by drunk drivers. I said, you know what? I bet you any money that these issues are going to come back to bite him in the ass as he gets older. Sure as shit, they did. I don't know if you want to call it male menopause, menopausal shit going on, whatever. Anyways, the relationship was taking a bad turn, and I was all alone in Whitecourt, Alberta, with our son and him, and no family whatsoever. All my family lives down here in BC, right? All of them, almost all of them. And so basically, it just kind of kept turning. He kept saying, hey, it's nothing to do with you. Fuck you. After this point, hindsight, right? Go fuck yourself, you liar. Anyways, it just started progressively being taken out on me. He started, like I said, he was sitting in a chair one day and he's like, you fucking lazy bitch, you fucking cow, everything. I'm like, really now? Me? You go to work and that's all you do. At this point I wasn't working because had moved. The whole purpose of moving was that I could just take care of Matthew. And if I wanted to work, I could. But that's not what happened. It was just a parallel move. Whitecourt, Alberta is a transient town, oil field bound. Everything was high in prices, no different than Vancouver, right? Didn't know that. He didn't do any homework. But I was just letting him find his happiness again, right? And if that meant moving to fucking Hickville, Whitecourt, Alberta, I was going to do that for him, right? And even though it was taking our son from everything, meaning our son was in lacrosse, swimming pool, friends, cousins, all that stuff, to go to Whitecourt, Alberta. Anyway, so that's where we went. He just kept getting worse and worse from that moment on. What happened was we were playing tennis one day, and I literally tripped over my feet, or my shoe caught, and I literally flew to the cement. And I actually didn't really hurt myself, but I looked up through my hair and I looked at him and he was about to get up. And then he sat back down on the bench, little bugger. And then he said, Matthew, go check on your mom. And that's when I knew that he didn't fucking care anymore. Whatever he was going through, he didn't care. So I stayed with Steve because I felt like it was best for our son. Felt it was best for Matthew. So all the time from this point on, like let's say into about a year and a half, 2 years, to the fact of us getting a divorce. Matthew would hear him all the time say, he would wake up in the morning and I'd say, hey, good morning to my ex. But we were still together, right? Still married and everything. And he'd go, fuck off, get out of my face. And I'd be like, oh, well, good morning to you too. And he's just like, yeah, fuck you, you bitch. And so what I'm trying to say here is I spent about 5 years letting my son watch the way that he spoke to me. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to well up with tears. So do I regret not taking Matthew? I had nowhere to go. I did, but I didn't. I didn't want to take Matthew away from his father because I thought that every child needs their father. But the damage that it did, that I didn't realize. Because he was calling me names, and then he started towards the end putting his hands on me. But the damage that it did to our son, I didn't realize our son was going to be so easily manipulated by his father to make him believe such lies about his mom. But I'm the one that thought, but we're still a family. He's got his dad. I can do this. I can be his friend still. I could. That's the difference. I could have been my ex's friend. We could have just lived together in a sense. Because, again, there was a place that I had nobody else. But I wanted Matthew to be near his father. Anyways, I didn't realize. I tried to keep Matthew's room the same when I did finally move out because I realized at this point that this was not healthy because his anger towards me, whatever fucking issue was going on in his head about his own life, it was coming full force on me as if I was some sort of princess that took advantage of him and all that bullshit. And fuck you, Steve. By the way, not my husband, Steve. Fuck you, Steve, for doing that shit to our son. You fucking parental alienation shit. Trying to twist it because the most important thing to me was Matthew. The most important thing to me is my son. And yet he sat there and took all that anger and displaced it on our son so that our son would hate me. And that's what happened for the last goddamn 15 years. Up until my son gave birth to my grandchild. But it's that anger that he holds and he blames me for. Mom, how could you abandon me? Son, I didn't abandon you. I was there for you always. But you chose to believe your father because you wanted your father's love. But anyways, if I could take back anything, it would be those 5 years that I didn't realize the damage I was doing to our son by letting him hear his dad call me names, because those same names that his dad called me, he would call me. And he would say the same words out of his mouth. And he's turned into a little shit that I love. But I still love him. Because he's my son. But for any human being, my fault for staying in it. My fault. But I would do anything in this world for my son. Because children are gifts. And for my ex to sit there and try to turn him on me because of his hate for me, whatever his anger issues are, it's just so wrong. But that's why mine and my son's relationship has been strained for so long. He wanted his father's love, but I let him, or over time, the manipulation of that. So of being controlling, right? So he was controlling Matthew in a sense, and Matthew, of course, would never admit to this, but he was trying to control the narrative to everything. And like I said, anyways, that's all I'm going to share now because now I'm upset and I'm good, but whatever. Okay. Anyways, so I'm just going to say this with Malaya. Again, to be in a controlling relationship by someone who tells you what the F to wear, that tells you what you do it. Okay? You do it. If they don't want someone to come visit the home, and they want you to lose friends, it's because you're stupidly in love with that person, thinking that you have a child, you got 2 other children, you know, you start thinking about all the changes in your life that would have to come of it, and you make stupid choices sometimes because you do it for out of love, because of your own, you know, but whatever those thoughts are, usually they're to do with because you just don't want to change up your whole life again, you know, like especially when there's kids involved, it's a lot. So you don't necessarily think smart. And maybe Malaya like had no idea that this could have ever happened to Jack and Lily, you know. Maybe she does know exactly what went on. You know, maybe she has a really good idea. But either way,
And I
still.
think,
Sorry,
and I
go
think
ahead.
there's if I'm so sorry, Sunny. That's
No, sorry, go.
but I think that if she's at a place now, and I almost hate to go this way, but she's got 3 kids now from 2 different dads. There could also be the thought in her head, who's going to want me now? I've got 3 kids from 2 different dads. I'm baggage now. Not only do I have baggage, I would be, you know what I mean? That kind of, this is my life. This is just the way it is for me. If I don't want to be alone. And it takes a strong person to decide that being alone is better. And a lot of women, young mothers, don't have that kind of self-confidence to understand that it is better to be alone, and there is somebody out there that will treat you better. Like I said, I hate to go down that road because why aren't you looking for your kids, Malaya? But, you know, and I want to put up Patty's comment again. I'm so sorry that you went through that. Thank you, Shar, for sharing your story. My mother was unalived by my stepdad when I was 6, and I think I understand her thinking a little more with your help. Bless you. I mean, we never got to, and maybe we could have, but we never got to that point. And I'm so sorry that you went through that and you lost your mom. And that is that's a grim reminder of what domestic violence leads to if it's left to everybody around them saying it's not my business.
Yeah, Janie.
I wish that attitude would change. Not just Janie, Sonny.
Yeah,
it gets rampant.
Well, you know, Malaya did, and thank you guys so much. And I know that there's a lot of people watching right now that absolutely can associate with what we're saying. And that's the only reason that I personally will speak out about personal stuff like that, because I know there's a ton of you out there watching right now or that will come across this, that whether it's Charmaine's story, my story, your story, that there's so many people out there that have been in these type of relationships of where they were being controlled, abused. You know, I got to the point where I was scared for my life, and I never felt like that ever up until my ex-husband's eyes changed this one day. Like, that's when I knew I had to get out. And I wasn't doing Matthew any favors once I saw his eyes, because all I could think about was the shotgun that was in the garage outside. Right. And I was just like, oh, no. His eyes were just pure evil. And that's when I like so much hatred. And I couldn't understand how he went from that. But in saying that, she did get a U-Haul, remember, a couple months prior. And Daniel talked her out of it. Now, that was daily stuff with me and my first one, Dion. Always sorry, talk you out of leaving. Many times I was going to leave that abusive relationship, and many times it just worked because I didn't really want to change up my life from this comfortability I was in. Now, I didn't have a child at this point, but meaning I can understand that Malaya has made some wrong choices. My twin sister has 4 kids, 3 different dads. exactly what Charmaine said is right. Like your self-worth that you got this many kids, who's going to want you, especially when you're told, right, that nobody else, like my first one, Dion, he would tell me all the time that nobody else would want me. Nobody else would want, like I said, lots of swear words, a whore and all that stuff. And, you know, again, it's like you hear it and you don't believe it, but you stay. But then you learn, you grow up. And then I meet, I leave the marriage. The marriage is over with me and my ex. And then I'm not taking any shit again besides the first time. I'm not going to settle for anything less than I deserve, right? When I was in White Court, not going to settle for anything less than I deserve. I was going to. Then I reminded myself, fuck that. I've been put through a ringer and back when it comes to being abused, and these fucking men that don't know how to take accountability for their own damn shit and want to deflect it back on us as if we were the issue, right? To those ones out there. But anyways, and then I didn't. And then I met my husband, who's 21 years younger. His name is Steve Austin, and he's from England, and he's one of the most amazing people that I've ever met. Sure, he's not perfect, neither am I. But you know what? We have a damn good marriage, and he is a damn good husband that's 21 years younger than me, and he is more of a man than any man that I've had in my life, including any father, stepfather. He's been more caring and loving in so many more ways than I could have ever imagined, about realizing that I deserved, what did I just say? Because I just lost my train of thought. No, I didn't lose my train of thought. You deserve everything for yourself. Once you deserve to love yourself enough to realize that you're not going to settle for anything less than you deserve. That's where I'm at, Sure, sometimes, like I said, me and my husband have the odd argument here and there. Sure, I think that he can be soulless at little times, but guys think differently than women. I'm an emotional person. I live off of tone and emotions. Tell me you love me. How many times do you want to tell me? He's like, well, I should, or I do. And I'm like, no, need to hear it. But you know what I'm saying? My husband now is almost. If he had been, if he had the Aussie accent, sorry, husband. Okay, because the English one's the second runner-up. But anyways, he's everything I could have wished for and more, to be honest with you. And I deserve that. He deserves a good person. I deserve a good person, right, Charmaine? And that's why you have Ian now. Because remember, Charmaine, remember your freaking negative shit going on with before you met
I
Ian?
I was the leader of the man-hating club for years. For years, I was convinced that I was destined to be alone. I had no interest in anything ever. And then this weirdo started asking me to go to a dinner theater, of all things. And Sonny and Adam basically forced me to go with him. And here I am now today. So, yeah.
Never give up on
Building
love,
a
right?
house.
Never give
Sonny.
up on love. Never give up
Yeah.
on love. No, because again, so I just want to say from the point of Malaya, she's made some definite bad choices. Do narcissists attach to us? They do. Like little fucking leeches, Daniel. You fucking people attach to us. And we're the ones that are sitting there going, you know what? I can help you. I can fix you. And
Like I said, though, I wanted to bring poor Daniel out to Alberta. I wanted to give him a job. I wanted to set this guy up. He was such a good guy. That was me digressing, wanting to help this narcissist, this manipulator. And say what you want, and I have the messages to prove that he was manipulating me, and it worked. For 3 days, I was trying to figure out how I'm going to help this kid, how I was going to make everything better for him.
Yep. And then we saw who he was. And now,
Yep.
you freaking narcissist. Get off me, you leech. You know?
I
Because
think
that's
it took me 3 days because I was too busy trying to, almost defend myself. Like I didn't make the conversation up, whatever was going around at that time. I think that's why it took me so long, because I just felt so bad. I thought I'd done something wrong, and it was just total manipulation that came to fruition the following morning when I got all the phone calls to take everything back, to take everything down. He wanted it out there. He wanted everybody to know his theory.
Yeah. Yeah. On this. So, again, we don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. But, from a female angle, I can definitely empathize with women that again, it's the deeper empaths, okay? It's the one, they just are attached to us. They see that we're kind, they see that we're giving, they see that we're loving, and they're like, hey, a version of my mother, type of thing, or maybe not even the mother, but they just attach to us. And but we don't see that at first until we get used to these narcissists. So, but anyways, bottom line is Malaya's been in, some really crappy circumstances. Now, don't get me wrong. She picked these crappy circumstances. Just like I'm accountable for what I put myself in, she has to be accountable for what she put herself in, right? But Jack and Lily, if there's truth not being told out there, it needs to be told. There needs to be voices for Jack and Lily, regardless. Not none of these games going on and stuff like that. But I do have a softer spot for Malaya. One, because she's a Pisces, and I know Pisces, to exception of my Satan sister. Sorry, so my mother is a Pisces. I know a lot of Pisces. They're usually very warm, caring individuals. Okay, now Malaya's life might have changed drastically, and she got rid of friends. She got rid of a lot of things for the sake of Daniel Martell. And it's just the way he wanted it. It's the way it happens, right? And then like Cheryl, the one from the beach, said, I haven't spoken to Malaya. First time I spoke to her was May 2nd, because she had told us in Hidden in the Fogs thing, like if you guys went towards the end near the 47-minute clip, she talks about how she had never gone to the trailer. Malaya herself said, Daniel said they're bad influences on me. The shit that we do for men because of the sake of us loving them, so many of us have done this, or put ourselves in this position. Maybe there's some strong people out there that didn't. But like I said, deep empaths have a hard time, because when we see that we can help or fix somebody, type of thing, that's what we do. But obviously with Daniel's relationship, I think Malaya did the perfect thing by hightailing it out of there the next day. For sure. I think the 2 months prior, when a U-Haul was ready, if not more, and sometimes you have to hit rock bottom with something to change back up. So I don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. I don't know what involvement Malaya has or doesn't have, or Daniel does or doesn't. I can assume. I still feel that Malaya knows, but she's afraid. I think she's afraid of losing Meadow. I don't think that Cindy and Wade know the truth. I think that, this is just my own opinion, I feel like that Malaya hasn't been truthful with them, or with anybody else, really, to the real truth. And I think that's because of her fears of shit that could happen. And I could be wrong, could be totally wrong. Maybe she is working with the RCMP. Maybe she is, right? One blood relative's getting all the updates. Is it Cindy? Is it Malaya? Which one? Right? So she very well could be. Daniel would never ever think that would happen. But do you think it's still plausible, Charmaine?
Which that
She could be working with the
Cindy's
RCMP
getting the updates?
or Cindy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I absolutely do. And I mean, I know that I said it a couple of weeks ago that it could be possible that, or maybe it was like a month ago, it could be possible that she has spent the last 2 months grieving because she believes her kids are no longer here. I said that. And I still think that that's a distinct possibility because the only other explanation for her not looking for her kids is she knows what happened to them. She might not know where they are, but she knows what happened to them. Either way, look for your kids. And I understand not speaking to YouTubers. I do. There's no reason why your lawyer can't put out a statement for you.
Mm-hmm. I gotta send this to my son. Son, I made it into an article. Well, look, we're gonna move on here, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna do this again. Okay. Yes, a little bit of ego is involved here. It's nice seeing your name for all the hard work you're doing in an article. So thank you, Lindsay Jones, one of the most popular online sources in true crime amateur community. It's a crime and shame, a Vancouver-based YouTube channel, which has morphed into exclusively discussing the case. Its live streams about Jack and Lily have been viewed by 500,000. She said she had to add up each one when I asked, because I said, honestly, I don't know my numbers. And she said, well, I had to add up each one for several hours, multiple times a week. Host Sunny Austin invites guests on the show to discuss. Charmaine, you're that other person. You're someone too.
Oh, did she refer to me as the other person? The other one?
I know they could have just done that, but they said a guest.
It's nice to not get recognition.
Daniel frequently pops up in her live chats like a whack-a-mole, she says. Belinda has also called in, called in as a guest. Anyways, still appreciate that on there. Why? When you work your ass off, and it's about the fact that we can bring more awareness with the more subs we have, more views and stuff like that. It makes a difference. That's what matters to me most. So, I mean, obviously it's nice to see it too, but that's the reason, And now I'm going to be braggadocious to my son. Thank you. Thank you, Nadia. We appreciate all your beautiful comments, but we know full well that, like I said, we don't typically share our life, things that have happened. I've only ever shared them because I know that it can make a difference to people that are in DV relationships, to love yourself. And Charmaine, she's not exactly a big share of this stuff at all either, So, again,
I don't mind sharing if I see value in it. If it can help, if it can help somebody else who might be going through the same thing, I will talk to them all day long. But doing it publicly like this, if I think it can help anybody even relate to or try to put a different perspective on what could be going on, I don't mind sharing bits and pieces. But as for my own personal experiences, if there's anybody that is going through, and I have before, I've put it out there before, and I've gotten emails and I've made good friends just talking through things out with people they're going through things that kind of resonated with me, and I was able to convey to them that I'm more than willing to talk to anybody privately. But to put it out here like this, I simply shared it because I was mortified to find out from my daughter, and she didn't tell me until she was an adult with her own kids that she witnessed that day, and I remember that day clearly. I was mortified, and that situation kind of could go with some of the things that seem to have been going on in that trailer. It's the only reason why I shared it.
Thank you guys. And yeah, exactly, Charmaine. And thank you guys for all that. You're right. Yeah, I'm smiling because I'm proud. Absolutely. You know, again, it's just nice when you work so hard at something and people see, or get noticed for your value. In a sense, some people will try to take that away too, and I don't care. Can't take it away. We know we work hard, right? We know that we do go above and beyond. Look at the bench. Just got to look at the bench of the love of Charmaine and Ian put into that for Jack and Lily. You know, uh, the cost of that bench and lumber was out of their own pocket, and then you guys help pay for the shipping of it. So awesome. Should I need to get a
And
drink?
Sunny helped too. You helped too. And I'm going to compile a list of everybody
Oh, well, yeah.
that donated. I just didn't think that today was the day. Plus, Sunny didn't give me any notice whatsoever that we were doing this, just so you know.
I'm a YOLO
But I did
person.
tell you 2 hours, and it's 2 hour mark. Are you going to
Wait,
keep
no.
going? 'Cause I got to go.
Shh, no, I'm gonna go get a drink, and you're gonna quickly talk about the vehicle from 12 to 5 and what your thoughts are about that. And I'll be right back.
Okay. Is that on the screen right now? Because I'll read it.
No, let me find
Is
it.
it on the screen?
No, I'll find it. Right here. Now it's on the screen. Do you need me to make it bigger?
Okay. Yeah, please. I'm blind. There's my glasses. Okay. So there is, however, at least one account of strange activity at the mobile home that night. RCMP spokesperson Corporal Carly McCann confirmed that police received a tip on May 8th from a neighbor who described hearing a vehicle come and go from the mobile home throughout the night before the children were reported missing. Quote, investigators are continuing to review and assess more than 600 tips from the public and following up on over 800 tasks, she wrote in an email. So the Globe said that they were working on a vehicle in their own yard when they heard the same loud 5-speed car come and go from the trailer about 6 times from midnight to 5 a.m. After the children's disappearance, the neighbor considered it important information and reported it to the police. The Globe agreed to protect the identity of the neighbor because of concerns for their safety in the community. So if somebody has time or knowledge about cars, and if we're talking about a 5-speed car, let's figure out if there's a way to figure out how fast the person would have been going, or distance, if that's even possible, because you can hear a car, like a manual transmission, you can hear when the gears are shifted. So how did they know it was a 5-speed is what I'm getting at. I know it's not like 3 seconds unless you're really flooring it to get up to 5th gear, but I mean, I could be wrong depending on the kind of car. And how exactly do they know that it was going into Daniel's driveway? From my understanding from the map, maybe you can at that time of year see through the trees in the forest area with all the leaves not being bloomed yet. Maybe they could see that, or maybe it's because of the low amount of traffic that's actually on that road regularly. They kind of, by hearing it, they know where the cars are coming and going from. That's completely possible as well. But it's troubling. Not. I wonder who has a 5-speed car, and it explains to me, that answers for me possibly why the RCMP wanted video from April 28th and forward. Absolutely. If they were looking for a specific vehicle or a repeat vehicle, or that particular vehicle, they probably were able to identify relatively quickly. But yeah, so that's my thoughts about it. Like, how do you know it was a 5-speed? It must have been going a distance to get up to 5th gear on that road. And if not, it was in a bloody hurry. And how do you know it was going to Daniel's driveway? 5 times. So that's my
Well,
thoughts.
thank you for your thoughts on that. Now, I haven't looked at the comments towards this, but anyways, so most of these people here have a bunch of cars on their property. They fix up cars, sell the pieces and stuff like that. Anyone that's usually any sort of mechanic at all would probably know exactly why it's a 5-speed, just by the because obviously an automatic is different than a clutch, right? And so to me, this person, to me, I would assume, and for me personally, I don't know the answer yet, but I believe this is, I'm gonna think it's the east property that's over to him versus because that's like 500. Like, I know that there's a home here as well. So, but either way, if I look at that on my thing versus this is not 500 feet to me. But I'm thinking it's more this person here. Well, hold on. Let's think about this for a second. No, because yeah, they could see a vehicle go by. Maybe it is the person here. Wonder what the distance is there. Hold on. Measurements. They said 500
But how would
feet.
they know? How would they know it was going
Hold on.
to 1407? I don't understand.
Because maybe they stood out and was watching it. Like, like this house isn't too far from the road. So let's see how. Okay, no, that's 1,500 feet. So I think it's the other one then. Whoops. Cancel. I think it's the other one.
That one
then,
is closer to the road.
So now, so in saying that, my thing is this, is that the person, like I said, let me put it this way. We've already heard what Daniel and his mother had to say about a thieving neighbor, and that that also this person, they were just trying to take the heat off of them because, and you could tell it was probably related to the drugs and stuff like that. When they were saying that, what other reason? Anyways, so this vehicle is going, Sunny, hidden in the fog, has put out a statement about it. It may. Oh, I'll take a look there. I'll take a look. Thank you so much, Chris. Now, you know what the thing was, is that I started watching that earlier, and then I was doing something else, and then messages were coming in, so I never went back to it. If you're talking about the one from today, then thank you, Chris. So anyway, but I'll say this, okay? So the vehicle was going from 12 to 5, 6 times. That means that there was 3 trips total, right? So depending on how fast they were going, basically, probably around 25 to 35 minutes each way, because obviously there has to be time to do what you're doing, in a sense, to do. Charmaine's having issues there. Are you back? Right. Absolutely, GT. On this. So anyway, probably about.
Yeah, but how do they know 5-speed? How do they know 5 speeds? There's 3 speed on the floor, there's 4 speeds, there's 5 speeds, there's 6 speeds. So Sky Painter says 5th gear is usually right around 80k. So I mean, that's not a very do you know what I mean? How do we know? It's just very specific, like a 5-speed, and maybe a 5-speed ATV. I've had one of those, but it doesn't sound the same as a 5-speed manual transmission car.
Right.
So
right, exactly.
I just thought it was very specific to say a 5-speed car, unless they laid eyes on it.
I see. I don't have a problem believing that, because men know so much more about cars than females do. Typically, like 90%. Detectives saying they found letter M wrote. Sending a video by Detective Max saying they found letter M wrote. Not sure what you're talking about, P. I don't know who Detective Max is. What does Darren drive? No idea, to be honest. 5 speeds are standards, right? That's what I was trying to say, not clutch, standards. And you could hear the change in the RPMs 5 times. Yeah. Well, reverse is one of them. Because it's 4 gears, right? And a reverse, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, but you
On
can
the
get up to
6
6
gears.
speeds too. But you
Right.
for them to say a 5 speed, because just because I don't know what's the speed limit on the road. Maybe the speed limit was only 85 or something, so they could only get a 5-speed car.
He said 5
It's
speeds.
details that I think they just don't. I just don't. I think it's a detail that doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but it's just very specific to me. Like, how could they possibly know that it wasn't a 6-speed manual? You know what I mean? Like, it could have been
Let's see.
anything.
Let me just go to Hidden in the Fog for a second here and see what's going on with that. I don't know who Detective Max is. Hidden in the Fog. Okay, this is Susan. My May 1st witness account. Okay, let's do this. 1 second. Let's stop. Well, Charmaine, you said you got to go though. I don't want to keep you if you got to get going here.
Yeah, I gotta get up. I gotta stain some stuff and build a crate.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say, okay, well, thank you so much. It's not like you're gonna, miss it. We'll catch up on it, and stuff. And P,
yeah,
if
no,
you
I'll
could
be
send that to
listening.
yeah, P, if you could send that to my email, if you could.
Just trying to
Take
make
a
sure
look.
there's no questions for me in chat before I go. Old timers call manual cars 5-speed. Oh, so it doesn't have to be a 5-speed? It could have just been like a manual transmission car, and
Right.
it's not like they were counting the shifting. You know what I mean? And I mean, to me, it's collateral information that probably doesn't matter, unless they laid eyes on the vehicle. And if it was one that Daniel or a member of his family might have owned, coming and going out of their specific driveway, that is an important piece of information. But as it's written, I don't know if it's that big of a deal. But I'm going to go. I will be in chat listening. So have a good day, everybody. See you later.
Thanks for me. Now you guys are stuck with me. Let's get her out of here. Boom. Go away. There she goes. Thanks, Charmaine. What's my email? @crimingshame@gmail.com. You've sent me stuff before. Just start typing in @crimingshame. All right, let's see what Susan is saying about this.
Speaker was made aware of that took place the day before Jack and Lily Sullivan were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne, a remote area of Nova Scotia and situated approximately 30 kilometers away from the location the speaker in this audio refers to. Certain details have been omitted from the dialogue, including the name of the business, location, and the identity of the guest recounting the events of May 1st.
There's like a lot of shady stuff that goes on. My husband actually did plumbing over there, and there's multiple binders with multiple identities and weird stuff just hanging around because it's a line. It's the inn, but in the back of it, there's rows of cottages. So they're closed for the winter, but open for the summer. So when he went to open them, technically no one should have been in them because they were winterized. But there's stuff in them from people, people's health cards and stuff. It was just weird. And the owner at the time actually...
Are they talking about that place that's across the street with the cabins? Something was going on. Something was going on. Allegedly.
They left and like just up and left and put it on some new guy.
Fine.
Like it in them because they were winterized. But there's stuff in them from people, like people's health cards and stuff. Like it was just weird. And the owner at the time actually left and like just up and left and put it on some new guy, like new manager.
Okay. What kind of documents did your husband find in these cabins other than health cards?
It was just like a binder that was open, and it was like the same guy in every photo, but different names.
Oh,
yeah. And there's like kids' toys and just weird stuff that you wouldn't think would be in a closed cottage for the winter.
And when was that?
May 1st.
What?
May 1st. Because I was arguing with the guy to pay because he like took off, and I was like, well, how are we getting paid? Like, and the guy was like, I'm new here, it's my first day. I did report it.
You did report it?
Yes.
Okay.
Twice, actually.
Let me ask you a question, and you don't have to name names. If you don't, obviously you're probably not comfortable doing so. But did you or your husband recognize the photo of the person that was in this binder that was under all these aliases?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I did.
So, sounds like the place, the park or something. Am I right? That place that was across from Daniel's place, isn't there like those bunch of cabins there at that place, right? Is that the one that are we correct that it's that one that's right here? Hold on. Let's remove for a second. Share screen. It's not the same one. No. I was thinking of where's that parky place? I was thinking of this thing. Okay. Okay. So what are we talking about then? No. Right. The park is closed. Honey, that is weird. It almost sounds like a person collecting items as a trophy. Or it's someone that's usually that's for fraud of some kind. Right? As well. But anyway, let's go back.
Report like the weird stuff, like there was stuff on the floor. It looked like my husband thought that he's like, oh, it could have been hair dye, but it kind of looked like blood. Like he was just all like sketched out, and he said never go back. But they actually like ripped the floor up that week.
Who ripped the floor up?
It was like old floor too, but they redid all the floors.
Okay. Did your husband report that to the police?
I did, yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay. Did the police do anything that you know of?
Nope. Nope. And they were completely honest about how, like, you know, Major Crimes does watch over there, and that new management, and they're trying to clean the place up, apparently.
Right. Okay.
Like, I'm not like over exaggerating when I say there's a lot that goes on over there. Like, it's scary.
So, going back to the cabins that you were talking about, to May 1st, right?
Mhm.
Thanks, Ellie. I think actually, Ivona was asking, yeah, did your husband take any photographs of this at all?
No, he just was in and out.
Okay. Do you have any pictures of this place? Just like generally, do you have any photographs at all of this area and the cabins or the place at all?
I have pictures of like the police over there, and
Okay. Can you email them to me?
yep. You could see maybe 3 cabins from the road. The rest are tucked in behind.
Okay.
Okay, apparently that's it right there. Okay, that was hidden in the fog, Susan's channel. Does anyone know where they're talking about? Doesn't Earl have cabins on his property that are stuffed or hoarding? Yes. Well, I mean, he has. Let's see. I don't know that we'll be able to see it too well. No, we won't be able to see it too well, to be honest, because Google Earth doesn't really go there. I guess maybe when she does another video, she might have pictures on that. uh, yeah, it does seem familiar, doesn't it? Maybe not. Rav, thanks so much for the kind words. Appreciate that. For crying out loud. For crying shame. For crying out loud. Suna's not that great of a reporter. Sometimes it's like she's not listening on there. Well, yeah, I know she's a reporter. What always makes me laugh with Susan is whenever she's just like someone's talking and then she just goes, okay. And I think it's more, to be honest, her going like for me, I'm just like, yeah, get to the point. Like, you know, just get to the point of what you're saying. No, she went nasty on us, that one. She went like freaking bipolar on us, that one. Yeah. Any respect I don't have. That's the one with Belinda, when she was accusing this channel of poor Belinda, Sonny's not paying attention to her. You know, like she doesn't know her shit. Think she'll apologize? No. But she can take her nasty ass channel, for all I care. Like I said, it's such a joke when people don't know, right? And then they sit there and they try to trash us, you know, based on the fact that I'd already spoken to Belinda behind the scenes to let her know I was talking to Malaya. You know, the same person. Yeah. Yeah, who was that? 1111. Absolutely. Freaking bitch. Whatever. You know, comes all in here all nice and shit. You know what gets me of all that? I'm just going to say this again. I'm going to say it again. Is all these people, they want to hear from Malaya, including her channel. Just the mother would talk. Just the mother would talk. And then I get trashed by her nasty ass channel because I'm getting information from Malaya and I left somehow Belinda and Kent hanging dry when they specifically knew that. But no. I guess her channel was special and didn't want to hear from Malaya, but just wanted to trash us. But whatever. You know what? She can go on with her nasty ass channel. Don't care. Don't care, right? I mean, if she wants to trash us, whatever. You know, just makes her look stupid, to be honest with you. No, Magic Valley at the end of the main road. And hey, wait, is that what they're talking about, Kent? Magic Valley? All these cabins up in the woods. Is there something called Magic Valley? Whoops. Is that part of Pictou? Well, that's somewhere different, right? Where's this? Oh, oh okay. There's Magic Valley. Okay, hold on. I was going to go to my email, wasn't I? Let's see. Let's see. Pat. Says that video is currently unavailable. Hold on. Yeah. Says that video is currently unavailable. Yeah. Hold on. What's the other one? So Patriot saying that. One sec. I've obviously watched this before. Okay, that other one that somebody sent me is okay, so just to be sure I'm clear here, because I got a Pat sending me an email and a Patriot sending me an email. If that's hold on, let me just go to this one. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna watch Detective Max crap. Sorry. That is a fucking AI video, which is I can already tell. That's why I stopped watching it before. That's just an AI video. I can tell in just the 2 minutes or 1 minute I was listening to it on there. So on AI shit, I'm not going to humor that crap because that's just a bunch of made up shit. Yeah. Please, anything that's AI, do not listen to AI videos about this case. Just like they were embellishing Lily there, and act like they know. It's just, again, it's just an AI video, guys. Let's see here. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. I want to go back to. Um. Uh, places. Um. Kent. Kent, I have a question for you, Kent. 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 Where's Kent? Kent. Where are you? Need to ask you a question. Oh, you want me to send you a link? Okay. Incoming, Kent. Where are you? There you are. You're down there. Oh my goodness, why isn't Control C, people? Come on now, or Control V. No, Kent, why isn't it? There we go. Pay. Now it says I don't got anything to paste. Hold on, Kent. I'm coming to you. Kent. There we go. Paste. There you go, buddy. Oh, I need a fan in my life. I'm wondering how fast you can go on Highway 289. Does anybody know? Does anybody know how fast you can go on Highway 289 here? Hey, buddy.
How are you?
Good. What you doing?
You know, you're interrupting my lobster supper.
Oh, is it today?
Well, I'm eating it now, yeah.
Oh, nice.
What are you talking about, cabins?
We were watching this video by Hidden Fog, and apparently this...
Do we trust her?
Well, yeah, to be honest.
Okay. Just asking.
I mean, I might
We
not
know
have
how
like...
she went sideways before.
Well, the thing is, right, she went kind of really... the reason I ended up blocking her was because of how she was treating the fundraiser, but in saying so, right, like, it's just how she went about it. I just wasn't expecting that at all.
Well, when I came back on, because I was on earlier, but when I came back on, she was, I did catch the tail end of that video you're watching, if it was hers, where someone was talking about cabins with blood all over the floor and
different health cards with the same person's face on
health cards. Our health cards don't have faces on them.
No, it was some sort of, you guys, what was it that she said? Yeah, no, you guys, there's no letter found by CPS unless, I'm not going to believe an AI video, guys, okay? Have you ever heard of a letter found by CPS? Yeah.
No. We have a letter written by CPS, which the minister put out.
IDs, yeah. I don't, anything that an AI video has to say, I don't watch
But
them.
where was she saying these cabins are supposed to be located?
That's what I thought you were talking about Magic Valley for.
No, Catastrophe asked, where's the abandoned theme park? Well, the abandoned theme park is Magic Valley, which is maybe 10 or 15 minutes down the road, at the end of the main highway, the 289, which the Gairloch Road splits onto right there by Daniels. And then goes and connects to the main Trans-Canada. And the Trans-Canada, or the old number 4 highway, is where Magic Valley is located. But when they built the divided highway, they built it closer to Daniels and their place. So therefore it bypassed. So then the old exit to go to Magic Valley became the old number 4 highway, the same as it has anywhere along the shore going right through to Cape Breton. But like, there's no cabins that, like, there's no set of rental cabins that I know of. And like I say, I don't know the area completely of those backwoods, but there's nothing out there like close. Like, that's why I was wondering, like, if are they talking about, because somebody said they're supposed to be located in Pictou. Well, if you tell me the name of them, I'll tell you where they're at in Pictou, because anything on my side of the causeway, I can tell you where it's at. But
did you want me to play it again? It's 5 or a piece of it.
Well, that's up to you. Like I say, I just like to know where they're saying that these cabins are, because like if someone in the comments at that time said, well, isn't that out Pictou? And like, if that's the name of the cabins, that Xerox or whatever, XY, whatever it was, I seen back in the comments, if that's what they're saying the name of the cabins are, is that what I'm understanding?
I don't know, to be honest. Let me just play it, Kent, and then.
Okay, well, let me go out and come back in, because I'm in the comments right now.
Okay. Well, you just need to hear it. It's only audio.
Okay, she got okay.
It's just audio.
Yeah.
So, 1 second here.
The following is an excerpt from a recent live stream, which took place on HITF, Hidden in the Fog. This pertains to a situation the speaker was made aware of that took place the day before Jack and Lily Sullivan were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne, a remote area of Nova Scotia and situated approximately 30 kilometres away from the location the speaker in this audio refers to. Certain details have been omitted from the dialogue, including the name of the business, location, and the identity of the guest recounting the events of May 1st.
There's a lot of shady stuff that goes on. My husband actually like did plumbing over there, and there's like multiple binders with multiple identities and like weird stuff just hanging around, because it's the inn, but in the back of it there's rows of cottages. So they're closed for the winter but open for the summer. So when he went to open them, like technically no one should have been in them because they were winterized. Stuff just hanging around, because it's the inn, but in the back of it there's rows of cottages.
Okay, listen, that's it. That's all I need to know.
Thank you.
See, I'll tell you, that what she is describing, and do you want me to say the name of the inn?
Yeah.
My mother used to work there. Now it's foreignly owned. It's owned by Indian people. I do the snow plowing there in the wintertime. Yes, they have 2 motels. It's called I'll just tell you, it's the Blank Inn. They have 2 motel sections where there's 29 rooms altogether, including the cabins. But half of them are in motels. The other, I think it's 9 cabins. They're closed in the wintertime. But last year they had several break-ins. People went in and last winter before the snow come, because once the snow come, if it's this place that I'm thinking of, and that's why I didn't put the actual name there, just in case it's not that place. But that voice sounds familiar to me.
Yeah.
And the way that she's describing it, like there's only so many places in Pictou County that has motels and then inns. And this spring and summer,
Mm-hmm.
the manager that was there, they let him go and they brought in another manager. And this summer they've been doing a bunch of work in the cabins and whatnot.
Right.
Because when the people broke in, they stole the TVs off the walls. They broke the walls open and stole some electrical wire.
Right.
And stuff, all after the cabins are shut down. And because they usually keep the cabins opened until Thanksgiving weekend and then close them up because there is heat pumps in them, but they're not insulated. So they don't keep them. There's not enough business in Pictou, and like I say, that's the one I'm describing.
Like
Because there's only so many places that has motels and cabins.
Right. Okay. Okay, hold on. All right. Don't see this motels and cabins Pictou. Now you're just making me look. The Lions in
Well,
motel.
we have no way to confirm if that's the place that she's talking about.
Yeah.
But
You talk about the Limestone Inn Motel?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
So you
no.
said it, not me.
Yeah, I know. I said it, not you. So now in saying that, let me just take a look here. Just want to look at a picture. Okay, so how far is that away from
Daniels?
Yeah.
Maybe 15, 20 minutes. It's 5 minutes from my house.
Okay.
That's why I say my mom worked there. Like when we grew up, most of my mother's adult life, she worked there. She was the head cleaner. Two old ladies owned it. And then they sold it and retired. And then two guys bought it.
Yeah.
And then they sold it now 4.5 years ago or 5 years ago to a management company out of the city in Halifax. And they just have a manager there now. And
yeah.
And like I say, they back when my mother worked there, it was never like it was always busy enough that they didn't have to rent like week and by the month.
Right.
But since this new management, I don't know what their standards are like. And I know that they've had to do some longer term rentals because like I say, I plow the snow there in the wintertime. And but as far as saying that she has pictures, well, no, she said she doesn't have pictures of the blood.
She said she has what she said, yeah. She said
Right.
all she has pictures of the cops there.
Yeah, and the cops, like their last fall and this spring, I would say the cops were there. Well, last fall, I think it was 3 different cabins on 3 different weekends or 4 different weekends. It was over a month anyway that they went in and they cleaned out these 2 or 3 cabins. And like I say, when they broke into them, they just, and when I mean clean them, I'm not saying clean them clean. I'm talking about took everything that anything was any value.
So are you thinking that this is just useless, pointless information?
I would, that's why I said, do we trust her?
Well, I mean,
you're always asking for receipts.
Yeah. Or something like this. It just, I'm getting the vibe that this has no interest to me.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. If it's that place, like I say, unless she was to name it, then we have no way to describe it. But I can tell you that there's only so many inns, and I would say that there's probably only 3 places in Pictou County that you could describe that has motels with cabins set out back. And when it's set up, but it's not in the woods. Like it's right next door to Sobeys Pictou.
Right.
And like then you got Sobeys, and then you got a street, and then you got the old KFC building, which is Subway now, and then you got the motel. Like it's
Yeah.
heavy. It's the main thoroughfare in and out of Pictou,
Let me
like
say
in and
this.
out of town.
Being
It's
from,
not out in the backwoods.
I was gonna say, being from hospitality and running a hotel myself, shady shit goes on in those things regardless, people. Okay, but especially the one that I was working at last in Lloydminster. That's where a lot of that's where a lot of what I call lady of the nights would come. The hotel was shot at. So to sit there and say, "Oh, we found ID cards," and
Well, I can tell you too, is last
yeah.
fall, a couple of the people that were there was eventually kicked out of there because they were known to be breaking into houses in Pictou.
Mm-hmm.
So if they had multiple house cards, it could be because they're breaking into places and stealing whatever they can and just leaving behind what they don't want.
Well, apparently the same picture was on the ID cards, so it's definitely a fraudulent person.
Well, it'd have to be some sort of if they're talking ID cards, you wouldn't have an ID card for the child unless it was a school ID.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine the elementary school having a school ID.
Right. Now, if you're talking visas,
you're not talking health cards because health cards don't have photos in Nova Scotia. Like our only photo ID in Nova Scotia is a government issued ID, unless you have like an employer's ID or something like that. Almost any other ID is not got a photo on it. But like if you work at a hospital, yes, your nurse or doctor, yes, your photo could be on your ID. If you work at Michelin or a couple other the bigger Sobeys head office, your photo could be on your ID. But
so I'm just gonna call that one a wash myself. I don't think it has anything to do with Jack and Lily myself at all, and so I'm not gonna entertain that, to be honest with you. It's one of those things is that shady shit goes on in hotels and what do you want to call them? Like just shady shit. A lot of does. So that's not alarming to me, to be honest, because it happened on May 1st. We're talking about 12 to 5 when a vehicle went in and out allegedly 6 times. So so anyone telling me about Detective Max, stop telling me about Detective Max now, please.
Yeah, that's just AI crap.
That's just AI crap. AI crap.
Sonny.
Yeah.
If you're talking to Belinda, and I was today, and she got away from me before I got to ask her. And I know that she was at most of these, or I believe anyways, because I know she said she was at 1 or 2 of them. But I don't know if it was just when the search was going on or if it was afterwards as well. But I went back to the RCMP update, and the RCMP never gave any update as far as having a tip for saying that there was a vehicle to be in and out of the dooryard the night before. And so the only way
I can tell
Lindsay,
you. Go ahead. You say it then, because I know.
Well, I want to finish it. The only way that Lindsay could have had that information would have been is if the neighbor said it to her when she was doing interviews around there, or if it was one of the questions that was asked by media after the fact to confirm And that's where Belinda comes in. If she was at those other briefings, I don't know if she was or not. But I would like to know, and I'll probably end up sending her a message tonight, because this vehicle, is it hearsay coming from a neighbor? Because that's all the talk over all the channels today. Is, oh, there was this standard vehicle in and out from. Well, to me, that's an awful big tip. And if you have to wait a week in to give that tip, what took you so long?
Maybe they didn't want to involve themselves.
I understand that, but they involved themselves a week later. And, well, not even really a week later. Well, according to the story, it was a week later, because the tip was supposed to be given May 8th, right?
Right.
Like we caught that when we were going through the story. And I said, well, wait a minute. If that was only, but then we went back and it was that the tip was received on May 8th. So what I'm wondering is, like, because Belinda had said before, each reporter that show up to those in-person briefings get to ask an additional question or two,
right,
regarding the statement, but might not be released to the public.
So I can tell you that it wasn't released to the public up until this article.
Yeah, well, I know that.
Yeah, because it was confirmed by the police, and that's why it was allowed to be in this article. So, like the article says, is that the police confirmed this tip, and that's why it was allowed to be in there. So Lindsay had said
that question would have had to have been asked after the fact, right?
Didn't ask. All I know is
it wasn't in the regular RCMP briefings.
No, it wasn't.
So it had to be a follow-up question,
right?
That only because the prepared statements, which is what the public gets, it wasn't in any one of them. I went back to the 4 of them in July, or in June and July.
Mm-hmm.
So then it would have had to have been a follow-up question.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to know that was a follow-up question, or did this come from an interview just from the neighbor?
Right.
That's just because that's a big part of the scenario.
Well, I mean, bottom line is it was confirmed by the police, regardless. Like, the police confirmed the tip. So at the end of the day, does it matter which either way still? Because,
well, when did they confirm it though?
Well, again, May 8th, I guess, is when the tip came in. But I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, what does it matter? It means that the police confirmed it. They wanted it out there. So they confirmed it.
But what I'm saying is that, and I'm not saying that the media would do it, but what I'm saying is, was that an extra question that was asked by the media? Because that would have probably been around, and I suspect that when they made the fact that they were looking for all the camera footage from Gairloch Road, remember when they came out asking for that towards the end of May, early June? Right? So the tip gets received May 8th.
Yep.
Then they come out and they ask for info regarding vehicle traffic back to the 27th, I think it was. Dash cam footage, right? Remember when they were asking, and everybody was asking, how come they want all this dash cam footage? So linking back to that, then which update was it that because from what I would, because I went back and I watched you and Daniel and them last night a couple times, and I was just watching the different ones going through it, the article, and there looks like to be information from multiple sources. That, and that's what they're going to do to create the article, to get as much information as possible. So that's why, but she didn't confirm. Like she said, the neighbor said that they made that tip, but I understand why the neighbor wouldn't want to put his name out there, or her name out there, or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, it would be nice to know when that question was actually asked and confirmed of the RCMP, because in any subsequent, if they confirmed it to the media in an afterthought question, then I think that the next time they done a prepared statement, unless it was only the very last update that we got in July the 16th, on the next statement, they should have been able to state that they received a tip and they're looking for a standard vehicle, because that's the only description we have. And the other thing that made me question it is it said that the neighbor was outside working on his vehicle when he heard this.
Right.
So you're going to be outside working on your car at midnight, out in the middle of nowhere where there's no lights or no nothing? Is it in a garage? Is it outside? Does he have spotlights?
I was going to say, I think he has a big garage over there, it looks like. Like, to me, if I believe what house it is to the east, because like I've always thought it was the house to the east, because that's 500 feet. It looks like there's a big garage over there on their property.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the only thing, is I was just questioning, because I think that the RCMP should be able to come out. If they received that tip, they might not be done investigating it yet, and they don't have a whole lot. But if they're looking for people with standard vehicles, how is anybody else supposed to know that information, that they're looking for a standard vehicle, right? Like, so without asking for it.
Hold on. So I'm just going to read this again. Okay, so Daniel said he said in an interview that the evening before the kids disappeared, everyone was home. He spent the evening working on a fence in the backyard. It was a night just like any other for the young children, he added, though he couldn't remember what time they went to bed. There is at least, however, one count of a strange activity at the mobile home that night. RCMP spokesperson Carly McCann confirmed that the police received a tip on May 8th from a neighbor who described hearing a vehicle come and go from the mobile. So basically there was a tip, so obviously information, obviously someone got hold of the information, right?
Yeah.
And vehicle can come and go from the mobile home throughout the night before the children were reported missing. Investigators are continuing to review and assess more than 600 tips, blah, blah, blah. The neighbor spoke to the Globe so the neighbor spoke to the Globe and said that they were working on a vehicle in their own yard when they heard. So it tells you right there. The neighbor.
That's right.
Right.
Working on, but he said it was between midnight and 6 a.m.
No, 5
So
a.m.
that's what I'm saying. He was out working on his vehicle between midnight and 6 a.m.
Right. Can I not see that? Yeah, I can. Okay, let me put it this way. What I'll say.
I'm just learning to be skeptical and ask questions of everything. And I don't know if it's because we're getting all eyes or what, but I just today on every channel, they're focusing on this standard vehicle between midnight and 6 a.m.
Mhm.
And
Well,
all
it's
I say is question it, because the neighbor is saying that he was out working on his vehicle
right.
between midnight and 6 a.m. because that's when he said he heard it.
Yeah, but this is the one that Daniel's basically been calling a druggy house himself, deflecting, taking the heat off of himself, right?
I understand that. So would that be not more of a means to make, or motive to make up one?
Why?
I'm
Why?
not even
Why
I'm not
would
even worried
someone-
about that Daniel accuses him to be whatever.
Yeah,
I'm saying what you just read that one sentence
I
again,
do. Yeah,
that the neighbor says
the neighbor
that he
said.
was outside working on his
Yeah.
vehicle,
Yeah,
but yet he states that he heard a vehicle leaving the property several times
yeah,
between midnight and 6 a.m.
right.
So therefore, for him
5
to be
a.m.
outside,
5 a.m., not 6.
all
Between
right,
6.
5 a.m. then. Well,
Yeah.
that's even worse because it doesn't get daylight till 6. So he had to have big lights.
Right.
If he was outside working on his vehicle between midnight and 5 a.m., he had to have big lights on or near to be able to see what he's doing.
So now, in saying that, let me ask you this, though. Okay, I want to ask you this. So does it seem odd to me? Absolutely not. He's probably a fucking night owl. Does that seem odd to me? It doesn't. I know a lot of mechanics in my life, and they work freaking nights with a freaking dangly light. So that doesn't phase me at all, especially if this person is a night owl working on vehicles. Now,
But
it's
I
still-
do too. I
Wait,
work
hold
on
Let
vehicles.
me finish. Let me finish. So to me, like I said, a person, right? That Janie and Daniel are basically saying, yeah, we know that person, and he's just trying to take heat off himself. Okay, do you honestly think that someone that is sketchy or is gonna sit there and call in a tip line unless it's probably truthful to what it is, or are they going to not involve themselves because they're sketchy, right?
I'm not worried on whether Daniel said that it's a sketchy guy
Nobody is a
or
sketchy
not.
guy.
What I know, and what I know from personal experience, because I work on cars too, I work on them in the daytime, and I have to have a trouble light right next to me,
Right.
because usually whatever you're doing, you want as much light as possible. So that means that if he was outside working between midnight and 5 a.m.,
Yeah,
that means it's dark.
of course.
I'm sorry, it's dark. Whatever you're doing, you're going to have it all lit up around you. So therefore, and I would also say that you're going to be able to see the car going by, but the car could be going in the other direction. So you got to give him on that. He's not going to see the car. But all I'm saying is I work on cars in the daytime, and I have to have that trouble light, whether we're doing brakes or working on a transmission or whatever it is you're doing, and that's in the daytime. So you're going to need light source of some sort if you're going to be there between 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. That's all I'm saying. I find it strange that anybody, like my dad used to live at the garage until midnight, but that's working in the garage, getting paid on other people's vehicles. But
Do you think possibly a camera is actually couldn't have been a camera because maybe because they're not.
dash cam,
Pardon?
it could have been dash cam that picked it up.
I'm just thinking to myself, are they really going to give us the exact make and model? Maybe you would think so. If they're gonna confirm, like, now remember, it's an alleged tip, right? It's
Well, that's what I'm saying.
but it doesn't.
I'm learning to
necessarily
question
true.
everything, because everything in this case needs to be questioned.
Yeah, I've already showed you guys. for anyone coming back in and stuff like that, can you please explain to people what a 5-speed means?
It's standard. Means that you manually shift the gears. And back in the day, that's how all cars were made. Up to probably mid 80s, early 80s. If you had a car in 70s or before that was automatic, when you bought it, you probably ordered it that way. Because almost everything was standard.
Hey,
And
Ken,
yeah.
sometimes just having a beer and sitting near the car, some guys will call it working on a car. Get it?
Ah.
Ah.
Yeah, you question that, right? But anyways, that could be. But I when you're saying you're working on a car, to me, you're either tinkering with the brakes or tires or God knows. Like at that time, maybe somebody's a shift worker, and the 1st of May, guess what's got to happen, folks?
Yeah.
I don't know about where you are, but studs have to be off the vehicles.
You know, I
So
think
maybe he was out there for his significant other changing tires at midnight. But I know goddamn well when you go to put that tire back on, you're going to need a little light anyways to be able to see to get the studs lined up to get the wheel nuts on.
Ken.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not true.
No, exactly. You know what? And it's just it's a tip that came in.
And those 600 tips that they say they got, I bet you we could question the same like amount of questions. They would be different questions for the different tips. But that's what investigation is you take the tip, you ask questions, okay, how does this fit the case?
Yeah.
And the rest of the stuff, right?
I mean, I did send Daniel a message. He probably ignored me. Yeah, he did. I said, look, all right, fess up. 3 trips, approximately 25 minutes each way. A vehicle goes back and forth, 12 to 5 a.m. And then I put question mark Ron. Come on.
Well, we're almost thinking alike because mine sounds almost the same.
Yeah.
But I didn't get an answer yet either.
Right. Oh, okay. Because you know what? Bottom line is, list. Okay. So for Daniel to deflect from the neighbor in the first place, right? So now
I know it makes them sus. That's not what I'm saying here.
I'm saying it. I'm saying this. You cut me off. You literally cut me off as I was saying it. You cut me off, dude. Let me finish my sentence. What I was gonna say was, is that Daniel is too busy lying all the time anyway, and being inconsistent.
I agree.
So what is gonna not make him say, you know, that neighbor that was the one that heard the vehicles, that neighbor, or because he already knows obviously at this point that the neighbor has said something, and hence why he's not telling us. Right? He's not telling us, kind of like Logan didn't tell us about the drug altercation, right, on the day. So Daniel, he's only saying to us is that, hey, you know what? That guy's just trying to deflect from himself. And he's not.
But I would like him to come back and say that to us. I really would.
Slay.
Just for my own. Right? Like, because that's the answer that I expect to get. Oh, well, that's the same neighbor that we were talking about before.
Exactly. Because he wants to tell you stuff when he wants to tell you things, but he'll avoid the questions he doesn't want to answer. And so that's why he said, oh, that, I guess this is just my opinion, guys. Oh, that person, the neighbor that said about that stuff. Yeah, he's just trying to deflect from himself. Why don't you tell us the true story, Daniel, is the fact that the neighbor put in the tip and you're now trying to act like nothing to see here, nothing at all.
But as far as we know, and I can't say this with 100% because there was other vehicles on the property, but Daniel and Malaya's vehicle isn't standard.
Nope.
So that means that if this tip is to deal with the case, we're involving somebody else again.
Yes, we are. Yes,
Right?
we are. Yep.
That's all I'm getting at here.
Janie, was your car not working? Were you having car problems with yours, Janie? Is it a standard, Janie? I doubt it. Hers is probably an automatic
Hers,
too.
from what I understand, hers and Malaya's is pretty much the same vehicle, a Nissan SUV. I don't know what make of SUV, if it's the Rogue or whatever, but and from what I'm told is Cheryl and Malaya have the identical vehicles except in color.
Right. Angelina, you're talking about Sloan. But yeah. So because to me, them people at the property, them peoples, they don't know how to tell the truth if their life depended on it. Absolutely. This falls in line with something that's potentially a big deal. Yeah.
Well, it could be, because it could, if it is and pans out to be true, then you're one, either looking at a possible witness, or two, someone that is possibly involved.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
It's the same way as before. We know there's only two scenarios likely with these kids.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Well, now we know there's only two scenarios likely with, well, there is three scenarios. It could the one scenario could be, but I still don't believe intent. I would say accidental. So that's where I only state two.
Right.
And that goes to the same with this tip. If this tip panned out to be true information, then you're either looking at a possible witness or a possible involvement.
Yeah.
We can't say what because we don't know any other information.
High Explorer Core. Hey, quick. First of all, what's the kilometers, whatever, the mile that you can go down 289? What is it? 50, 60, 70? How many
Speed
kilometers
limit?
per
It
hour?
would be, the majority of it would be 80.
80, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That's about right. Okay. So, Kent, if I was to go east about 25 to 30 minutes, if I was to go east, where would it take me?
Well, like I say, if you continue going, and I say out of town, ask Daniels, you eventually come down, like you come to other crossroads, but it would take you down into, you come into like Upper Stewiacke, Middle Stewiacke, and then if you take another road, it would continue into all along the eastern shore, Shelburne. If you go, when you come to the crossroads down there, if you turn left at the end of the 289, you would get back up and eventually you would come back out in Antigonish and come up through Sheet Harbor that way and stuff. Like, it's all the eastern shore. That road basically takes you from Pictou County to the eastern shores of Nova Scotia.
Well, shit.
And then you turn right or left, depending if you...
Kent, you continue that conversation, because I didn't realize do that. I'm going to go give the toilet a drink. Can you just continue on for a second to these people?
Yeah, I'll watch the comments.
Thank you. I can still hear you, by the way.
Yeah.
Go ahead where you were with your...
Yeah, I'm reading the comments. Well, like I say, you're on the... It would take you into the Eastern Shore. The Nissan Versa 5 is the only model that offers a 5-speed. Well, no, like, you can still get a standard vehicle today. But the thing is you're not likely able to go to the lot and buy it. It would be one that you would have to order. and they would either be bringing it in from another dealership for you, or depending on the type of vehicle at all, it may not be available in standard. But the other thing with today's vehicles, if you're only talking 20, I would say probably started in 2021, maybe 2022. They're both, because they have what's called a CVS transmission. You buy a car, it's automatic, but you can shift it manually and it becomes a standard. So, like, that's, like I say, back in the old days, that's what you, the medic clinic, Angelina asking if they have surveillance cameras. I would suspect the medic clinic might have a parking lot camera. Aquapole, I don't think. Like I say, don't quote me on this, but I don't think. They might have a camera inside. Yes, Drippy, Malaya has a Nissan, but I think it's an SUV, not just a little wee car for Malaya. I think it's, I can't remember that day, but I think it's the small SUV, which I'm not sure the model of it. The Versa is the little hatchback car. And yes, maybe it was the hatchback car, but I know it was asked in the group, and somebody said that she has a small SUV. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. Like, I'm just going by what other people are stating. All I know, Drippy, is that it's a Nissan model. Or make, the model. Whether it's the Rogue or the Versa, or I don't know which one of them it is.
Leave Earl alone, everybody. Earl has nothing to do with this. Leave Earl alone. I don't think Earl has anything to do with this at all.
Yeah, the only involvement that Earl has is when you showed that video earlier. And I don't care what anybody says. If you got somebody showing up daily on your property and putting shining cameras, you would have the feeling that your privacy is being invaded. And like I say, Earl lives out where he does because they want the privacy. And as far as we know, he wasn't on the property when the kids went missing. So that's why Earl was Janie's husband, but they are separated. No, I don't think he's married now. Somebody says he has a girlfriend, but I don't know. I don't know these people, like,
Janie,
whether they got girlfriends or not.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Janie.
I met these people the same time all of you people had when Jack and Lily went missing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know the area because, like I say, there used to be another local junkyard guy that lived out in Lansdowne, so like we would obviously be getting parts from them and stuff sometimes, and he drove tow truck too, and they'd be at all the tow truck rallies that we would have, and so the medical clinic, Maxie, is the new one in the old Future Shop building off to the side of the Highland Square Mall parking lot. That's why they stated that they were seen near the Highland Square and not at the medical clinic, because the RCMP and stuff wouldn't release that because it's possible medical information. You got to remember that was released by the person who stated what she went there for, Malaya. She said she had to go for blood work. So that's how we found out that it was the medical clinic was one of the stops, because she showed or sent her Google Maps thing to Sunny.
I was going to say 1 second. Nanya, if you're talking about Kent, you better be respectful, okay? There's no need of saying something like that if you're talking about Kent, which I'm pretty sure you are. Kent, I'm pretty sure that Nanya said this MFer has no idea what he's talking about. Really?
Some people call me worse than that, so
but still, you gotta be respectful. There's no need to say that, especially if somehow, if you do you know more? It's people. It's sorry though. It's comments like that say, you know what? Come sit up here. Come sit up right now up here, and you come tell us all about it. Come tell us all about your knowledge on this one.
the only thing that I can tell you that, and where I feel that I've helped Sonny and them with this case, is the knowledge of the area, because I'm from Pictou County. I lived here all my life, which is almost 50 years. And so that's where I'm speaking from.
Well, I'm gonna say
the knowledge of the community.
Yeah. Just Nanya, if you're gonna be disrespectful like that to Ken, I'm giving you a warning right now, okay? There's no need of it. Okay, I'm sure actually Kent knows a lot more than you do. And again, if you know more than us, please come sit your ass up here. Tell us all about it, right? Either shut the fuck up or come up here and tell us all about how much you know. But don't be disrespectful or get out, one of the two. Okay, so that's your warning. Kent, again, I mean, yeah, you're right. People can say much more about us, at the end of the day, right? But Kent has been a huge part of, from the Nova Scotia side, Pictou area, on this channel. And the people that come watch this channel know that Kent deserves so many kudos for everything he is as a person and for everything he does. And if the Lost family's watching this too, you can kiss every ounce of my ass as well for the disrespect, thinking that Kent and Darren and Daniel are all part of a big plan for Lily and Jack, which is ridiculous. It's so stupid. It makes you where their freaking brains became insane when they say shit like that on there.
And I couldn't tell you who their names was before Lily and Jack.
I know. Yep. Much respect to Kent. Again, don't try to tear people down, people. Right? We're trying to find answers for Jack and Lily, and if there's knowledge about stuff that's in this, and Kent has it, or I have it, or Charmaine has it, or you guys have it, again, that's where respect is appreciated to each other, right, Kent? Kent, did you finish your lobster, by the way?
Oh yeah, I'm done with that long ago.
That's what I thought you said.
No, but I was done eating there just before you went to the bathroom. But Durwood, I've seen him drive a Jimmy, which is automatic. Yeah, fairly quiet for being a Jimmy. But now that's the one that he was living out of, and then it blew up on him. And then now he's driving a Ford Half-Ton, which is also automatic.
Yeah. Where is Darren lately anyway? What's he been doing?
He's staying pretty quiet. I talked to him once this week.
Yeah.
The night that he called us when we were alive to tell Tammy it wasn't his son that seen Darren in the park, or Daniel in the parking lot at the mall. But other than that, haven't talked to him. He's up at his buddy's there in Spring Hill.
Yeah.
Because that's the only place he's got to stay.
Yeah. And okay. Yeah, because I mean, obviously he has been more quiet. This is what happens too, right? Again, just like Daniel leaving the Facebook groups and stuff like that. I mean, I even said to him personally that this is going to be a hard thing to come back from. And it's not just Daniel, right? It is both Daniel and Malaya that were in charge of the children. It wasn't just Daniel by himself. So bottom line is still, whoever you think is. Oh, 1 second, I gotta mute you because your TV or something's coming through. Is there's two people that were in charge of taking care of Jack and Lily, and both those people, no matter what is said, they failed Jack and Lily. Now, of course, if they had something to do with it, or that one person did and the other person knew and stuff like that, right? That becomes a different story. About the whole thing on there. But I don't think that Kent has any knowledge of Justin. And it's not like he talks to Justin, right, Kent?
I don't know Justin any more than everybody else. I seen one picture of Justin, and that's the one where he's sitting on the four-wheeler. And that's the extent that I know Justin.
Yeah. And that one was, there's that beauty.
Yvette says, "Are boots on the ground?" Well, Yvette, just in case you didn't know, in my case, it would only be one boot and two wheels. So you could tell it was me because I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Now, okay, let me ask you this, Kent. We were on the Drunk Turkey show yesterday. Did you watch it or no?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Sorry. No disrespect, because I respect him totally.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that I watched from the beginning, because if not, I wouldn't want to be doing any of this either.
Yeah.
But I feel that he's watching stuff out of order and not getting the total story.
Right.
And he's also trying to play catch up at the same time. And like, that's it. He didn't have enough time from being on your show last week to his show last night, as far as I'm concerned, to be able to watch, like, because everybody how do I say it? Everybody badmouthed Daniel for coming to the YouTube channels and talking in the chats.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where we're picking up half the information that he's saying, to compare it with the statements and the interviews that he gives.
Right.
And being able to pick out the inconsistencies in the story. So without somebody being able to see everything from the start to now, and I don't think you would have to watch it in exact order, but I just feel that he's still trying to get caught up.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Well,
so I don't want to judge him on what he thinks, because we know more than what he does.
Right.
And I'm not saying that in we as me and you and Charmaine. I'm saying that in anybody that has followed the case from the start.
Right. And I mean, because I think we agree that there's no probably hope in heck in anything that those children just wandered off down the street.
No, there's no fact that they wandered off on their own. There's whether it was down the road or in the woods.
Yeah.
That story is out.
Yeah.
You got a little bit, if you want to believe some of what Darren said, possibly. I don't think that was Malaya. I think she had other people involved, if that's the case. So you got that, or you have death. And if you have death, it's more than likely accidental.
No, Paige.
In my mind, then it would be criminal intent.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the situation was, I don't have no clue. But like the parts, and I was just in and out last night with DT's show. And it just seemed that every time that I came in to watch something, you or Charmaine were correcting them on something. And I said, okay, ladies. I said, now, who's doing what?
And that was the point of the live that he wanted.
Yeah, and I understand that. And that's why I say I don't want to judge him, because I know that he hasn't seen all the information. He doesn't know everything, because it would take him a month just to watch all the YouTube videos to get the chat room information.
Right.
Like, and then you got the Facebook chat rooms, And
Yeah.
I know you and Charmaine don't go into the Facebook chat rooms, but you
Hardly.
know everything else that happened in there because someone else is coming and bringing it to you.
Yeah.
Whether it's myself, well, now I'm only in the two that are
Mhm.
focused upon bringing the kids home. The other ones I got all booted out of because I was telling them they're talking silly with aliens and
Yeah.
everything else. So, but like,
Why?
it's all info.
Why do you think he left? Someone posted the article and then he leaves.
Well, I would
Why?
suspect that would be that once people read the article
Yeah.
that hadn't read it or seen your live yet would
Hmm.
have started asking them questions about
Well,
the time before, like not necessarily like I think everybody would have started asking them questions if you can think of a standard vehicle.
yeah.
I think that would be one that everybody would be sending. But
Yeah.
the other questions that we learned, the 4 or 5 things that we learned,
Mm-hmm.
I think people would be questioning on that too,
Oh, absolutely.
right?
Like, by no
And they have
means.
the right to, but
Yeah.
like it started this afternoon after somebody posted that. Somebody made a comment, and I said, listen, if you're going to be stating an opinion or an allegation towards somebody because they were talking about the abuse, and we have no confirmed proof, there was no charges ever laid. I said, if you're going to be doing that in this group, please put in your opinion, because as the administrator, I don't want to be having to kick you out. But if you can't put in your opinion and you're making speculation statements of guilt, I will, or you'll be kicked out because it's not going to go sideways in the chat like people did when they started attacking Atlanta. I'm just not going to pay attention to them. They're going to be booted before I get that mad. We're all out there and like I say, it's Lana's old group is the one that I took over, as well as Janice, and I think Christine is there with us too to be administrators, and then Chelsea and myself have the group that's connected to the new Facebook page. And both of those groups are focused on bringing Jack and Lily home, and that's where we want to keep the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Ken, do you believe CB's Canada said, and this makes sense actually. No one takes anger management because remember how it was anger management, depression, all this stuff to do, and it says it would be court ordered for custody. Do you believe that this was court ordered?
no,
No.
not yet. It would be if the case was coming to conclusion, but the only thing that they did in family court is set a hearing date,
Mm-hmm.
and they issued a gag order on the discussion around the hearing and what happens within the courtroom. That's the only thing that happened so far in Meadows. The hearing was supposed to be held there July 28th or something, and when Daniel's side showed up to court,
1 second. Keep talking.
they were told, "Oh, didn't you get the message Friday? Court's postponed until September, I think it's the 8th or 9th. But Daniel's lawyer, from what he tells me and what Darren tells me, Darren, Janie, and Daniel weren't notified that court was put off. Malaya's side of the family hadn't showed up to the courtroom that morning. The judge was there, but they weren't. So to me, it was probably a request from the chief and their counsel for the hearing to be pushed off, or it could have been the judge putting the case off because he wants to know what's going to happen with Jack and Lily before any decisions are made. I would think if this stuff that Daniel's taken, these classes and whatnot, if he wasn't already in them from the previous visit in December when the school called, if he wasn't in that stuff then I would say he's doing this based upon the advice of his lawyer counsel. Drippy, why would I be saying the chief and counsel? When I say counsel, I'm talking about their lawyer. Because when they showed up in court, Michelle was there representing the band. Malaya was there. And they called them the representative. And then the lawyer was there. That's what I'm talking about, chief and counsel. I'm just saying the chief was in court, and counsel meaning legal representation for Malaya. I'm not saying for the band and council.
Present. I didn't ditch you. I'm here.
Yeah.
Hi, Blue Jay. How are you? Yeah. So that was a no to the court order as of yet, you were saying, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it would be based upon advice either from his lawyer counsel.
You mean the best lawyers?
What?
You mean the best lawyers? Because remember, he has access to the best lawyers.
Well, I don't know who they are, but probably legal aid. But anyways, or like I say, he's been enrolled in them from the previous CPS visit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anything would have been court ordered from the hearing, because like I say, I don't know because there's a gag or order on it. But the only thing that we do know from that is that they set a hearing to discuss custody and whatnot for the end of July, and then when they showed up at the end of July, it was put off to September the 8th. Shay, I don't think the kids are on the reserve either. I stated that ever since that theory possible come out. And the only reason that I can give you that I want to believe that theory is because that brings the kids back to us alive. And I think that's the main objective. If not, we want to be able to pay proper respects to them with proper burials. So therefore, we got to bring them home.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Answers for Jack and Lily. That's what matters. Not, like I said, not none of this BS. So I do want to say, like, this article again. This article to me was a spectacular article. I think it, anyone that already has been following the case that kind of felt a certain way, it was like adding salt to the wounds, even hearing more of what we learned with different things, especially, the kids going to school or another black eye, and grubby, and that the school supplied winter stuff and stuff like that. I think it was just an even more, what's he really going to say?
It's chilling to hear those details.
Yeah.
But I also know that there's many families in Pictou County that their kids go to school hungry. Their kids go to school without proper clothing. And I might be speaking out of turn here, but I think almost every school in the county now has either a breakfast, lunch, and or both campaigns at their school. And I'm sure there's more than Jack and Lily out there that show up without proper winter clothing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, we're talking about Jack and Lily, but maybe the next time that you see on your local radio station or local Facebook page that there's a boot and coat drive being done at your local community center, which in Pictou County, the big one is Coat for Kids. It's a big drive that I think it's, who the heck organizes it? I know the toy drives are, one is done by the ambulance and one is done by the Jeep Club. I forget the organization that runs the Coats for Kids. It might be coming from organization of Big Brothers Big Sisters, maybe, if I'm correct. But I know that there is a Coats for Kids drive every fall in Pictou County, and they take them in and then they distribute. And now it seems like those groups go to the schools a lot more to distribute those programs because the teachers and the school staff see these kids every day. And so, because the same thing happens at Christmas time, when we have a local campaign. It's called Christmas Daddy's Pictou County. It's like the Nova Scotia thing, but only it's a radiothon. It's done one day before Christmas, and that stuff is all put out through the food bank. But there's different groups, like I say, the paramedics of Pictou County, the Jeep Club is the big toy drive. The radio, like the local radio stations, they do their radiothon. They usually raise anywhere between 40 and 50,000 to buy underprivileged families. Their motto is sort of make sure every toy or every kid wakes up with a toy under the tree in the morning and has Christmas dinner. So they do that. But there's several groups around the county that do those toy drives, but those are the big ones. Most of the light ups, like the towns light up when they light up their Christmas tree within the town, most of them do a food bank drive. I organized the food bank drive in Pictou. I have been, me and another guy, for we've probably been doing it 7 or 8 years now. We go to Sobeys and we hand out the patrons going into Sobeys a little slip of paper of what the food bank, and we call ours Fill Up the Truck Food Drive. And we're there from 10 to 4 on a Saturday, and we give out a little slip of the items the food bank would like. And then we load it all up in the truck and we take it down, and that's usually the first Saturday in December that we do that. And by having it at Sobeys, it's just so convenient because they also do what they call pre-packed bags, $5 and $10 bags. So you don't even have to pick items off the shelf. You can just go to the checkout and say, I'd like to buy a $5 or a $10 bag. And they just add it up, and then Sobeys matches it.
Kent.
Yep.
SD is saying.
Great idea to donate coats in honor of Lily and Jack to this tragic case too. Well, I'm sure that there'll be some of those drives this year that will be doing it in honor of Lily and Jack. There's no doubt in my mind.
Oh, that reminds me. Thank you for saying that, actually. That reminds me of a couple pictures I want to show. Now, hey, Ken, I was gonna say something. Shit, now I forgot. Oh, but Dreamsicle, Drippy. Where's Drippy's comment? Drippy said, Kent, if someone answered my question earlier, sorry I missed it, but didn't Janie say that through Darren she heard grinding gears in the wee hours?
I can't remember.
I don't remember that either.
I don't
Maybe.
remember that in the chat. No.
No. And another thing, can you explain to Thumper, hey Thumper, uh, little Thumper, why would Darren jump into all this and steer the narrative? Why did Darren at Janie's? Why was Darren at Janie's house prior and during her main interview? I saw him there. What was he there to make sure she follows his narrative?
Well, Thumper, I can tell you the reason why I was told. As far as why did Darren get involved, the great grandmother of Malaya, Patty, asked Darren to get involved a couple months before. I don't know if that was when Wade and Cindy were talking about when they rented the U-Haul or what, but Patty had asked him if he could get involved. But what he said to her then is what happens in their life is their business. But if Malaya called, because he knew in the past that Malaya had said she wanted out and then didn't come, didn't leave or whatever, and he had stated several times that if Malaya was to have called him at any time because she felt that she couldn't leave and he would have went over and made sure that Daniel didn't do nothing why she was leaving. So that's that part of it. Why was he there during Janie's interview? Well, if you can remember back to that time in the investigation, it was Darren that was talking to Janie and confirming stuff that he was learning with her and stuff. And I believe was a little bit of the reason why Janie started talking, because after that she came into that chat group and she felt comfortable enough to start answering a few questions one at a time through Bree and Lana. But then that switched up when they told her how to use the microphone. She didn't want to do text to speech because she would have had to edit and spell check and everything what she had said. But they said, no, if you put down the microphone, you can actually speak, and whatever you speak, that's what we'll hear. So once she learned how to do that, they only asked 2 or 3 more questions. And then Janie said, wait a minute, let's start this over. And she went back and she took it as far as her information goes. She took us from the start of that morning right straight through. And then, so she talked for like 2.5 hours through those chats over the next day and a half. And then once the YouTube channels started dissecting her conversation and was only putting parts of it out, because they didn't have some other channels didn't have all the voice clips at the same time. They were picking stuff up, starting in the middle. That's like I say, that's the same as what DT is trying to do now, is pick stuff up in the middle, but then go back to the beginning and then go to the ones that was at the end and then go back to the beginning. Like, it's hard to make sense of anything when you're talking about it like that. So then that's why I believe, because the RCMP were so quiet, this is what she had stated. She felt that the RCMP weren't putting out enough information quickly enough. So that's when she felt comfortable enough to talk to a reporter. And I think that she probably asked Darren to be there just for support. Because one thing that I can tell you that nobody knows, because I was the one that did it, is at some point in Janie's voice messages, when she broke down and she was going on and crying and everything else, and we had already learned from other voice messages that at that moment she was there alone. I didn't think she should be there alone. And I called Darren and I said, listen, Darren, where are you at? He said, I'm just going over Mount Tom. And I said, well, I think you should turn around. He said, why? What's going on? And I said, well, I think Janie could use a friend right now. I said, she's talking in the chat groups, but she broke down. I said, she's crying her eyeballs out. I said, and as far as we know, she's there alone. And Darren said, Kent, I'm turning off exit 17 or 18 it was, I think, which is Kemp Town. And he turned around and he went back to check on Janie to make sure she was okay. And 2 days later, I got a message from Janie saying, thank you, Kent. I was here alone. It was nice to have a friend just to know that they were checking up on me. And I said, well, Janie, I said, that's what I heard in your voice. So I said, I was calling him, and if he was anywhere close, I figured that he would go back and check on you. So I say, that's my words of why I would say that Darren was there the day of the interview as well.
I ate a nice big piece of licorice while you were doing that. Yep, cherry berry. I'm just quickly on the screen. This right here is Micmac. You guys know Micmac. I ended up blocking Micmac because of those things that Micmac put on Tint's video. But I asked Tint if I could unblock Micmac as long as Micmac promises to be good, and he was okay with that. We don't want people attacking each other and doing weird shit. But Micmac sent me some pictures yesterday, and he or she, whichever it is, not sure actually, went over to Kelly Mountain. I'm sure you've heard of Kelly Mountain. Kent, have you heard of Kelly Mountain?
Yeah, Kelly's Mountains in Cape Breton.
There, yeah.
There's a 180-degree turn. You're coming down from 3,500 feet in the air,
right?
At like a 9 degrees or 10-degree slope, and there's a 180-degree turn at the bottom of it, and then you're going over the bridge, and it's the only bridge that I know in Nova Scotia that has its own construction crew year-round because there's enough current that runs out of the Bedeck Lakes into Sydney Harbour and out into the Strait that they have to continually dump rock in around the piers and do maintenance and stuff. So the bridge has its own assigned construction crew year-round.
Hey, question for you.
Yep.
What was I going to ask?
Blue Jay, no, I don't know these people anymore. I've never met Daniel, Malaya, or Janie in person. I have met Darren.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. Thanks.
Twice in person. But I didn't meet any of these people before you guys did. There's some people in the chat that know them because they live closer to the area even than what I do. But no, I didn't know them personally, and while I still don't, I wouldn't consider that I know any of them personally still now. like I say, I met Darren twice after the fact, 2 weeks after the kids. When the Saturday after Darren first came on Sonny's Live, that's when I first met Darren, and he was here. Then the Friday night before Tint posted the video about Wade, because Tint messaged Darren, said, I've got a video of Wade. I went and recorded him without him knowing. It proves everything. The only thing I don't got now is the location of the kids. And he was supposed to send the video that evening to Darren, and he ended up not sending it, or Darren couldn't get it open, one or the other. I don't know what it was. And then the next day it came out online. So,
few words. 1 second here. What I was going to say to you is that now Janie did say, I gotta see here. Janie did say that, because of Darren, she's like, once I spoke to Darren, it all just clicked in.
Yeah, she was trying to put pieces together. She said,
right, but then Darren's the one. Like this is what. Okay, so it's kind of like a 50-50 with Darren, right? Obviously, he stirred the pot by his whole cockamamie shit that he was putting out there. He put it out there the wrong way, right? Like he totally did. But then, right, because he couldn't even keep his own damn story straight about shit. So then he had Malaya at the end of the driveway that Janie seen her at 6 o'clock in the morning. Then he changed it at 8 o'clock. Then he changed it. No, Janie corrected me on that, 9 o'clock. And so and then what he did by saying his source, and then his source ended up becoming Janie, that he was sure that the kids were 1,000% ironclad alive, and that they're off in frickin' USA or somewhere in Canada.
Yes, well, definitely stating the fact that they were out of the country was wrong, and he would tell you that was his speculation at that time. It wasn't that he proved that. I also believe that Darren got a little excited when he thought that he was getting 100% correct information and putting it together that the children could be alive, because that's what he was wanting, to be able to find out where the kids were if he couldn't bring them back home. So I understand if someone went from 3 weeks in not knowing nothing and ended up knowing of one of these people and then learn more about them and then started trying to piece people together. And like, I know a couple of things that happened to Darren from doing this, and I'm not putting it online because it's not the place for it. It doesn't have anything to deal with the case. But some people might not be as quick to say that Darren was doing this for illegitimate reasons if they knew what he went through. Explorer, no, I don't know the neighbors. The one guy that we all hear the stories about, that was supposed to be that would steal stuff and driven out of the Stellarton. I did hear that name before, and like I say, but as far as knowing any of them or even say that he was a person that stole stuff, I can't say it. I can't prove it. That's just what people say, the reason why he moved out of town. Like, as far as I'm concerned, anybody that lives in town and drinks town water, the moment that they could get out of town into the county, you're going. Whether your rent is a little bit higher or not, whether you rent or own, because I'll tell you, the water will drive you out of town.
Where? The water will drive you out of town where?
Anywheres, any of the town water here, because they're mandated that they have to treat it with chlorine, right? So, like, it's so funny. Like, even the town of Pictou, everybody hates the town of Pictou water, but the town of Pictou water the watershed area where it's drawn from, 80% of it comes from the country where I live, 5 minutes out of town, that we're all on wells, and it's the best water we would ever drink. But the moment that you add chlorine to it, it's like you're drinking chlorine. I'm sure it's that way across the country, not even just Nova Scotia. Like city water, what I call city or town water, is gross. Any place that I drink it. Halifax, like, give me my good old tap water. I don't know what's in it. I drink what comes out of the tap. And I'm almost 50 years old, so it hasn't killed me yet.
I was going to say, a lot of mine comes out of the chat as well, to be honest with you. I'm like, when I go to the bathroom, right? I'm always filling up my bottle of water in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Sink and whatever, or in the kitchen one and stuff like that. Whatever's, hold on. You guys, oh, is that how I did it? Oh, hold on, save. 1 second. I was doing something. I 1 second. I was trying to I haven't had to do it in a long time, but I was doing something. Let me go back to my settings. Community moderation.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, Nadia. Your water in Ottawa would be treated water. But if you could get that same water where it's drawn from the water table by wells, I bet you would swear that it was totally different sourced water. It's the chlorine and the other additives that they add to it or take out of it that makes it taste like. Yes, after the rain, yes, the pulp mill. We always used to know when it was going to rain because the smell from the pulp mill smelled like sulfur, so therefore it smelled like rotten eggs. But the pulp mill shut down here 3.5. Yeah, I think 3 or 4 years ago now. Time's flying by, so I'm not exactly sure, but she don't run or operate no more, and they actually just this year, the companies abandoned their plans to try to reopen it. And because you probably all know, the pulp mill in Pictou County was big. Their effluent used to go out into a place called Boat Harbor, which was a inland lagoon located on the Pictou Landing First Nation Reserve. And the First Nations lost the ability to use that lagoon for fishing and anything because it wasn't fit for. So they started to clean it up, and then they closed the pulp mill, and the water is actually starting to come back blue. But if you want to know more about pulp mill pollution, type in Boat Harbor, and you'll get a full year's worth of reading there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Kent, guess what I did?
What?
I unblocked everybody. Everybody. I'm gonna start fresh.
Nice.
You know what? I don't usually do something like that, but Thumper, this is because Thumper here said, "Can you unblock whatever?" And I'm like, dude, you know how many times I went to go unblock people and I couldn't find their damn names. Because I have so many people blocked. Like I'm talking from Delphi mostly, right? Not so much this case, but there was a good 100 from here for sure.
Did you ever get back to unblock Joe?
Well, now
before
he
today?
is. No, because I could never find his name and I was too lazy to keep looking. Right?
Hey Joe, you're unblocked. Come on back.
Mac, everybody.
We'll have to let him know that Sonny broke down and
Even you, Joe. Even you, Joe.
giving everybody a second chance.
Yeah, I'm gonna give everyone a second chance. When Tint said I could unblock Mac, and I know Mac, I do feel in my heart that Mac is a good person. But I just don't approve of people attacking other people. It's about the kids. Remember that, right? There's no need to attack Kent, myself, and others. So I got a clean slate here, people. I've unblocked everyone that was blocked. And all I'm going to ask is the same thing. Just be respectful, right? Just be respectful.
Oh, even Joe, that didn't take you quick. You must have been still watching it, Joe.
He was watching. He was obviously watching because he's like, even me. And I was like, Joe, come on. And so it's not that I was going to unblock Joe, but I just couldn't find his name.
Yeah, I know you tried 3 or 4 times and you said you couldn't figure
and
out
I just
how to do
finally
it.
gave up and said, fuck it, to be honest with you, Joe. But yeah. And so because I'm doing other things, I kind of forget about it. But normally I could just kind of go into my block list, but because there was so darn many, I literally was scrolling, and it's like you're like looking at a little box like this because you can't make it bigger, and you're trying to scroll down. Like when you got 1,000 people blocked, man, that's a lot of ass people. Okay, to try to look through to this little tiny box. After a while, you're like, you know what? I just spent 20 of my minutes of my life trying to do this a few times now. Anyways, just again, all I ask, just, you know what? Just keep
Wasn't that supposed to be a provocative ranting outburst, Blue Jay? Wasn't just a ranting outburst, it's provocative, right?
Right. It was. Well,
Isn't that what JT said?
Say that again.
Isn't that what JT said? Provocative rambling?
Oh yeah, right. And she specifically said, by the way, I love your no BS policy. And I was like, so do I. Right. So yeah, so when DT was reading that about, because I didn't remember what it was said there. And when he said what was it, provocative ranting? Yeah. Because it's like, yeah, it's exactly what it is. It was a good use of words. Okay. Yeah, if you've been unblocked, you guys can feel free to hit the like now. Okay. Oh yeah, right. Did Darren answered this before? Do you remember? I don't think
about this lie detector. I don't know if he did or not.
I remember he said that he talked to the police, but I don't know about if it was a lie detector.
Yeah.
I mean,
we don't know how many polygraphs they did. They only said some, right? So I can, in my own mind, I would think that Daniel, Malaya, and Janie. Beyond that, I would have no idea.
Yes, Drippy. Yep. Drippy, sorry. Yes. Anything that someone does creatively, this definitely counts as a rock. Painting of Jack and Lily definitely counts as a rock. And it doesn't honestly matter. Again, if there's children that do something special for Jack and Lily and their parents want to share it to my email at crimingshame@gmail.com, again, it's going to go on the new Russell song. Okay, guys. And you guys have till the end of October to do not put it on Messenger. It goes to the email. Okay. I don't need to be searching all over when it comes to the end of August to look for all these different things that people are sending. Joe, welcome back, Joe.
Now he's a member.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, the only members lies we had so far is mine and Sonny's dates, so you haven't missed a whole lot.
That's a lie. I did one after. Remember?
First and second date.
shame@gmail.com. Remember, I had one after. Remember, you weren't invited because you can't see the screen.
I remember I was in it.
Right, you were in it.
I was
Right.
in the chat.
True.
I wasn't a member, but when you said that you're not invited because it's a members only, I went and I bought a membership that day
Did
before
you?
the live that night.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's how I was in that night. I never
Oh.
told you that.
And I didn't see it either, I don't think, obviously. Yeah. Anyways, welcome, Joe. Nice to see you. Not sure who you are. Pretty sure you're not a troll, though.
Anybody that wants posters, go to the Jack and Lily Bring Them Home Facebook page. The
Oh, right.
printable download of the poster is there
Okay, where is it? Sorry.
on the Jack and Lily Bring Them Home Facebook page, the new one that Chelsea
Can you
made.
post it? Can you post it for me? Because
I
somebody
don't.
was asking.
I don't know how to do that stuff.
Well, put it in our messenger, yeah?
Yeah, I'll send you the link when I'm done in the messenger. Yeah.
Okay. Because
Or do
somebody
you
was
want me to go
asking.
get it now?
Yeah.
I'll go get it now and I'll send it to you, and then
Okay.
because I can do it that way, but I just have to back out. I'll back in a minute.
Okay. On there. Finally, for fuck's sakes. Actually, no, I was appreciating him talking there as I was trying to do it. See, at first, on that whole unblock thing, by the way, just when I was doing that a couple minutes ago, I was like, X, 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 X. And I'm like, oh, fuck's sakes. Got to sit here and do like all these like single handedly. And then I noticed that there was a big X and it said, unblock all users. And I was like, yeah, because I ain't fucking doing one X at a time. Ain't happening. Not in my world. Anyway, so that's why I was just like, clear. A lot of them are from Delphi, okay? At least 800 of those are from Delphi. Just saying. Freaking whack jobs, some of them. But anyway, let's not tell them people that on there. But anyway. So again, thank you, McMac. McMac, are you watching right now? McMac, speak up, forever hold your peace. McMac. 10-4, are you over here, please? McMac. Come on. If Joe was here in 2 seconds, McMac, tell me you were watching. I unblocked you, all right? You can thank Tent. Well, then you can thank Sunny. Okay? McMac. You know, whenever I see McMac, I want to be like, you know, remember that song, McMac, Patty Whack, give a dog a bone, this old man came rolling home. Close enough. Because it's Knick-Knack, McMac. Knick-Knack, McMac. Get it? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like we need to have a We Are the World, We Are the Children kind of moment right now. Isn't that Michael? I remember that song, you know. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Oh, my goodness. I've never seen this one before. Okay. Now, you said that's in PDF format. What the fuck? Why isn't... Oh, 1 sec. So you said it's in PDF format, though. But I could... Oh, Charmaine sent it. Oh, Charmaine sent that. Micmac. I pronounce Micmac. Okay. Micmac. You want to sing Kumbaya, my lord? Yeah. Oh. I don't even remember how that goes, but... Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Oh, Lord. Kumbaya. Is that how it goes? Yeah. Something like that. Isn't it Micmac? Shh. Come on. I've been saying Micmac the entire time. Because they say Micmac. Yeah, Micmac. There's Micmaw and Micmac. Right? I read that on Google, by the way. Micmac and Micmaw. One is singular, one is plural. I'll wait for Micmac to tell me that. Oh, itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. That's right. That's what Explore Crow was wearing. It was an itsy bitsy teeny weeny It's the same. Thank you. I'm gonna do one of those daps. Oh, I was supposed to show something. My bad. Image file. Right here, guys. That's a good one? Nice black and white. Simple, clean. We are the world. Yeah. There he is. Come back to us. Come back to us, our wise one. Did you send it?
Yeah, I'm here. You got it up there.
Oh, no,
But
that's different.
I put the actual link to the
Facebook.
The Facebook page, as well as the post that is the printable link. That post right there, it'll take you to the page, but that's also the postable or printable link. There's also, I think, 5 different coloring posters that are on there now. One is the lighthouse that's in front of the RCMP station vigil that you can download and kids or adults can color. There's one of a bunch of dinosaurs and bugs on it for Jack. There's one for Lily that is like unicorns and stuff. And
how come I didn't know about this Facebook page?
This is the one that Chelsea created to replace, because they closed down. They closed down Lana's, the one that Lana had. We still have her chat group, but they closed the Facebook group and created a new Facebook group. And
go on.
Chelsea, and that's the main Facebook page for bringing Jack and Lily home.
I heard that one was public, though.
It is public, yep.
Oh, I guess I don't care if it's public as long as I don't go into the group chat shit.
Yeah, no, the group chat, there is a chat called the same thing, but the chat on, like when it was Lana's, the chat was linked to the group.
Yep.
While the chat that's associated with that page is also public, but it's also not linked to the Facebook page. Because you join the Facebook page doesn't mean you're automatically in the chat group.
Okay, somebody was
asking. You have to join them both.
Yeah.
If you want it.
I'll send Randy McLean this because he was asking. So I'll send the Facebook group. Hold on. You can find PDFs here, right?
Yep.
Boom, 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 boom. There we go. That's another weight off my shoulder. I hate it when I have fucking emails sitting there and I look at them and I'm like, not yet. And then I do a few at a time. Yeah. Hello, broken branch. You know what? Shh, Kent, hold on. We got a broken branch.
We got to go back one when you're done.
Okay, wait. Kent, do me a favor and ask Lana if she sent my bracelets and keychains out.
That's what I was going to answer.
We got a broken
you
branch.
said, hold on.
Well, because we have a broken branch, and right? It's not a broken tree; it's a broken branch. Okay, go ahead.
So, as far as I know, the stuff that Lana had was sent out is gone. The stuff that she hadn't sent out yet has been brought up to Janice this past weekend. So Janice will start working on. I can't tell you what's left for the amount of bracelets, but Lana was supposed to be giving her a name of the ones that weren't sent out and any of the bracelets and stuff that's left to send out. So I haven't been talking to Janice yet, but I will be tomorrow night. And I can let you know the next live that we have after that. And whether or not she got any bracelets, or then they can start looking at returning money if you want money back. But I know there was a certain amount of bracelets. I can't tell you how many. And I know that the list of names was supposed to be given to Janice as well. And that goes for anybody that was waiting on stuff. If it doesn't show up, I suspect that it hadn't been sent out. And instead of Lana trying to continue to send stuff out, she just made a list. And I would imagine it would be in some type of order whenever you put your order in. As well, the lawn signs have been printed, and I now have them. Anybody that would like a 2 foot by 2 foot lawn sign, same as the big picture as what Sonny has posted that we went through the parade with. That's what they look like, double-sided. They're available for $20 per sign. Private message me or text 902-759-8077. Yes, Marie, the GoFundMe ones were noted. And we will need your address to deliver a sign. We have someone that has stepped up and wants to remain behind the scenes, but she loves driving and she's willing to drive and deliver them across the province of Nova Scotia. We're not going to send her out with one sign, of course. We're going to give her 8 to 10 or 15, whatever we can get in one direction. And we'll send her out one day on those, and then the next time she can go, we'll send her in a different direction. So I know she's thinking about going to the city. And when I say the city, we're all referring to Halifax. That's the capital of Nova Scotia for anybody that don't know. So she's planning on going to the city. We got a 4x4 going to the city for Chelsea. She has it going to put it up in her living room window, I guess. It's just a one-sided. And then the rest are 2x2. If anybody does want to purchase a 4x4, say if they have a business on a busy road or something, we could get more of those printed as well. They're costly. It's $200 for a double-sided 4x4 sign. So we would have to, like I say, we're not making money off of this. We're just charging you. The 2x2s they cost $16.50 each, tax in, and we're selling them for $20. And the other $3.50 will go to help print more posters and whatnot. And then at the end, if any money is left, it'll be donated to the ground search and rescue teams.
Yeah, I don't think that they go out to Clifford. Isn't that, where's Clifford anyway, Indiana? Kent?
Posters, Clifford, you can just print them, download them. That's what we just posted the link there for. I can do it again.
Just posted it, yeah. Go to this Facebook page. And
that's
you can
the
find
Facebook post that'll take you to the printable missing persons flyer.
Yeah.
There's Belinda.
Oh my God. Trolls in the house. Shit. Now we got to be on our best behavior.
Yeah,
Where-
Belinda. I'll tell a little story about Belinda today. She might not want me to, but she messaged me at dinner time. She said, or just before dinner, and she said, "Are you going to be around today?" She said, "I think I might come get Chelsea's 4x4 poster." I said, "Yeah, I got a 2x2 here for you as well." I sent her my address. She messaged me back 5 minutes later. "Holy smokes, you're too far out. I'm not going that far today." So I guess she thought that I lived too far away.
She's a troll. No. Where's your junior troll? Where's Chelsea? Sunny, behave. That's a good one.
Hey, Belinda, you missed it. But guess what she's done? Everybody is unblocked. So even the ones from the past cases, even Joe has joined us again.
I told Charmaine I was getting softer. It's Kent's fault. It's Micmac's fault. Or Micmaw. Okay, we'll say Micmaw. Okay, to appease people. Micmaw. I like Micmac though. Micmaw.
Micmac is plural, they said.
Right. Okay. But that's Micmac. Well, then you shouldn't spell it like Micmac instead of Micmaw, to be honest with you. Right? You don't put a Q at the end of our freaking W. Mm-mm. But anyway, so, yeah, so it started by the fact of Micmaw messaging me. And I like Micmac, all right? And then I asked Tint if I could unblock Micmac. Forget it, guys. It's Micmac, okay, in my life right now. Until Micmaw wants to tell me differently that it's Micmac, I'm going to stick with that because it rolls off my tongue a little easier. It's no offense to anybody. I'm kind of a rebel, okay? I don't really go to the beat of the drum of political stuff and everything like that. I just don't. It's not my cup of tea. I'm an old person. I'm not willing to change very much, to be honest with you, on there. But anyway, wow, can't. Little spicy there right now. Belinda's in the house. I said behave.
Well, he was saying some nice stuff about me earlier, and then when I said even Joe, I didn't want him to take it in a bad way.
Yes, Lori. I asked Tint. I said Tint because Micmac, okay, put some shit on there that you don't do. You don't put that on somebody's video. It's creepy. You just don't do that. So I asked Tint as if it was okay. Yeah, right. Because we don't do stuff like that. Yeah, I didn't ask Kent. I didn't ask Charmaine. I think it's Micmac. See, Angelina. So I asked Tint because the reason why I blocked is because the person was putting shit on Tint's video. Creepy shit, right? So yeah, take it. I'm a rebel. Take it. I was told by Globe they saw no reason to post it. Post what?
Somebody asked her that Earl was supposed to have been paying for the ATV as well, so I think that's what she was answering.
Who is Globe?
Globe and Mail.
Globe and Mail.
The paper.
Article. The only one that put out that big article. It's a great article. I love
Sarah, if you can find it, it's out in newsprint today, but apparently you can find it in the city, but not much outside of Halifax. Or go back to the 4 a.m. live on... Was that... What day was that, Sonny?
Yesterday.
Yesterday morning?
Yesterday. Mm-hmm.
But there was 2 lives or 3 lives yesterday. Go back to the 4 a.m. one. And yes, 4 a.m. BC time, 8 a.m. Nova Scotia time, because at 7 o'clock when the article came out, I sent the link to Sonny. Sonny
Mhm.
said, "Are you coming live?" I said, "When?" She said, "Now." I said, "You're joking." She said, "Well, 8 o'clock, your time, 4 months." I said, "You haven't been to bed yet." She said, "No, I got a nap. I'm going live." I said, "Okay, let's go."
Yep. Exactly what happened. So if you want to listen to that, the whole thing again, just go back. I read right through it pretty much. There's a couple times I stopped, but very little. I went right through it from the
Yeah, I
start.
read it from start to finish, and then
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
talked about it.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, hey, somebody sent me a video from TikTok. Well, let's humor ourselves and just watch it. I think P sent it. I haven't seen it, so I'm just gonna YOLO. And you know what? Can you please tell Belinda to behave? How long have you guys? See, obviously, right? She doesn't even know how long we've been on for. Well, tell her to behave.
Today,
Yeah, 4
I've
hours,
been here probably an hour, maybe a little bit more.
more
But
like
Sonny and
2.
Charmaine have been on since lunchtime, their time.
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
know
the
what time
exact
it
time.
is now, but
I'll tell them because it says it right on my screen. 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 45 seconds.
36 seconds.
49. I'm looking. I can literally see my YouTube clock, mister. Now, I haven't seen this. I haven't listened to it, but somebody sent it to me. And guess what? YOLO. Okay? YOLO. Let's see. What is this? It's Missing Nova Scotia. Rochelle Medium Authentic. Well, let's see how authentic you can be, Rochelle. Let's listen.
First of all, I saw like this
Can't
brown
even
bear
hear you.
next to her, but it was like a wooden bear that had been carved, like a bear statue next to her. But then the vision flashed to a whole lot of bags of cement and like this wooden trapdoor. So the cement bags could be covering the trapdoor. So there's about 5 of these cement bags, but then I get the number 7 related to it as well. Like there used to be 7 maybe. I definitely think that the police need to be looking underground for her. Still don't believe they're together. Still getting the number 8 between them. So either 800 meters, 80 meters, definitely more than 8 meters. They're not together, I don't believe. So the bear could symbolize Gair, like that they're still on the road, on Gairloch Road or whatever it is. That could be symbolizing the sounding of Gair, and I'm just seeing bear. I'm trying to show me that sounding of the road, or could be a literal bear. She's also talking about fairies. Now, she has shown me that little rock fairy garden thing too that's near her as well. But she's talking about fairy lights, just every little twinkling lights everywhere around her. I don't know if it's in the woods or down in the room that she's in. So when I ask about how many meters away from the house, I get 72. So this could be 720 meters. This could be at literally 72 meters. So yeah.
Yeah, it just literally could be, you guys just stop right there, okay? Could be 72 meters, 72 yards, 72 feet, 72 miles, 72 freaking what? All right. I'm already not impressed by this chick, whoever she is. Okay. Yeah, I'm just feeling some fairy lights. I'm feeling a cellar. Can't tell you where. Okay, now I appreciate good mediums. Good mediums. Shut the front door so far, lady. Sorry, just calling us. I think she had a sandwich in her hand. I think. No, wait. Was that a piece of pizza? No. I think that was a rock. Wait, no, it was definitely a rock in her hand. Whatever. I hate it when people talk like that. Dude.
It could be 72 minutes. She's saying to me it was an accident.
Okay.
There's an elderly man that lives on this property. He's not involved. She's trying to explain where she is. So it's on his property, I think, or near his property. He likes to collect plastic bottles for any of the locals and then take them in to get money for them. He walks with a slight hunch.
Is that you? You the hunt?
What, collecting? Yeah, I collect plastic bottles, all right, right in my wheelchair. I'm wheeling up the hills, and especially where they live. I get going down one hill, I'd be in the river, not the kids.
What about the hunchback? Are you the hunchback of Pictou County?
No,
Or, no. Okay, not you
that's
then.
the hermit,
My bad. Yeah, that could be the. Well,
and
hold on.
he's not alive no more, so he's not involved.
Well, Janie said she was a hermit. Are we having like a he/she moment?
No, but we had an actual hermit in Mount Tom. He lived off grid in the woods, just an old, but he died. Oh, got to be 8 or 9 years ago now. It was called. There's a book out on him. It's called The Hermit of Gully Lake.
And Gully Lake is where?
Up in Mount Tom. It would be southeast of where Daniel and them are. Ken's talking about half of Westville.
Okay, let me just play her out.
And he's called Old Man something. Old Man Bob, Old Man Rob, something like that.
Old Man Kent.
He wears a darker colored jacket and he hunches over. He's got a. He may have diabetes because he's got a black big toe on the right of his foot. And in a shed on his property, he has snakes.
Guess what?
He has snakes
I'm eliminated.
like those glass.
Can you guess why?
boxes. He collects snakes.
I don't have a right foot.
There's a strong S reference around him. I don't
Yeah, that you don't have a right foot. So wait, hold on. But didn't she say diabetes?
Yes,
Yeah.
but she said he has a black toe on the right
Yeah, but
foot.
Then maybe she's wrong and it's on your left foot. Do you have a black toe on your left foot?
No, it's a good foot.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. I'm eliminating you.
know if it's street name, an S somewhere near his letterbox or something like that. I'm still getting poor little Jack, and a ditch and stuff like that. And I feel like he's only about 2.7 kilometers or miles from the house as well. There's 2 white round water tanks near him. So I'm hearing the dump as well. Lost. And there's 3 particular trees in a line that's behind.
Okay, this lady, get rid of her. As I told all you guys before, if they were put in the dump, they would be found upon entering. Our garbage is collected once every 2 weeks. Our landfill is filled, so they sort all the garbage. There's strict restrictions. You're allowed 2 black bags, 2 recycling bags, and 1 clear bag for plastic each week. If you have more than that, they don't have to take it. But if they know that there's a bigger family live there, they usually do, but they don't have to. And the garbage goes to the landfill. It gets unloaded, sorted, transferred to another truck, and trucked to Guysborough by machines and people. So anybody that talks about garbage, throw them out the window because it's trash.
1 second. All right. You're welcome. You guys are so welcome for listening to me peck at the keys. You're welcome. Kent, let's talk about this for a second. Oh, what do you think about that whole thing about Janie telling about the kids to shush? Right? Remember, Darren said it first, then Janie said it, and then she told Belinda, and then she took it back, and then she retracted.
To me, that's not. It's not important. If Janie was going to hear the kids, she would have heard the kids, as we know. And when I say we heard the kids, I would say that would be more than likely you'd only hear Lily, from what we know. Jackie boy seems to be pretty quiet. So unless it was something or someone making him do something that he didn't want to do, from the way Janie described it, So I think the shush was just another part of the story, not necessarily meaningful.
Well, you know what I think still, in my own personal opinion, none of this happened. None of it happened. Zero. Zilch.
Well,
I
it
don't.
didn't happen in the way that we know that it was said to have happened.
It's not.
I'll
Yeah,
give you that.
there's nothing about the morning that this happened at all. To be honest with you. Nope.
Well, no, we know it happened between
10 o'clock. 10:01.
3:35 p.m.
3:31.
and
3:11.
9 or 10:01 a.m.
3:11. 3:11. That's when they arrived back home. 3:11. Yep.
Well, that depends on who you're talking to.
That's
If it's 3:30, right?
No. Remember the timeline. The
I
screen.
know. I said
The
screenshot. I know. That's what Google tells us.
No,
And
not
like
Google.
I say, that's.
That
But
that was the picture.
didn't Daniel say 3:30?
Well, probably roughly, but
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
Her Google time shows us 3:11.
Okay, so it's 3:11. So between 3:11 and 10:01, when the phone call was made, that's when whatever happened.
Yeah, and right, exactly. And we're gonna just wipe out 8 o'clock to. Well, we're not gonna wipe out.
That's the only thing the 8 to 8:30 means, and that's if you believe Daniel.
Mm-mm.
Now Daniel tells us Malaya too, but the only one that has spoken it is Daniel. He would have given that, like I know I heard you. I don't know if it was later on today or when last night, maybe on DT's show, and you were talking about that, and I said, well, Daniel spoke of it, and yes, it was on the dispatch audio, but dispatch would have been told that.
Exactly.
Either, now get me, and this is where that you might say that Malaya said it, because Malaya was the one that made the 911 call. So I can see dispatch asking Malaya what time they were last seen.
Yep.
So she very well could have said 8 a.m. Daniel is saying between 8 a.m. and 8:30, Lily poked her head into the bedroom twice.
Both of them said 8 to 8:30.
Well,
in their own words.
But so what I'm saying here is that dispatch would have just relayed that information to the officers.
Of course.
So that's where I think that we can say that both Malaya and Daniel said that.
Yep.
Now, I know Daniel also said that Malaya seen them when they were sleeping in the bed, seen Lily poke her head in. We don't know because Malaya never spoke that.
Well, that's the thing now, right? Is that because neither can be all of them, none of them can be truthful.
Yeah.
Then that
we're still dealing with the 18-hour time frame.
Exactly.
Roughly,
Exactly.
or whatever it works out to.
Well, for me, in my head, in my own personal opinion, like just for me, I'm washing out that morning as not true at all. I think this is a Thursday or Friday morning type of idea, or Thursday into Friday type of thing. Regardless, I know what the neighbor said. I think there's more credence in this freaking neighbor than it is in their own darn timelines. But I'm washing out the morning. I'm not putting it into consideration for a timeline at all, besides the 10:01 phone call that went in. Because besides everything that they're saying so far is rubbish, and right, like I said. So I'm not, like I said, drunk turkey Daniel from there. Again, he's just coming into the case, and he will have his own perspective. And I'll be appreciative of that once he does some catch up more and gets to know the case. At this time, most people aren't buying into the whole the kids walked off stuff. We know this, right? But
I have my own perspective,
right,
to that, and we can only collaborate when the RCMP
right
narrows that time. because from the start, everybody was looking from Tuesday afternoon
At start.
when they get off the bus till Friday morning until we had the proof of life caught on closed circuit video near the Highland Square Mall. Then that narrowed the time frame from over 72 hours to what does it work out to? If we're saying say 3 o'clock for easy math till 10 o'clock, that 12 and 7, that's 19 hours is what we have to play with.
Okay, so Mariska, and I'll take Carol as well on this one, since you two are talking about this right now. I want you to, based on Janie's story, okay? So what time were those kids put in the vehicle and abducted? Because don't forget, that's their story. It's not that they were abducted randomly, okay? They have not said that whatsoever, okay? In fact, they have said the polar opposite, that they're not in the woods and they haven't been abducted by a stranger. So at what time in the timeline that Daniel came out with Malaya at the same time and Janie was in her camper, and this would have to be after 9 o'clock, and their window is from 9:40 to 10 o'clock. Let's give them a little grace. Let's give them a little grace. Okay. So let's say for the sake of it, 9:20, right, to 9:40.
But no,
right?
you have to go back to 8:30.
Well, no, because
Yes.
no, I don't.
Why not?
Because she's saying Janie. She's not
Janie
saying.
might have heard them before 8:30.
No,
we don't know what time it was.
No, stop it, Kent. She literally said she heard the kids after the brother's phone call. She clearly said that. How do you not remember that? We've had this discussion multiple times. How do you not remember that?
I thought I asked her, and I thought she said before.
No, she only answered one question, and all she did was say yes. Actually, if I go back to that live, well, I wonder if I could pick that, because you know how I can do F1? Janie, everyone should remember this, right? Janie
So that's the
said
8:48.
Okay, so remember this. I just want to remind you, okay? See if it rings a bell. And I'm sorry for getting upset, but I'm tired of this being said, because then it confuses people. She said that her brother called at 8:48, right? She said that she heard the kids, that she went back into her camper, and then her dog was with her, and then she heard her dog bark, and she heard the kids playing around the swing set. That's after 8:48. It's not before. So
then you would have 8:48 to 10:01.
Right, exactly. So from that time point on, knowing that she said that she went back, and this is where she doesn't have a timeline, knowing full well that she said that she went back into the camper and with her dog to lay down. Okay. So obviously their phone call was 3 minutes, right? So that makes it 8:51, right? From 8:48. Obviously she went into the camper and laid down. Now this is where she doesn't have a timeline. So we have to give it at least till about, let's say 9 o'clock, right? Let's say 9 o'clock for Janie to say that she could have heard the kids. Now, so we still have to take into account that Daniel and Malaya came out together according to
9:40.
At 9:40. Well, Daniel says 9:35.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So I want Mariska and Carol, right? No. Doesn't matter. She still said it was after her brother's phone call, Mariska. So I want you, because I want you and Carol to tell me then, when Daniel and Malaya came out, at what point that Daniel didn't see, or Janie dog didn't bark, did Malaya put those children into a vehicle? Because he said he was only up there for 30 seconds. So what?
I don't think it was Malaya myself.
What?
I don't believe, that's another part that I don't believe that it was Malaya that put the kids in the car.
No, of course
She
not.
was in bed. They were in bed together.
But that's what they're trying to portray.
I know that's their story, but I also think Daniel was trying to blame other people now other than Malaya.
Yeah, after.
Yeah, because
Well,
I think he realizes that, like you say, that timeline doesn't work. But that's still from even if you give her from 10 after 9 to 9:35, that gives her 25 minutes. But at no point do we know that Malaya left the bed. Right? Daniel wasn't in a deep sleep.
Well,
he was sleeping, but he wasn't in a deep sleep.
She said it on her interview, though.
Yeah.
Right.
So at no point did she leave.
There's
At no point she would have been able to walk the kids to the road.
Okay, so again, right? You can think whatever you want, of course, Mariska and Carol. Of course, you guys can, right? Bottom line is they didn't issue an Amber Alert for no abduction, right? Janie is hearing the kids, right? Janie is hearing the kids, she says. Now, none of them are even believing you, Mariska, about a child being taken, right? None of them are even selling that story at all. Right. So you're going against the grain, to be honest, because they're literally telling you out of their mouths that Cindy somehow arrived within minutes, is what Daniel actually said. Within minutes of the RCMP arriving, he didn't blame Malaya at that point in time. It was Cindy, the mother, that showed up miraculously to steal these children. Okay. Again, let's go against the grain of salt a little bit here, though. There's no scent past the driveway. That means that it would have to be someone that came up onto the driveway, and you don't think a dog's going to hear that at all, right? So they're the ones that are telling the story. I ain't talking about what you think about some random abduction that the RCMP don't think about. What I'm talking about is what I would call putting things together about what they're saying. Okay? They're not saying it's a random abduction. You are, right? And you can think that if you want. Go right ahead. But at the end of the day, that's not what they're saying.
The RCMP have basically stated they don't think there was an abduction.
Because just like Janie said, what are the chances? Okay. Like I said, it's either there's going with the grain of salt or just completely off to the left, right? So RCMP said that there's nothing to show that there was an abduction. On top of that, there's no footprints, right? There's one up on the belt line. One footprint up on the belt line, right? Or what you want to call the pipeline.
Pipeline.
Right. So you don't think that that a scent dog would be able to capture their scent? And
especially if it was a bear footprint.
Absolutely, especially if it was a bear. So
I mean bear footprint.
Like not a bear.
As we're being told, right?
Right. Like just meaning with a boot on.
BARE, not BEAR.
No, BARE.
Yeah.
Not right, exactly. So out of their own words, what I'm saying, Mariska, is out of their own words. They are the one, right? Daniel is the one that said Cindy arrived only a few minutes later to take the children. Okay. Well, I mean, we already seen the screenshot of that. Cindy was on her way at what time was it? Like 11:33 or something like that. So that's not right after. This is Daniel's theory, right? This is what he said.
Wait a minute now. But wait a minute. And this is where another one where I think Daniel fucked up.
Yeah.
I believe that Cindy might have arrived a few minutes after Daniel got back from searching.
Right.
Right? Because he went out searching before the RCMP. He wasn't there when the RCMP arrived. He was out searching. Wow. He got back however long it was after the RCMP arrived.
Yeah.
And however long before Cindy arrived.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go back and see if I can find that actually.
But we don't know. We don't know that amount of time, right?
Well, again, Daniel's words were that Cindy. Let me just go back to Daniel's words here. Let me look it up for you guys. Let me see.
But like you say, can we believe the word?
Well, that's just it, right?
Right? That's what's wrong with this whole situation.
Guys, oh, that's Haley's convert. Okay, hold on, that's a different one. That's Haley's. Just going back. I'm just trying to go back to. Is it one of two? This one? God, there's too many conversations. Seriously, I got so many conversations. Let's see. Okay. Just trying to see if it's in this part. It's got to be in this stuff here. Okay. Let me just kind of bring this one up on here. Stop screen, share screen. Let's go through this for a second. You still good for time there, Kent?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's just go through these. Okay, you guys, a little bit here. I'll make them bigger so you guys can see. Okay, so I only wish I could tell you fine details surrounding Malaya and her family and the disappearance. I'll let you know that Malaya was set to stay with me and the baby to leave with my cousin, which is Logan, but 5 minutes alone and her mother after the first searching briefing, Malaya completely changed. She couldn't even look at me. An hour before this, Malaya told RCMP she felt the happiest and safest with me. It was a different Malaya. I will add some more info to the story. We lived in Truro and we moved so she could get away from her mother. Malaya couldn't stand being around her anymore. Malaya asked me many times recently if the last few months if she should cut off her mother from her life. I always said, no, that's your mother. Lily always tried to take her backpack outside because it was her play backpack. My other daughter, which is 8, taught her to do that when me and all the kids would play treasure hunt outside. Malaya put Lily and Jack on the back burner when Meadow was born. I taught Lily and Jack everything from potty training, getting their Luthers from their mouths. I did everything for them. Lily and Jack called me dad and came to me for everything. Never Malaya. She had no control over the kids. They were wild with her and with me. They listened and were well behaved. Promised myself I'd always be there for Malaya and the kids, and I'm keeping my promise. I'm not being negative towards Malaya. I love her, but I never lie because that's just not me. I say the truth even if it hurts. I'm sorry to say that, but I live in the reality, and the reality is what it is. Her mother seized her phone and probably her car keys. I know this because when my cousin called her phone on a private number, her mom picked up and said, Malaya's phone, who's this? Her mother has something over her or her head, some kind. After her and her mother talked, Malaya was not the same, seemed scared. She is a psychopath. I know that because she displays, no, dude, you are. She displays the traits, and I was only waiting for one trait to expose, and that no empathy. And I finally seen it on full display when she never shed a tear that day of the disappearance. It's fucking beyond sad. My heart breaks for Malaya, right? Because a wicked mother-in-law is the one that did everything. So we're coming to that part. No eye contact. Online is going after her, not me anymore. I passed my lie detector test. I told you I don't lie and I tell the truth. Well, now they are hiding, hoping this is all going to blow over, but I'm not letting it. I'm doing everything I can for these kids. She does no media. I do. Media for Lily and Jack. They need someone to speak out. Here we go. Took the RCMP 12 minutes to arrive on site, and Malaya's mom was there a few minutes later. She lives 1 hour and 16 minutes away. You tell me if that's strange. I tell the truth, but I can't comment on anything that will harm the investigation. Homicide detectives came right out and told me that we know you have nothing to do with it. It was the one that said, I was the one that said, here's my phone and lie detector test. Let's do it. Last one. Malaya's time of 10 a.m. is false. We can leave it at that. She refers to me as her partner is weird too. She never does wording like that. I love her more than anything. That will never change. I'm waiting for the chance to relive our first date over waterfalls and walk on a big island beach with the Daniel you first met. She will know what that means. Malaya asked me when noticed the kids were gone, should I call the police? The fucking kids are gone. What else should you do? My mom was napping and came outside because she heard me yelling that morning for the kids. Malaya was playing on her phone. Mom came out and said Malaya had a look of worry in her eyes that mom was home. No tears. No, she wasn't scared. The kids were gone. Just a look of worry. She got caught for something. She never yelled once for the kids' names trying to find them. Mom said it was odd. She acted odd. No, I ran through the house, searching every time, every room, outside the back sliding door. I did everything so fast. She said they were gone, and we both were outside. Not only with me, because Malaya rarely ever went outside with them. I ran through streams up to my waist many times. I could have slipped on a wet rock and hit my head and died, or fallen on a stick or a branch, or got impaled and die. I did it for the kids, and the world will never see that. And then all of a sudden, we do that live. Remove all that stuff from yesterday. Remove it now. It paints Malaya in a bad light. No, dude, it's painting you in the biggest bad light. Just please remove it. People are attacking Malaya. Detectives told me. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So
the only piece that I necessarily believe there is that they went outside together at whatever time that was, 9:35, 9:40, whatever. And the fact that Malaya called, I don't believe, and the fact that the RCMP got there 12 minutes later, but I don't believe Daniel knows that because he said that he was out searching. So somebody would have told him that it took 12 or 15 minutes for RCMP to get there. And I would say that's about correct because they were already out in that part of the country or county coming off the other search, the majority of them.
Now, I was going to say, because there's more to this. I've only given you some. There's more to this conversation, by the way. Okay.
Yeah, no, I remember all that.
No. I'm saying this to the audience.
Oh, yeah.
That there's more to this. Now, so Daniel believed that Malaya's mom arriving, that she somehow took the kids. Okay. Then it became Darren coming into the story. And then it all clicked. It all clicked for Janie that Malaya put the kids in the vehicle. Story changes. Okay.
Yeah.
It's no longer Malaya's mom. It's Malaya, but Malaya had nothing to do with it, apparently. So wait, hold on. Then it becomes a friend drove up. Now, this is the next story, that a friend now drove up and got inside the camper somehow and took those kids, and that they are hidden. So again, using their own words against them. Now, Mariska, Mariska, if you want to believe that somehow the kids were outside playing and she didn't hear Jackie boy, and those kids wandered to the end of the street and some random stranger, picked them up. Okay. Right. But I'm telling you, what I'm saying to you is by the accounts of their own story, no car drove up that driveway unless all three of them knew about it, to sit there and put Jack and Lily in a vehicle and go, toodles, off you go. We're going to go hide you now. Right? But that's not what's happening, because Daniel wouldn't be sitting there pointing his finger towards Malaya so badly for her family planting everything and accusing him. Right? These people, how do you watch somebody? How do you watch somebody over and over and still sit there and give them credit for making, oops, made a mistake on this one? He doesn't say that though, right? He never cleared up any inconsistencies. He lied about the blanket. He made mumbo jumbo out of that sweaters. And now he says, you know what? No. Malaya didn't plant those t-shirts now. No, she took them just to have a memory of me. I get it now. Shut the fuck up, Daniel. Shut the fucking up. Okay? So how many times does somebody have to show you that many different versions of a storyline in a very short period of time? And then somebody's still going to be like, you know what? Still believe that they were abducted and that they were hidden somewhere. Okay. Abducted by a stranger. Okay. Like I said, you want that version? It's pretty much this percent. But if you want that version, okay. Right? But to sit there and say that you believe that these children have a vehicle came up and then all of a sudden came up into the freaking lot by their timeline. I know this timeline like the back of my hand. I'm sitting here literally doing all this stuff, doing these lives just to make people understand, right? Now, about timeline and how it couldn't possibly make sense by their own words, right?
But that's the thing, it's from their words, and that's our problem.
Right, it's their words. So now I can't believe any of it at all. I can believe 1001. I can believe 311. I can't believe anything that they have said at all, because Malaya places getting up that Daniel was sleeping. Okay, just like Ken said, just like I've told you guys, 8 o'clock from 8:30 came from somebody, right? That came from Malaya. Okay, Malaya said that to Belinda. Daniel said it in an article himself, 8 to 8:30, right? Okay, now
and Malaya would have told dispatch.
Exactly. But Malaya to Belinda says that the children were last seen at 9:40. And not only does Malaya say that, she says Daniel was sleeping from 6:18 to 9:40. Daniel says, no, it was 9:35. Okay, right? So again, now Daniel is saying, you know what? Malaya seen the kids that morning, or Lily that morning. Malaya's never said that. She's only ever said heard the children. So when you take all this mumbo jumbo bullshit and Janie going, well, at 8:48, talk to my brother. Then I heard the kids. Oh, wait, I heard Malaya say shush. Wait, Darren repeats that, right? Then all of a sudden Janie backtracks and goes, yeah, no, I didn't say that. And I didn't say potholes either. Okay? Potholes were said 1,000%. Okay, there's never been anything that came out of Janie's mouth up until after the fact where she said she was raking. Up until recently in those words, she never said anything about raking for a pool to anybody.
But she never said anything before that except to the RCMP, which we don't know what she told them.
Not true. Not true.
How?
What do you mean how? Was it just the RCMP she spoke to?
Until she spoke up in chat, yeah.
No. Come on now.
Are you talking about telling Darren?
No. You know what? I'm not gonna say it, but I'm gonna type it to you in our chat.
Okay.
So it will be McObvious.
Well, I can't see it until we're done anyway, so it don't matter.
Oh, okay.
But I just, you know what? I'm just thinking if it was to Darren, then I would you can't. That's the problem with everything here is we can't believe anything that everybody says.
Mm-hmm. You
right?
know, well, that's just it. So I've come to ground zero, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
read, and you guys have all read this article. It was very telling about a lot of things. A lot of things. We have a controlling mofo, abusive mofo that's denying doing drugs recently and all that stuff. Great. Good on him, right? Okay. Sorry, not buying that shit either, because now you've already proven yourself to be a liar. Malaya, right? She has said so many things. She said things to me the other day, right? Or about a week ago. And then she also said things to the interview and to Belinda. Okay. Now, at the end of the day, again, like I said, none of these people are being consistent in their stories. I actually had a different point, but I forgot it as I was saying that stuff. But anyways, none of these people have a consistent story. It's all bullshit. Oh, I know what it was. So after reading this article and knowing that there was even more to add salt to the wound of what we already heard, right? Like I said, this person that's trying to sell us a bunch of bullshit, right? His mom's trying to claim, my son Daniel, don't talk badly about my son Daniel. He's a great guy, and you guys are. No, Daniel's doing this to himself, Janie. Just like you're doing your own shit to your own words, Daniel's doing this to his own self. We're not forcing Daniel to pop in here like a fucking pop-a-lot and sit there and go, bounce, bounce, right? Like this and go, oh, let me just say this. Oh, let me just say that. He's doing it to himself. He's the one contradicting his own words, right? And so the timeline becomes a bust because of their own words. That means what? It means you go back to zero. That's what it means, because there's nothing now that they've said that we can believe in at all. It's not like we can sit there and go, well, you know what? Let me just take parts of this, even though parts are going to be true at some point.
Yeah.
But we can't take and go, well, let me just, this one sounds good to my ears. Oh, this one doesn't fit in my narrative. We can't do that, right? So bottom line is that we go back to 311 and 1001. We take the article and we go, oh my God, we already thought that what was happening and this lying and whatever around the house. Well, now we get more issues of black eyes and kids that don't have proper winter clothes, and the house is barely livable in there. But hey, you know what? The outside is a death trap to these children, and they're not even taking accountability for the fact of that these children were outside playing alone. How many times have they backfired in making mistakes about that these children have been outside by themselves to them always being supervised? Again, it's because the perception of this, the perception of that. All I know is 2 children are missing, bunch of BS. We learn about a vehicle that's allegedly in and out 6 times in the night, which a lot of people feel are, right? Daniel lies about the pink blanket. And it's off of a window, a door, people, okay? Daniel's clear words to me in Messenger was, I showed him the window shot. And he's like, no, the other half of that pink blanket was on a door, not a window, a door. There is a pink blanket on a window, but that's not the blanket that we're talking about. On a door, flew off in a tree, right? Anyways, cheers to Sunny. Go ahead, Kent.
No, like I agree. Like that's the problem here, and trees. If you listen to Earl said that he had bought them groceries
Oh, yeah.
and bought them the wood. So like they would have had a little bit of money probably to pay the power bill. Maybe Janie was paying the power bill because it was probably in her name.
Yep.
As it was, instead of switching it over, I can see them just leaving it in her name. So she would have been getting some type of a old age pension, or because she's 60, so she'd be able to take it early if she wanted to and have some income.
Hey, Ken,
Yeah.
did you like my provocative rant?
Yeah, it was okay. I agree with you. Put it that way.
Just okay.
Yeah.
Those are fighting words. The RCMP did not verify 6 times. Well, guess what? You're wrong on that, Mariska. Just calling it out, okay? So listen, Mariska, in the clipping there, that article, the RCMP confirmed, they did not verify, but they confirmed that a tip came in from that property that said 5 to 6 times that night, right? The RCMP did
And
not.
that's what we were.
They confirmed the tip.
That's what we were talking about earlier, Mariska, probably before you come in. And Belinda's here now. So, Belinda, I don't know if you were at every one of the press conferences, but I remember you saying at one of the RCMP updates,
Thank you, Potato.
you said that the reporters that were on hand in person all got to ask a question or two extra. If you were at the press conference when this question would have been an extra question, can you confirm that?
Talking to me?
No, Belinda. Remember I said earlier I was going to ask her? Well, she's here now, so I'm asking her. So if you were at the press conference, I don't know if you were at them all or not, but if you were at the press conference and remember this tip being asked about as an extra question from the media that was on hand in person, if you don't remember, that's fine, but I'm just wondering. And like I say, if you weren't at all the press briefings, that's fine as well. I'm just asking if you can remember this one at the ones you were at. Because we know it wasn't part of the public RCMP update. That was at my table with the
I'll pull
globe
it up.
and me.
I'll pull it up, Mariska. Sorry, Kent. Did I cut you off?
No, I know Malaya wasn't at any of the conferences, Belinda. I'm wondering if this reporter, Lindsay, was at any of the press briefings that you attended, and if she had asked this question, they all got to ask one additional question. That's what I'm wondering. Can you remember if this was an additional question, or was this new information to you when it came out in the article as well? Because we know it wasn't released in the public update statements. We're trying to find out if it was discussed in the additional media questions.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's probably true why the neighbor was up. To be honest, with ya. Maybe some deals going down. Yeah. So let's see here. No, you know what? It's just that I don't want, right? It's not that I'm forcing people to believe my narrative. I'm using what they're saying and then explaining why this can't be true, right? Because I want people to have the facts of this case as we know them. And if I do say something wrong, I'm going to correct it. But I don't want people being misled by false information, because again, I know this timeline like the back of my hand when it comes to this case. And so I know by their own words what they've said, what they've changed, and how this could not make sense. By their own words, not by, I'm just explaining it about why it can't make sense, but it's their own words that created it. Now, just to go over quickly this particular article, So it says there is, however, at least one account of strange activity at the mobile home that night. RCMP spokesperson Carly McCann confirmed that the police received a tip on May 8th from a neighbor who described hearing a vehicle come and go from the mobile home throughout the night before the children were reported missing. Investigators are continuing to review and assess more than 600 tips on public, follow-ups. Okay. The neighbor spoke to the Globe, right? The neighbor spoke to the Globe and said they were working on a vehicle in their own yard when they heard the same loud 5-speed car come and go from the trailer about 6 times from midnight to 5 a.m. So obviously this was said to, right? The neighbor spoke to the Globe, and then obviously the Globe asked the RCMP if this was true, and the RCMP confirmed that this tip, yes, did come in. Now, does that make that true? We don't know, because it was a tip that came in that this neighbor is saying this, but they confirmed that it was that tip came in. They don't know for a fact. Well, maybe they do, and maybe they don't want to say that part. They might have more to this, but the RCMP do not confirm stuff unless they want it to be out there, right? All the time. It's close to the vest. Can't talk about it. It's an ongoing investigation. But for some reason, this particular thing, they said we can confirm that this tip came in and that that's true, right? Why? They could have said, nope, sorry, it's part of the investigation, but they didn't. So what do you think about that, Kent?
Well, I can see them doing that, but I'm wondering how Lindsay got the tip when it wasn't given out in the public. Like, I'm wondering if she had the tip, like, from talking to the neighbor.
Right.
Is that how she knew to ask the RCMP? Because without it being stated in a public update, or someone, as in the extra questions, being able to ask of the RCMP, she wouldn't know to ask to get that confirmed.
The neighbor spoke to the Globe.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. So that proves my point.
That would mean
it's hearsay again. We don't know the validity of it, other than the RCMP are proven the validity that, yes, they received that to be a tip, but they haven't confirmed that there was a car doing that action. The RCMP confirmed that they received that tip. That's all they said. They never said that we proved that there was a car doing it. They're just saying, yes, we received that tip. So I can see them telling the reporter that.
Well, it's still part of the 5 or 6 times, though. It's all inclusive.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying Lindsay got it from the conversation with the neighbor, so therefore she knew to ask it. And when she asked the RCMP to verify if they received that tip, they said, yes, we received that tip. They didn't come out and say yes, and it was a standard. The RCMP never came out and said, yes, it's this vehicle or that vehicle or whatever. But they're just confirming that they got that tip.
Yeah, about the car driving 5 to 6 times at night.
Yep,
yes,
100%. Yes. I can see them confirming that. Now that I put that all together in that way, that they confirmed that they received a tip, why would they hold that back?
6 times, not 5 to 6 times. Trailer about 6 times.
Yeah.
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, back, forth, back, forth, back.
But what I'm saying, they're receiving that. It's exactly like Rebecca says. They're confirming they received the tip. They're not saying that the tip was credible or
Right.
truthful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's absolutely it. They confirmed the tip about this is what the person said.
Yeah.
But we don't know how
If it's
much
truthful.
truth.
Yeah.
Right. Now, this is where I'm going to go with my brains, okay? So I'm going to say this.
Your brain
Now,
must be almost fried by now. So.
it's fried a long time ago. So now this is where I'm going to go with this. Daniel, who's not known for telling the truth, he says, well, that neighbor, and I believe it's the neighbor to the east, by the way. Absolutely. That's the one that's 500
But
meters.
you're speculating now because you don't even, and yes, it's only a 50-50 chance because there's only two neighbors.
Well, the other one's 1,500 feet away. The neighbor
Yeah,
said
I
the
know,
neighbor was
but
500.
if the car was traveling, now this is another point.
Wait,
okay,
back off, bitch.
No,
Seriously,
you finish. You finish
you
what
didn't let me finish my damn sentence there.
You finish what you were going to say, and then I'll say what I'm going to say.
Perfect. Okay, so now you're fucking with me, my brain now. See, I'm already tired as it is in my head, and now I have to remember what I was going to say. So Daniel, he says, then the neighbor, we know that neighbor. They're just trying to take the heat off themselves, right? Now, to me, when I first heard that instantly alluded to me thinking, well, obviously there's probably a bunch of druggies over there. That's what I thought myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I heard that. Okay, so now in saying that, the way that Janie has spoken about this neighbor as well is not in a good light. So let's just say that there's a lot of shady people that way. Let's just say that they're giving off the shade vibes, right?
Yep.
But they don't really want to bring attention to them. But guess what? They do. They bring attention to them. So why do they do that? If they don't really want the cops in their business, but two children are missing, that this neighbor makes a phone call in May 8th to a tip line to say, you know what? I really don't fucking want to be calling you guys right now, but I remember that night that there was this vehicle, right? The neighbor would have not said shit all if the neighbor was truly worried about the cops coming over there. Meaning, regardless, this neighbor, I felt like, look, you know what? That night I remember something. This is two kids. I got kids myself, and I'm calling it in. Even if he didn't want to, right? He could have just let it go. He could have just let it go and said, fuck it. None of my business. Wash, like a lot of people do. But he didn't. He called in. So that to me adds more credibility to believing this for me.
Okay. Are you done?
Yep, I'm done.
Here's my two problems with that. Let's go back, and if I have to, I'll try to go back and find it myself.
Go ahead.
Let's see when the interview was, or this first time that Daniel stated, oh, that neighbor's just trying to take the heat off of themselves. Because I believe it was in that first week between May 2nd and May 8th. So then on May 8th, that neighbor, who they might not get along anyway, might say, well, fuck this. They want to say stuff like that about me. I'm going to say this. So that's one thing. But my other thing is when you were saying that one neighbor's 500 feet and the other neighbor's 1,500 feet, which neighbor is this guy? 500 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. So this neighbor is 500 feet. So he's saying that this car is going back and forth 6 times. If he's that close of a neighbor, like you can't fortune tell of what's going to happen tomorrow. But if there was somebody, and I'm speaking from experience because they do it here in front of my place all the time, somebody's out squealing tires or coming on to an old junker or whatever, beating it up and down the road. first thing you know, one of the Mounties or one of the neighbors calling the Mounties, and they are
Exactly.
running high. So, do you think if this neighbor was working on his car
Yeah.
between midnight and 6 a.m.
Mhm.
or 5 a.m., that he think that he would have heard it? And he said that he could hear it shifting gears.
Obviously.
So, if he's only, and you're going to hear it downshifting as well as upshifting. Do you think that you would poke your head out from behind the vehicle and see what the hell's going on? Like, is it just somebody running up? Don't you think you would have more information than just the fact that you heard a standard
Maybe they
vehicle?
do. Maybe they do, though.
But they didn't. But they didn't lead that as a tip.
No, well, we don't know.
Well, he didn't even tell the reporter that he
No, go
did
ahead.
that. Right?
Right. Wow.
So you would think if beans had happened, like if it would have only been twice,
Yep.
then I could see, yes, you're not getting out from behind your car because you'd have your hood up or whatever. And
He's
right?
just hearing it, right?
Yeah, I know he's just hearing, but that's what I'm saying. If he was doing it 6 times, I know probably by the 3rd or 4th time, as nosy as I am, and if I was already outside and I could walk 2 feet, I'd be at the end of my driveway seeing where the fuck the vehicle was going the next time when I heard it coming.
Well, but that's just
or
it,
I'd
though.
wait to see where he came from, because it's not, and what I'm trying to say, it might not have even been going by his place. It could have been going the other direction.
Fuck
right?
that. No. No.
Why? If he's only 500 feet from the driveway, he could hear that car going if it was going in the opposite direction.
No. No, no,
It
no,
wouldn't
no.
have to drive by his place.
Bet you any money.
Well, if you bet you any money,
Yeah.
don't you think that
You know
you'd be
what?
out behind the car to see what type of car it was?
No, not really. No, honestly, no, not really at all.
The only reason why he'd be able to remember that it happened 6 times is if he noticed it enough that it was unusual, didn't matter what time of night it was going on. So you mean to tell me if he was nosy enough to pick it up that it happened 6 times, he wasn't nosy enough to poke his hood up and try to see what type of vehicle it was? Yeah.
Nah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But I don't agree with your thought process there.
That's fine. You don't have to.
So, Kent, thank you so much for your rendition of what you believe, because that's what you might think, and I get it. I get it. No, I don't.
I'm just questioning everything because,
yeah, of course, I expect. Yeah, of course, right?
like, we're not getting no truthful here, right?
Right. No, and Kent, honestly, I'm hearing what you're saying, right? I do hear what you're saying, so it's not like it doesn't go through my brain.
Yeah.
But then my brain takes over and says, here's Sonny's rendition. Okay. So I don't think this guy probably gives really 2 fucks about somebody running up and down the road, in a sense.
Did you see Angela?
With Angela's. What Angela's?
Angela Pipers, the DoorDash driver.
The DoorDash driver. Now, Sonny's rendition. Oh, let's go. Okay. So in my rendition of what possibly could have happened. So, okay, Kent. So let me just go back to this, you guys. Okay. First of all, let's just put this into perspective, Detective Sonny. Kent, you listening? Okay.
I'm listening.
Okay, perfect. So this is the next house, which is 1,500 yards. I doubt very much that this car is coming here and he's going, oh yeah, I heard it 6 times. No, this is what I see. I see, where is it? Is it on this map? Where is it? Oh my God, where is it? There you are. Okay. I see, I'll look this way, plant. Okay. Planted evidence, plant. And I see, look this way. This is where this is found. But guess what? Where the fuck are you now? Come on now. Oh my God, I almost lost track there for a sec. Okay. This vehicle to me is going here and back down and back up in 5 hours, right? 12 to 5, 12 to 5, 3 times, maybe 5, maybe 3. Because obviously I'm
6?
thinking 6. Sorry,
Was
I'm
it
not.
going? Was it
Yeah.
each direction, or was it
Well,
6 times? Right?
No, it was each direction. Okay. So
You never said that in the article. You can't be
well,
assuming.
hello. What do you
Assume me
think?
once, fool me once. It's my fault. Fool me
Yeah,
twice, or fool me
yeah,
once. It's your fault. Fool me twice. It's my
yeah.
fault.
It's
So
it's not 6 vehicles going boom, boom.
no, I
Then
never said 6
right,
vehicles.
right. Well, it's not 6.
One vehicle 6 times. 12 trips, right?
Well, they have no. It wasn't 12 trips. It was 6 times, right? 6 times. That was going to be
36
12
times.
trips.
Yeah, so it would be 3 trips.
Right. 3 trips. So,
Yeah.
right. So this is what I see. I see he hears it. He doesn't really give a fuck. But he's noticing. Like, he's noticing it. I don't think that he honestly gives a fuck because again, whatever lifestyle he's got going on up there, whether he's working days, doing shit at night, whether he's just a fucking nighttime owl, I think he doesn't call it in till the 8th, right? Now the
The
8th.
first time it's he's not paying attention the first time.
You know what? No, probably not. Goes by a second time.
Oh,
Okay.
is that the same car?
Yeah. A third time he's probably going, oh, wonder what the fuck's
What's going on here?
Yeah. So I see this. Plant evidence this way, look, but go this way, right? Now we got a time, let's just say, hypothetically, Detective Sonny, that we got timeline of 12 to 5 approximately, right? 6 trips, let's say. So obviously we got 5 hours. We got basically 3 hours worth of time by saying 3 trips, right? Say 30 minutes each way, right? Because there's 6 trips. So minimum, right? You would think would be about 25 minutes, right? 30 minutes, somewhere in there, right? Because there also has to be time for whatever the fuck it is that's going on, right? Is like, it's not going to be like, oh, let's just go up and back and up and back. There has to be a lot of time for obviously whatever the fuck is going on, right? Whatever possible shady shit is going on. So then you have to think to yourself, okay, well, if we look at this like this is odd, then what would somebody be doing going back and forth 3 times, right? If it's the same, of course, vehicle, what could possibly, now, if we take it in a 25, and that's why I asked you earlier, if we take it in a 25 to 35 type of time slot for their back, that takes up 3 hours to 3.5 hours. There has to be downtime for whatever the fuck it is that's going on that would equate to a car going back and forth 3 times, and it was an approximate 12 to 5, by the way. It might have been 4.5, who knows? So what do you think could have been happening during that time? Were they taking down a meth lab? What are your possible thoughts, people, about 3 times?
In the area, there's only one thing possible.
What?
The
Drugs.
blanket. No, the blanket.
Wait, what did you say? Wait, what was the thing that you just said to say the blanket?
The blanket.
What about it? What about the blanket?
Being put in the tree.
Yeah. That blanket was put in that tree that night.
Could have been. That's what I just said. You asked me one of 3 things.
Oh,
and the only thing.
Kent, the real husband's here. Be right back.
The only 3 things you asked me for 3, and I said the only thing would be the tree, because you're not carrying a child out through the night and taking them up and walking them how far up the pipeline and putting their bare footprint in the ground and not having a scent. They took the dogs to the boot print, and the dogs didn't scent on it. So that one's out. Like you say, if they had a meth lab up the road or something, well, I don't know. I'd like to say I don't know if the drugs. I liked. Who was it you were on today? Or was it might have been DT last night, where he said he didn't think he was doing production, but he thought he might have been using and selling. Was that DT last night? Sonny, did you go to the bathroom again? You're on mute. Now she leaves me here by myself, not even anybody else. What are people going to say tomorrow? That Kent's taken over the channel? No.
Cop, I was given the toilet a drink.
I kind of thought that's where you went. So, was it DT that said that he thought that he might have been using but not selling or using and selling but not production? Was that DT? Did I catch that on
You know
his
what? I
live
think
when I was in there last night
I think so. I think
about
so.
about producing?
Yeah, because there was nothing to show that, right? I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
Yeah. So then, like what you say, if they had the lab up the road or whatever, like I say, that's not something that you're going to be outside producing.
Do you see what Belinda said there? It says, Daniel told me the guy causing trouble online lives across the road up on Lansdowne Station, and that was on the 18th. Daniel told me that the guy causing online trouble lived across the road.
Yeah, but that's when he told you, Belinda. But I think he stated it in public in one of his interviews about that guy trying to take the heat off himself. Like he might have said it to you on the 18th, but I think he said it in public before that.
Yeah, but what she's saying is, Daniel told me the guy causing online trouble lived across the road up on Lansdowne. So that would be.
So then that guy's not the guy that's calling in the tip.
Right. So she said across the road.
But then again, that's coming from Daniel. So
right.
Weigh that for what you want.
Across the road.
But I didn't think there was any houses on that road.
Well, that's just it.
For a bit until you go up onto the other. Well, she does stay Lansdowne Station Road.
Yeah, which is here.
Yeah, well, that's over by where Mrs. Whatchamacallit got the 7 cameras, right? That was Lansdowne Station Road. Whatever her name was.
So, nah, I can't see it being here. Unless there's like new development. Hold on a second. Let's see here. If we go to Google Maps. Google Maps. Hold on a second. Google Maps will be more updated. 1407. Yeah, Gairloch Road. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm at Google Maps. Hey, there ain't no house across the street.
No, because that's the parkland.
Yeah.
Like the entrance to the Lansdowne Outdoor Recreation Park is about a mile down the road to the left coming out of the driveway where the gate is. But I'm pretty sure it's 10 or 12 acres there that park consists of, because I know there's a couple ponds in there because they used to stock them with fish.
That's an old picture, eh? Definitely. See, the trailer's not even there. Come on, Google Maps. Let's go.
Google Maps probably hasn't been out there since Google originally came through the county.
Yeah. Right.
Because they want everybody else to like plug in their information right from their Google Maps for updates. So they concentrate on everybody else. But I bet you it's been 10 years since Google's been around with their own vehicle, getting the Google view of all the, because they did that for almost a whole year, just drove around the province when they were first developing that.
Yeah. So, anyways, I don't know about that being accurate, to be honest with you. Then I don't feel so. Hey, here's a home.
But there's one home that's not far down the road, but it's nobody there, right?
Right.
Like that's the abandoned farmhouse that's in back.
Where's the railroad tracks?
Yeah, the railroad tracks are just up the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like I say, the like, because I thought that there was neighbors. Like if you come out of the driveway, and if you turn left, the first neighbor down there, the first driveway is a house, but it's a farmhouse in back.
Right.
That's abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go quite. I think you got to almost go down to the first bridge.
Yeah.
Before you get to an actual house, and going the other way, you're going up almost to the corner of the road that you turn up to go to Earl's. Like I say, it's been a while since I've been out that far because there's a place that he does work on Honda cars only.
Yeah.
And I would say the last time that I've been on that main road, the 289, that's as far as I would have went, was to that business towing in a Honda for him to fix it. But
this home here, this has to be the home to me. 500 feet, the person said that they lived away. And is this the abandoned barn here?
which way did you travel when you come out of the driveway? Left
I
or
would
right?
have went left.
Yeah, that's the abandoned driveway. That's the abandoned farmhouse. If you scroll in back by where the field is at, you'll see the old white farmhouse.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
You got to go quite a piece beyond that to get the actual neighbor that lives there year round.
Yeah.
Right? Didn't they say that one that's in that farmhouse? Didn't they say they come for a couple weeks in the summertime and that's it? Do I remember hearing that through the...
I'm not sure.
I thought when they first started talking about it, when the psychics were first saying that they were in a building, I thought people were talking about that old farmhouse and whether or not it was searched. And
Yeah. This is it right here. That park right here. This is that park.
yeah, the
Right.
Lansdowne Outdoor Recreational Park.
Yeah.
It
And then,
closed 2.5 years ago.
right.
They didn't have enough money to pay the upkeep of the grounds and the park ranger.
Yeah.
But it was a spot where people could go fishing. They had walking trails. They had a little bit of everything at that park. And
Yeah, it got 2 little ponds.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you go right out to the end of the 289, like kept going that way, turn left coming out of Daniel's driveway. And if you go right out to the end of the road, you'll come to the Trans-Canada Highway.
Yeah.
And then just beyond that, there's another secondary highway. And that's where the closed up, well, it's all closed, the amusement park. But they do have go-kart racing there now. But all the water, like they used to have swings and a water slide, but they sold the water slide and tore it down.
Again? What was
Magic
it called?
Valley.
Oh, that was the
Magic
Magic
Valley.
Valley. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking. I'd gone there earlier.
Yeah.
Magic Valley. Yeah.
And like I say, that was open when I was a kid, but not It must have closed down 15 years ago or 20. But there is the people that own it now. They do have the go-kart track open, and they do have go-kart there. 20 laps or $20 for 15 laps around the track.
1 second. Go ahead, keep talking for a second. I'm just doing something. And traveling at
Lobster, are you saying that your father was the hermit of Gully Lake? Is that who you're saying, the hermit?
okay. So, if we were going is Lobster admitting to that? My father is
Yes,
the hermit.
in his cottage. Well, it wasn't really a cottage, was it? It wasn't like an old log cabin built into the side of like a knoll on the land, like he used the knoll to build his cabin into. I know that's what they showed the pictures of in the book. There is a book out, people, called The Hermit of Gully Lake. That's who we're talking about.
Okay. And just 1 second here. I'm just going to take this off the screen for a second. Make this bigger. 1 sec. Can't tell me. So it tells me I would go about 33 kilometers if I was going 25 minutes away at 80 kilometers per hour. So I'm just going to see.
From Daniels to Magic Valley?
Well, just from Daniels. So if
Yeah,
I
that's
go,
what I mean.
yeah. So if I go to Daniels from here, hold on. And let's just hold on. Color. We want this here. 1 second. Come on. Let's make you. Let's see. Description. No. Style color. Color. We don't want white. We want. Let's do pink. Pink for Kent. Okay. Fine. So we want kilometers. Kilometers. Okay. So if we were to go here. To say here. To say here. Say here. Shoot. Come on. Hold on. That's only. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's not far.
Well, hold on. Now I got my thing all messed up. 1 second, Kent. 1 second. Let's see. Oh, Sonny. You should really learn to use. Okay, so we're going to go down here, right? Where's the home? Here. Okay. So. Here to here to here. Ah, crap. Come on. Kilometers. So that's only 1 kilometer. Let's just go, boom. That's 5.8. That's 10. Okay, hold on. Hold on. That's 10. Properties. So, 13. Am I going the right way, Kent?
I see.
That's 17. Hold on a second here. Just trying. Which way would I go?
When you come to the end of the road?
Well, I went down Gairloch 289. Then I
Yeah,
guess
well, when you keep going till you come to the divided highway exit. And then you'd either have to go straight because you got to get over to the old number 4 highway, or you got to go down towards Alma and then go back up the old number 4 highway.
Okay, so this one here, Highway 104. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Properties. So that measurement is 17. So we would have to go double the
No,
distance.
you'd only be going about 25 kilometers if you went straight across and get over into the old number 4 highway, and then you go left, and it's only about a kilometer.
Google Earth told me I'd be going 33 kilometers based on 80 kilometers an hour for 25
But
minutes.
they're going to take you down towards Alma or towards New Glasgow on Divide Highway and take you back up the other side because you can't cross the highway, right?
Oh no, yeah, but I'm just talking about when I put into Google Earth and it does the math of how far I would go in that time. So it's not based on the map here. It's based on how far could I.
You're saying how far you could go in that amount of time.
Right now.
Yeah.
So basically, it's saying I could go 33 kilometers per 25 minutes. Let's say, probably should have done half an hour. But anyways, in 25.
Yeah, you could get you. I'm almost positive you could get to Magic Valley in 35, maybe 30 minutes, but 35 for sure from Daniels.
25, yeah.
Because, like I said, you go to the end of once you get to the highway, then you just.
Maybe Donna's right, and we should be heading towards Peter Pumpkin.
Well, Peter Pumpkin's the other way, but this was this was the first thing that I thought of when she talked about Storybook. Remember when she said that you could find Jack, or Jack said that you could find him in his favorite nursery rhyme?
Yeah.
And it was to deal with like a nursery theme. Well, Magic Valley used to have like a little fairy castle and structures like that on the property. The only one that's still there, I think, is the castle, but the rest of them were all tore down.
Yeah. Oh my God, we're almost at 6 hours. Oh my goodness. It's time for me to go. I am getting really tired. My brain's not thinking anymore. I mean, you can host it for a couple hours if you want.
No, all I did was pop up to see where that lady was telling you about the cabins, and I was going to be done, but
yeah. No, I mean, I can honestly. You can stay talking if you want.
No, I'm fine. I'll
good?
come back on another time. I answered the questions that I needed answered today, so now we need more information.
Yeah. Well, honestly, my brain's tired. People know. Okay. Thank you, Faye Francis, Faye Francis, Chris Dawson, and SD, and Joe. Welcome back, Joe. And then Trees, thank you for becoming a new member as well. For you guys, a 6 hour show, right?
Yeah, that's long enough. Go and discuss that tonight, folks. Remember, Jack and Lily play their song. And the other thing I need you to do, Sonny, is send me the link of that second song.
Yeah.
By Russia or whoever it was.
Russia McDonald.
You know how she sent you a second song?
Mm.
Can you send me that link?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to quickly go to it, to be honest. I'll put it in the chat as well. Well, I mean, her website is on the link of the live regardless where to find it, but I'll just do that. Russell McDonald. Jack.
The other night when you were going to play it, I ended up, my phone went dead, so we're online too long.
Well, actually, we'll do that song as we're going out. And I'll just put the link in here as well.
Yes, that's the other thing. That Facebook page that we posted earlier, I'll try to do it again.
Watch the page.
No, it won't remember. Yeah. But anyways, that Facebook page will have the online vigil supposed to start tonight if anybody wants to pop in while they're doing that online piece. Lighting candles or something. I don't have nothing to do with it, so I can't tell you anything about it. That's Christine. I'm not even sure of that, Mariska. I said I can't tell you anything about it other than go to the Facebook page and
Okay, so I dropped the link for the song. Now I'm going to drop the link for the Facebook page again.
yeah, because I tried to do it from, but my paste don't remember it. Been too long.
Yeah. Hold on. Just want to make sure nobody bought me a coffee or something. I hate it when I get off the live and then I go check something and it's like, damn it. Now I got to remember this for next time.
You had a super chat for $9.99 there not long ago.
Yeah, I already showed those ones. Thank you. I just showed those ones a minute ago. But I will just let me take a look. One sec. Nope, no KFC buckets.
No KFC tonight?
Nope. I changed it to chicken. Bucket of KFC. Anyway, so I just wanted to check that before I have to use my brain cells to remember. Anyways, okay, so let me play the song the new song by Russell McDonald. It's just going to be the song, okay, people? At some point when you guys finish your rocks and paintings, whatever you do, I'll apply them in the video, should you want to be part of it. I'm going to say that you have till the end of August to do so. And after that, you guys can suck it. Because I'm doing it till the end of August. Okay, guys? All right, 1 sec. Kent, thank you so much. Charmaine, thank you so much. Belinda, of course, thank you so much. You guys, thank you so much. If you haven't hit the like and the share, please hit the like and the share for Jack and Lily. That's what we want answers for, and hopefully they'll come soon. Or than later. Sooner than later. All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, John Boy. Hey, can't leave me alone like that. Share screen. So this is the new song, okay? So we'll play this. Jack.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope's soft tune. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered, hearts so strong, searching deep where they've been wrong. Through the trees and storms they roam, wishing every child came home. Fatigued but fierce, they won't give in. For every soul we search within. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send away, we'll keep the hope alive today. In the silence, love will lead the way.
Isn't that a beautiful song? Hold on. Isn't that a beautiful song? Now, this is her other one, of course, Come Home, Jack and Lily song. You know what? Let's do Jack and Lily's song as well. But we're not going to do that one. We'll do this. Thank you, Maria. I was wondering where it was, and I went to PayPal, and I saw it there. So thank you so much for that, you guys. Jack and Lily, what a beautiful song. Again, you guys, whoever does pictures, I'll put your rocks. It's a hairy one in my mouth there. Put your rocks and pictures and stuff like that to it. I'll go. You know, it's only 4:00 here. I'll be good. I'm good. But let's play video file. Let's go back to. We'll do this one.
In the quiet dawn of a May morning, two little hearts went out to play. Lily's laughter, Jack's small footsteps vanished with the breaking day. Come home, Jack and Lily. We're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Through forest paths and endless trees, searchers called your names aloud. Hope flickered in the morning breeze as prayers rose up to the clouds. Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer.
1 second, I hear my husband.
The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Sunsets over Pictou County, stars shine with gentle grace. The community holds a vigil, longing for your embrace. Come home, Jack
Sorry, you guys, my husband had to come in for a second. Okay, so again, Jack and Lily's voices for Jack and Lily. Thanks everyone for all the beautiful things that you do. Again, if you haven't put your DNA on that like and the share button, if you don't mind doing so, absolutely. So again, hopefully there'll become answers sooner than later with this case. And again, I know that there's an article coming out on Monday as well. But anyways, I'll see you before then. You guys take care. Have a good night. Oh, 6 hour and 10-minute live, Belinda. Someone's going to look at that and they're going to be like, F that shit. I ain't watching all that. Well, you know what? Watch it in parts. Part 1, part 2. Anyways, you guys have a good rest of your Saturday night, guys. You guys take care. Love you very much. And again, to anyone that was blocked, I've unblocked everyone, okay? I'm giving a second chance. So just be kind, right? Just stop making it about attacking things or just being ignorant and stuff like that. Let's just keep it about Jack and Lily and your comments towards Jack and Lily and stuff like that. Okay, or information and stuff. Okay, guys? So with that being said, you guys have a good one. Thank you so much. And I'm looking for my outro. Where's my outro? Oh, there it is. Okay, bye, guys.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight.